Good morning, colleagues. Am I in the right meeting?
Well, I'm here, Councillor, so if I'm here, then hopefully it's the right meeting.
Thank you, Speaker.
Ali?
Morning, Faith. How are you this morning?
Who's this now? Sen gel meetingden. Sengena meeting. Nakunjifanele. What is it? Hello, who's this?
Ayikangeni meeting if Councillor Faith khaba jonge line bazi all right now.
Mkhozi uphi?
Sesithuthini.
Hey, hayi niyasingalela kodwa nina ngoku.
Hayi Thandiswa ubanjwe ngubani ungangxoli wena? Marlene, Councillor Viljoen, Councillor Barnard,
Morning, Faith.
Please.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself.
please let Comrade Toto, Councillor Toto in.
I'll try quickly. Thank you.
Thanks.
He must just accept, Faith. I'm phoning him in.
Morning, can everyone hear me?
Morning, Speaker. I can hear you.
Good morning.
Thank you very much.
Oh, morning, Lauren. Is this the correct link? There's only 3 of us, 4 of us.
No, Viran, you're on the correct link.
This is the correct link, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Morning.
Morning, we've got 1 minute until the meeting starts.
Morning, Speaker.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Speaker.
Morning, everybody. According to my time, it is now 9 o'clock. Am I correct in assuming that? Right, I'm going to therefore start this meeting at exactly 9 o'clock on the 31st of January 2022. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Executive Mayor Alderman van Wyk, Executive Deputy Mayor Councillor Fichland, the Chief Whip Councillor Barnard, Alderman Petrus, Alderman Kritzinger, and Alderman Girika. And I would also like to welcome the councillors, the acting municipal manager, Dr. Gratz. Could you please mute your mics? Otherwise, I will have to do it for you. administrative directors and staff, members of the public, and members of the press. This is our official first meeting of 2022, and I'm quite excited about this meeting. I know it's going to be a long one, but I understand that we're going to get through the agenda quite smoothly, and after all, it is for the purposes of our communities. With that, I would like to ask Alderman Gericke if you would like to open for us in prayer.
Yes, good morning, Speaker, and good morning, everybody. Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we worship you this morning, and we thank you for your awesome grace on our lives. And thank you that you opened our eyes this morning, Heavenly Father.
Yeah.
And thank you for power and strength, wisdom and authority. Thank you for anointing and for your presence. Also, thank you for this privilege to serve on this platform on behalf of your people. I am reminded this morning of your word in Matthew 25, the comparison drawn in your words when you were hungry, nobody gave you something to eat. When you were naked, you were not clothed. When you were thirsty, nobody gave you water, and so on. And then for those lot of people, you said eternal hell belonged to you. But then you arrived at another bunch of people, Lord God, and they gave you something to eat. They clothed you, they gave you water, they gave you shelter. And then you uttered the words and said, the least you do to them, you do to me. May we be mindful as we serve, that we serve all your people, mighty God. Regardless of race or creed or color or social stance, that we serve them all with a commitment in our hearts. And therefore we ask power and energy and zeal this morning to pursue your agenda. I call order in this meeting. I bring every evil, demonic, and foreign power under your control this morning, and every force of arrogance to subject under your power. In the name of Christ our Savior. Amen.
Thank you, Alderman Gericke, for those words. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick one. I'd like to remind everybody that, or to inform everybody that in accordance to the groups meeting that I had yesterday, I have taken control of the mics. Everything is here. Everybody is unmuted, but there will be no muting by anybody but myself if it is absolutely necessary. But I'm also going to ask everybody to take responsibility for your mics. I've noticed already that some people's mics are unmuted occasionally. I know it is sometimes, I don't know how to put it, it happens, but please, I'm going to ask you to bear with us and take control of that. Then secondly, before we continue, I'm going to ask, and I have recognized the hands. I can see your hands. There's 2 hands up already. I'm not quite sure what for, but I'm going to do things slightly differently to make sure that we do not have any interruptions when people speak. And I will recognize the hands once the person has spoken, that you can then either have your raise your hand on a point of order or a point of clarity. Bearing in mind, as the rules say, that a point of order is the breaking of a rule, and only that, and a point of clarity can only be raised for a conversation being held or on the speaker which is currently speaking. Having said that, Councillor Sabtu, your hand is up. May I ask in connection with what is it?
Good morning, Speaker. It's in connection with the point of clarity on what you've just said, please.
Okay, what is your point of clarity then?
Yeah, Speaker, I'm understanding correctly that you are now saying that you're taking control of the mic. It was always my understanding that as the Speaker, you don't have any control over muting or not muting. Has that situation changed now? That you have the power now to mute us or not to mute us whenever you feel like it? Is that how we understand it? Do we also understand it that this is going to be a way of censoring this meeting?
No, Councillor, can I interrupt
But
there,
you,
please?
you just said you're not going to interrupt, Speaker, but I'm not done yet.
Councillor. You've asked your question, and I'm going to answer you. All right. The question is, and we've spoken at the WIPS meeting, I am not going to mute people unnecessarily. The reason being is that there's accusations being made that other people are muting. I have therefore taken control of the microphones. I am not going to mute unnecessarily, but the fact remains is that I am now taking responsibility for it. So that if there's any muting, it is my own responsibility. That is all I'm saying with that. Thank you very much. The next person's hand is Councillor J.E.
Goeiemôre Speaker, goeiemôre. Baie dankie Speaker. Ek wil net 'n dringende mosie ter tafel lê volgens die ordereëls 32.1.
Also, we'll get to motions of exurgency later on. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. We'll take at that. And then lastly, Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto. Sorry, can I ask, we have not even started the meeting yet. There should be there's nothing to discuss at this stage of the game. I'm going to continue with the meeting. When we get to the various issues, we can then raise our hands. Unfortunately, I don't understand why we have hands up at the moment. There's nothing to discuss. There's no, I'm basically doing the opening, and then the mayoral address is going to take place. Councillor Toto.
Speaker, it's Councillor Faith. I'm using Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto is here, but he's not well. So that's why I'm using his laptop.
Thank you, Councillor Faith. Can you put your hand up, please? All right, Councillor Camille.
I'm not sure if you all know that IT is telling us that the reason that we don't have data on our data is because it's Vodacom's problem. I've got 2 councillors that don't have data on their router. It's been days. They said, you went there this morning, they said it's a Vodacom. So Councillor Hani is one of those.
Councillor Faith,
and
Councillor Faith.
I've got 2 exigence, if you allow me. Thank you very much.
I will come to the point, the motions of exurgency later. Thank you very much. I've taken note. Can you put your hand down, please? And Councillor Rosa Lowe, then I'm moving on.
Speaker, good morning. On a point of clarity, ek wil net graag weet, daar was vele versoeke gerig en waar hy ingestem het om die ordereëls te werkswinkel. Ons wil net graag weet wat die datum is en wanneer dit gaan plaasvind asseblief.
Councillor, I was going to make an announcement later during this week. As you can see, the program for the council is pretty extensive at the moment. We have discussed it with administration, and we're looking at sometime in February, but unfortunately our calendars are pretty full at the moment. But there will be a workshop on the rules of order as soon as we can fit everything in. Thank you. Councillor Saptu, you have spoken already. I'm going to move on.
Thank you, Speaker. It's on the point of the review of the rules of order which you've given an undertaking. Can you give us a date, Speaker, between this council meeting and the next council meeting, please? It wasn't a ruling that you made, Speaker.
Councillor Saptu. Rule 24. Rule 24. Have you read that? And I'm going to ask. It says that when I speak, everybody else is silent, Councillor. I have not recognized you. All right. You have had a turn to speak. And I'm going to ask you, please, let's not turn this meeting into disarray. I've been quite clear with my ruling so far, and I've said we will get to it when we get to it. I cannot give you a date, and therefore I'm going to move on. I have given an undertaking, and I'm going to stay with that. Thank you very much, Councillor Camila, and that's it. The last person to speak, and I'm moving on, please. Councillor Lowe, can you put your hand down, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is on the issue of the translator. Can we please be all the African speakers be translated, please, Speaker?
Noted, and we'll continue then. Thank you. Can we then please move on? The next item on the agenda is the mayoral address. Alderman van Wyk, could you continue, please?
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. Since the inauguration of the Council on 22 November 2021, municipal staff and relevant councillors have been extremely busy tackling numerous issues. As you will recall, we experienced severe floods on that day, and it was only in the following days that we could get to grips with the damage to our water network amongst all the other damage. On that day, our Garden Route Dam also overflowed for the first time at its increased capacity level. 2 weeks later, we again experienced a major rainstorm that simply added to the damage. We systematically did a determination of the extent of the damages that were submitted as claims in terms of the Disaster Management Committee requirements. The National Disaster Management Committee has recommended that over 230 million rand of these claims be approved. It is not clear when these grants will be paid out, but we expect that this will only be forthcoming in a future financial year. Within our claims, we also made provision, as was requested, for preventative measures for such eventualities in the future. From the beginning of December, the acting municipal manager, Dr. Gratz, chaired a season preparedness monitoring committee that met daily to oversee preparations for the holiday season. This process progressively improved, filtering down to our entire municipal team, who became motivated to eagerly undertake their tasks. While many staff members from all directorates across the organization were involved, it is probably fair to say that protection and community services staff were in the forefront. We are exceedingly proud of their achievements, and in recognition thereof, certificates will be awarded shortly. It has been broadly acknowledged that the season proved to be busier than normal in terms of the numbers of visitors and for the economy as well, bringing a welcome relief to the negative effects that we experienced within the economy at the end of 2020 and during both 2020 and 2021. Many would have benefited from employment opportunities and the resultant job security that a bumper December-January season provides for the winter months ahead. During the close attention to detail, it became clear that there are a number of areas requiring attention. I'm going to name a few. There are vendors who continue to sell fireworks, thereby exposing members of the public and animals to the dangers resulting therefrom. Also, there were members of the public who brought liquor to the beaches. We also had members of the public who continued to want to walk their dogs on beaches where we are attempting to achieve international tourism recognition for Blue Flag Beach. Blue Flag status requires stringent testing of water quality. During this testing and the follow-up investigations, there is growing evidence that we probably have private property owners who are using conservancy tanks instead of the municipal sewer system, but then fail to have their tanks emptied regularly. Spillage from these tanks then appears to have entered watercourses. This matter has been dealt with. Transgressions, as I've described above, are going to be addressed in a tightening up of bylaws and fines. Possibly we need to add community service to these penalties in some instances. Intertwined with our holiday season, we also faced concerns about our water supply and usage. The flood and rain damage resulted in pipeline breakages, often along riverbanks and in heavily forested areas. Our average daily water usage escalated from 32 megaliters. Now that is 32 million liters in other terms, maybe just to get a full idea of the quantification. So it escalated from that level of 32 around late November, firstly to 34 to 35 megaliters, and then to 38 to 40 megaliters from mid-December until fairly recently. The maximum capacity at our existing old and new water treatment works is a combined 39 megaliters. Pipe breakages in the Christmas New Year period were extremely concerning because of the already low levels of our main clean water reservoirs that hold approximately 36 hours of storage at normal pre-November levels. We are extremely thankful to Bito and Oudtshoorn municipalities who were able to send water repair teams to assist our teams working through the night to get these lines repaired. These breakages and usage levels exceeding our treatment capacities on numerous days. In other words, we were using more water than we are able to treat on a particular day, resulted in our clean water reservoirs being almost emptied to only hold reserve water for 2 to 3 hours usage. I should explain that while our dam is full, this untreated water is then pumped to the water treatment works, where the water is then treated or savored in Afrikaans to get to clear tap water that we receive in our homes. And that water is then pumped to reservoirs around the municipality in the distribution network. The increase in water usage has been 25%. In our estimation, a household should function adequately at 15 kiloliters, 15,000 liters in other words, per month, the equivalent of half a kiloliter per day. For every additional 1,000 houses added per year, this then equates to usage of half a megaliter. If we then assume business uses another half a megaliter for these 1,000 houses, this translates to usage of an additional 1 megaliter per day. The increase of 7 megaliters per day over 2 months is therefore not easily explained as yet. An in-depth analysis is underway. In the meantime, water restrictions have been imposed. As of this morning at 06:20, we had 28 megaliters in our reservoirs, equivalent to 18 hours reserve within the main reservoir. This is the best position we've been in for the past 6 weeks at least. This is the result of a concerted effort over the past 2 weeks. We thank all our consumers who have heeded the concerns and warnings that we have been issued in recent weeks to save and to conserve water. Council will also by now be aware that George has been awarded an RBIG grant, and the RBIG is the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant of 1.17 billion rand for specific improvements in water infrastructure, following our application to National Treasury for a BFI facility. Now, BFI, that is the budget facility for infrastructure, through which we have received funding over the next 40 months to complete the projects, which include an increase in water treatment capacity of 50% from 40 megaliters per day to 60 megaliters per day, along with additional reservoirs and various other infrastructure. The supply chain process for these projects is already underway, and certain works to the value of 82 million have been accelerated into the present financial year that ends in June 2022. In the past week, a strategic session was held between the directors and the MACO team to identify and progress various strategic options that are required to be undertaken over the next few years. These discussions included the improvement of safety measures through increases in law enforcement personnel and CCTV cameras, mitigation of the risks of Eskom load shedding, upscaling of data analytics, refuse management, and driving economic activity and tourism, among various matters that were discussed. On Tuesday afternoon, 25 January 2022, we received notification from the Auditor General that George Municipality has received an unqualified audit opinion with no findings on the annual performance report for the year ended 30 June 2021. This is what is known as a clean audit report. So this is wonderful news for us. Congratulations are therefore due to the acting municipal manager, the chief financial officer, Mr. Rian du Plessis, the finance team, internal audit, and all the directorates who have put in a huge effort over the last few weeks, months, and the year to ensure that we have achieved this milestone, which in turn helps us in taking George forward, because this certainly improves our ranking and grading in terms of future grant allocations. In closing, I would like to thank Dr. Gratz, the directors, and all our staff who have carried us through this December and January period. There are also numerous councillors who have been hard at work throughout the recess, dealing with the critical matters that I have spoken about, and numerous other issues that have had to be managed in their wards and portfolios. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mayor. With that, I'm going to ask the ANC. You have 3 minutes to reply.
Good morning, everyone. Councillor Faith here. Thank you very much, Mayor, for your mayoral address. I thought the first line one will be this, sending your condolences to the family of a 4-year-old that was electrocuted in Thembalethu, sending condolences to the former councillor of this council, Comrade Royland, Shahid Royland. I thought you would say that when you address us, but it's fine, you don't care. Another thing, on your address, you were speaking a lot about water this, water this. While here in the allocation, we've got leaks that the municipal doesn't even care to fix. The whole Thembalethu is wet, the whole Parkdene is wet. You don't fix anything. We are lacking water, but you don't fix anything. We're reporting the leakages, but no one is taking care of those. And another thing, Mayor, okay, when you spoke about increasing the law enforcement, please, when you do that, recognize our kids as well, the poor of the poorest, because we don't want only one color there. We want a nice portrait of George. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for that. I see Councillor Nkamile. Do you have a point of order or do you have a point of clarity? Because I see your hand is up. And if
thank you, Speaker. It's a point of clarity regarding the mayoral address. I know that
Councillor.
Sorry, sir. Can I finish first?
Yeah, but Councillor, please bear with me. You have 3 minutes as the EFF to talk on this matter.
Okay.
So you will have your time to talk. All the parties have 3 minutes. I'm going to ask you to please wait for your 3 minutes, and then you may have your time to ask the questions or the point of clarity that you have.
Okay, no, it was the matter of time because I saw there on the time allocation there is no 3 minutes for EFF. That's what I was going to ask.
On this item, all the parties have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next to speak for 3 minutes is Good. I'm going to ask Good. You have 3 minutes. Your time is going to start.
Councillor
Thank you.
Sapti gaan praat.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear you loud and clear, Councillor.
Yeah, Speaker, you didn't do the attendance register or the roll call. Are we skipping straight to the mayoral address, Speaker?
Councillor
don't know.
Sapti, Councillor
Yes.
Sapti, I will get to the attendance register once this has been dealt with and we get to the applications of leave, and I'll do the
Okay,
attendance
no
register.
problem, Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure what we have to address in terms of the mayoral address, because really it didn't seem like the mayor was touching on any of the issues in terms of service delivery. The mayor was talking about the water. We must agree with the ANC. The mayor is talking about the BFI. It is talking about the supply chain processes, staff increases, driving economic activity, blue flag status. The mayor is not saying how we battle to get him to just take a simple memorandum from people who are unhappy from the Hwang action group, how we battled to ask the mayor to please open the swimming pool for us. The mayor didn't address the water leaks. The mayor didn't address the sewage in the township areas. The mayor is not talking anything about poverty. He's not talking anything about unemployment issues, housing. It's all issues regarding supply chain delivery. Speaker, what the mayor is saying, what Good is saying, we are not sure what we must say to the mayor. What is it that the mayor has actually addressed? In our opinion, the mayor is not touching on any issues that matters to the community. In fact, the mayor is just doing the opposite. We are not happy. Service delivery is not taking place. In our community. At this point, Good must say, Speaker, we are very, very disappointed with the mayoral address in 2022, and it seems as if hard work is lying ahead for the opposition to make sure that this governing party delivers to the community at all times. What we have heard today was a wholehearted disappointment from a mayor that only represents a certain part of our community in George. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sapti. The next to speak on this issue is, or the mail address is the PBI.
Yeah, Speaker, our sincere condolences to the 4-year-old that has been electrocuted in Temeletu due to the neglect of municipal infrastructure. Also, heartfelt condolences to the family and children of Comrade Royland that have passed on.
Okay.
And we trust that the Holy Spirit will comfort them. Speaker, we are equally disappointed in the speech of the mayor. 2 points. Sanzi has now exceeded or conceded that some private residents are using what they call conservancy tanks. We call it septic tanks. And it has been known for a long time that these citizens are using their own private tanks and leading their sewage into the ocean or into the river. The question is, and I want the mayor to answer on this, what did the staff do for the last 7 years, the municipal staff, in order to monitor that? Because trucks are normally sent to these houses to empty the tanks. And since those tanks are not being emptied anymore, where are those reports? What did they report back? And how are they dealing with it? Because certainly somebody must know where this sewage is going. That is the one thing, but we have exposed this a corrupt tendency on Friday's march when we were speaking about the septic tanks that were not emptied. And now suddenly you're coming back with conservancy tanks. This is just merely to cover up. We want to ask you, since you are confessing that this is happening in this municipality, what is this municipality going to do with regard to those citizens? Because certainly you must invoke the NEMA Act and charge those citizens for these type of practices polluting our ocean and our water. Then the other point is, I sincerely hope not. You've singled out community services and protection services. I sincerely hope not that you will hand over certificates to those law enforcement officials that have manhandled, assaulted, harassed women and children at the Huayne River Beach, because that will be a travesty of justice when you do that. It's a disservice that they've done to the community of Packersdorp and of the entire George and region, and we condemn it in the strongest terms. With regard to the clean audit, I implore you to invite the officials of the Auditor General to the George Municipality in a workshop with us, so that they explain to us, so that they give us the management report, because we don't see the management report in our item. We don't know what they've singled out, so that we can question them on their clean audit, because in terms of our understanding, George cannot afford or cannot be afforded a clean audit in the midst of all the corruption and the maladministration that's happening at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your promptness on that, Alderman. The next person to speak on this matter is the EFF. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't dwell much on what has been said here with the speaker, by the speakers that are coming up. Yeah, the only thing that matters is the service delivery for our people. And as the speakers said that the mayor didn't touch to that, the main thing that is concerned about is the 1.17 billion of water department. And then nothing was touched on based on service delivery, because as the speaker said here, there are many areas that have sewage leakages, and then they never attended to. And then we as a public representative, we try by all means to communicate such issues with the municipal, but they never responded to those issues. And in our areas, since the previous speakers said about the electrocuted child, it's because of the ignorance of the municipality. And the municipality, these issues have been tabled long ago to the municipality. That's where that's when the lack of e-service delivery occurs, and then it leads to such tragedies to our communities. Because if these matters have been resolved long ago, there should be no loss of a soul in our areas. So I think the mayoral speech was only based on the water and the BFI and the completion of the project based on the money that is allocated by the National Treasury. None of the basic service deliveries that were mentioned by the mayor in his speech. So I think the mayoral address was not up to of our expectations. So it's very sad. It's very sad. It's very sad to hear that the mayor didn't even mention none of the basic needs of our communities. We can't allow a situation whereby our people run over the sewages. But we said there is a municipalities. And then on that of the clean audit, I do agree with the Adam and Gerike. We need some we need a workshop whereby the municipal
Time, Councillor.
Sorry.
I said your time is up. Can you close, please?
So I think it should happen like that, as Adam and Gerike said. We should be given time with the report, audit report, and the municipal report, so that because on our terms there is no municipal report.
Can you wrap up, please? Councillor, you finished? I've asked you to wrap up.
Yes, as I said, on our items, there is no municipal report. It's only the audit report, which
okay.
Yes, which we cannot balance it because.
Okay, Councillor, your time is up. We've taken note of that. We'll take note of that and we'll send it to the mayor for that. Alderman Gerike, your hand is up. May I ask for what reason?
Yeah, Speaker, I just want to ask, can IT connect me? Sorry for the interruption. I'm using my own data all the time and I'm really struggling. I had the computer there.
Noted, I'll
somebody
contact you.
Hey?
I'll get them to contact you and to connect you with the other one.
Yeah, but I'm on my phone now. But let them see if they can call me on the laptop, please. Thank you.
I'll do that. IT, take note, please. Our next speaker in this item is the ACDP. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. Speaker, I want to start with thanking our Mayor for a comprehensive and detailed report that is given us. And then congratulations on the clean audit report. That is for sure a post that we get there. And Speaker, yes, I'm not going to be long. On the sewage tanks that's not been serviced regularly, resulting in the rivers that's being polluted and the people can't swim in the rivers and etc. Thank you for taking these problems under investigation and to resolve these problems, Speaker. This is of great concern to the ACDP. And another thing on the water, yes, water is very, 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 very urgent, and we can't go without water. The water treatment working at 100% capacity. It's a very great concern for the ACDP because if something must go wrong with our water treatment work, we are in serious trouble, and this can end up into a disaster because then we won't have any drinking water in George, and that is of great concern, Speaker. And I will conclude with that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next one to speak on this issue is the PA, Councillor Smart. You have 3 minutes.
Good day, Speaker. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Also, thank you to the Mayor for his address. However, the address lacks a lot of, things, good things. I, however, would like to congratulate, the municipal manager and the administration for the clean audit. But our people cannot eat a clean audit, and service delivery cannot come, from a clean audit. Therefore, it lacks, his report lacks a lot of, good service delivery for all the citizens of George. We can clearly see now as the PA that we are now divided into classes in George. Where you get the privileged, the not so privileged, the marginalized, still the marginalized, and still the disadvantaged classes. So it's no longer just about race anymore. So you can see now that certain classes get better services than the other classes. Yes, I can just elect for a better word, if I can call it that. So we see now where the priorities of the ruling party lies. And, you know, we know bad times when bad times arrive, and we can live through bad times when it comes. So yes, maybe to the ACDP, the water is a must thing. But you know, for us who know how to live with unclean water, how to cook, water when it's polluted and stuff like that, and drink, so we can survive. We will survive, our Georgians. So the mail address is not inclusive. Increasing law enforcement is, the Plains Maya is not so, it's not so clear cut to where you're going to use these law enforcements and what are they going to do, because experience showed us that there's a lot of arrogance amongst the law enforcement department, and should be addressed, and it should be addressed with vigorously. Unemployment is very rife in our beautiful George. And again, we will keep the ruling party to account because of this report. There are some, just 2 or 3 things that stand out of this report. But Mayor, we as the PA will give our support. Should you, need assistance going forward and ideas, we will give our ideas. Thank you so much, Speaker, for the time allocated to us.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on this item is the Freedom Front Plus. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, first and foremost, our gratitude to the municipal team for their commitment and determination in facing the recent water crisis, which we all shared with them. Long hours, real true dedication, and we are almost there. Then further, with regards to the mayoral speech, mayoral address, pollution will always be a threat. But we believe that with applying proper action against identified perpetrators, it might act as a deterrent to others not to try and take shortcuts and to adhere to the present legislation processes which are in place. Then many problems faced on a day-to-day basis is in our municipal management. This is a direct result of a non-adherence or disregardance to the municipal bylaws. We feel, and we are of the opinion, that all municipal bylaws should be revisited and more attention should be focused on the constant implementation and enforcement of such bylaws. Then you won't find drinking on beaches, dogs deterrence, and all the other bylaws that is transgressed on a daily basis. As for the audit report results, heartily congratulations to all the role players there. It's an excellent performance that we see here, and this achievement can just pave the way for us to follow for the year to come. Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, I've listened to many serious allegations made which was not founded or any substantiation was laid as a basis to such allegations, and without pointing fingers at any person, I do feel that should such serious allegations is laid in front of the door of the mayor, that there should be a formal follow-up to that to establish the facts and to address those allegations that is found to be founded. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Freedom Front Plus. The last to speak on this is the reply from the DA.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, colleagues in the administration, Executive Mayor. I would just like to put a quote on the table today. I don't know who was responsible for the quote, but I think we should take note of it. You will always be criticized by those that cannot or that's not in a position to do better than what you are doing. End my quote. Mayor, I'm well aware that you have sent your condolences to the Royland family and also to the family that was with the electricity child that fatal accident that happened last week, and I'm sure that you know that your heart is in the right place when it comes to these things. But I also need to emphasize that councillors have a responsibility to
Are you
report.
replying on the mayor address or are you addressing me?
Councillor Faith, please.
To report illegal connections, because this is when these fatal accidents happen, and we don't really need this in any community in George, and people's lives are too valuable to have them ended by illegal and unlawful connections, as far as that's concerned. And then I would also like to say that we all know what happened with the Tow River, and that George municipality is actually not really responsible for the Tow River. So the investigation, the properties, there have been a number of properties have been identified, and the investigations are underway. So regarding that, so then water. Firstly, I have to applaud you and the team that foresee the problem that we will have in future with George, as far as the water was comprised. Water is life, and without water we cannot live. Nobody will survive without water. So the importance of water is nobody can emphasize how important it is. So the infrastructure grant, the bulk infrastructure grant, is really something welcome, and I'm sure the George people, all the residents in George, will support us with the efforts to save water. They have done it before, and I'm sure they'll do it in future again. This is going
Point of order, Mayor. Speaker.
Councillor Sapto, I recognize your voice. Please do not interrupt. I asked nicely beforehand. I have seen your hand, and I will let you speak when she's finished speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Just please take in consideration the time that I'm losing because of the interruptions. So let us. We've also got teams that are basically looking into water leaks. Let us support these teams by reporting water. When you go past a property and you see water running, and we know it's residents that are indigent people that cannot afford to basically fix those water leaks, let us report it, because we have a responsibility to take good care of our water resources. And then then I would like to say, indeed, we had a wonderful season, and I think George people need to sort of start realizing that we have to embrace our tourists, and that we have to embrace our tourists and make them feel welcome, because it's long needed support that we got from them. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Keep up under your leadership, keep up the good work, and so once again, congratulate you and the team. Thank you so much.
Time.
Councillor Hector, please. I'm going to ask you nicely.
No, 30 secondes extra gegee hoor.
Councillor Hector, I'm asking you very nicely. That's the first warning. If you do not acknowledge the fact that I'm talking to you, that I will say when time is up, and I've done it fairly to everybody. Thank you very much. Can we now please move on? The applications for leave. Are there any applications for leave?
Yes, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Councillor Jacques is so submitted an apology.
Thank you very much. Please bear with me for 1 second. I see there's a hand up which is not coming up on the list for some reason, and I've gone through and I don't see any other hands. Councillor Gericke, you're on hold. I don't know if that's your hand that is showing, but please could you put it down? I'm now going to continue with the attendance register. If I call your name, please answer. And may I ask all the administration staff to please put in the chat box acknowledge your presence, please. Starting off with Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, Councillor America,
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
thank you. Councillor Barnard,
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor Brown,
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor Buys,
Speaker teenwoordig. Ek kan Lorraine gebruik die laptop saam want my wifi wil nie werk nie, Speaker. Baie dankie.
Councillor Clark,
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor Cronje,
Morning, President Speaker.
Councillor De Tooy,
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Eerste has made an excuse or asked to be excused. Councillor Fichland, ED.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor Fichland, RG.
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor Fry,
Goedemorgen, Speaker. Teenwoordig.
Alderman Gericke.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Gom,
Molweni, ndikhona, Speaker.
thank you. Councillor Greef,
Goeiemôre Speaker, teenwoordig.
Councillor Gultig,
Morning, Speaker. Councillor Gultig present.
Councillor Hani,
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Councillor Hazer, Councillor Faith, please put your microphone off. Councillor Hazer,
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Hill,
Present, Speaker. Good morning.
thank you. Councillor Jantjies,
Very good morning, Speaker.
thank you. Councillor JE,
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
thank you. Councillor Johnson,
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
thank you. Councillor Kleinhans,
Teenwoordig. Goeiemôre, Speaker.
Alderman Kritzinger,
Morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor Kruger,
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor Lento,
Morning, Speaker. Ndikhona.
Councillor Lose,
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
sorry, Councillor Hector, I think I accidentally missed you. I apologize. Councillor Hector,
Yeah.
is that your reply, Councillor?
What is the procedure, Speaker, to announce my presence here in the meeting? Ek sê vir jou ja. Jy vra vir my, ek sê vir jou ja.
Councillor Hector, I can be addressed as the speaker, please, and not ya. Thank you. Councillor Kruger,
Kruger present. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Lento,
Present, Speaker. Molweni.
thank you. Councillor Lawson, Councillor Lawson, Councillor Low, NM,
Goeiemôre, teenwoordig.
Councillor Low, RMI,
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Mantlele, Councillor Mantlele, Councillor Mbete,
Morning Speaker, present.
thank you. Councillor Mdaka, ET,
Morning, Speaker. Ndikhona.
thank you. Councillor Mdaka, F, Thank you. Councillor Murumkule. Thank you. Councillor Nkamile.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Neetling.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. I'm here.
Councillor Niehaus.
Môre Speaker, ek is hier so, dankie.
Councillor Ntondini.
Present, Speaker.
Alderman Petrus.
Môre Speaker, teenwoordig.
Councillor Katana.
Morning, Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Kampi.
Present, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rulofse. Councillor Rulofse.
Good morning, everybody. Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Suffers.
Good morning, Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Subtu.
Present, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Simmers.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Councillor, could I ask you to put your volume off on the other device? It is echoing. Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Present, Speaker.
I am present, I hope. Councillor Titus.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Toto.
What?
Sorry, Councillor Toto, are you present? Councillor van Niekerk.
Good morning, Present, Speaker.
Alderman van Wyk.
Present, Speaker. Morning.
Thank you. Councillor van Brandes.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Good morning, Present, Speaker.
Councillor Windvaai.
Good morning, Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Adams, I see your hand is up. Is that to say you're present? Councillor Adams, your hand is up. Is that to announce your presence? I take it he has problems. Thank you. Alderman Gericke, your hand is up.
Speaker, my hand was up earlier, but the IT department worked on my equipment. I actually wanted to have a point of clarity on the serious allegation that Councillor van Niekerk was talking about, if you allow me, because I just heard the tail end of it. But what are the serious allegations?
Alderman, the message was that it would be sent through if the allegations were there. We cannot debate further. We've all had our turn to speak on the mayoral address. I would request that you then take it up with Alderman van Niekerk. I'm also not aware of anything, but you are welcome to take it up with Councillor van Niekerk afterwards. He just made mention
Yeah,
of it.
Speaker, now
yeah.
I understand. The thing is, the mayor has conceded to problems with the septic tanks. And we state the fact. We cannot be threatened when we do our work in council. That's the point. Thank you.
I understand, Councillor. And as I'm saying to you, we cannot have a debate after the fact of the mayoral address. And I'm asking you to address your question directly to Councillor van Niekerk for his...
No, I will not address him. I will not address it to him. I've got no business with him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Subtu.
It's point of clarity, Speaker.
On the attendance register, Councillor.
Yes, and on the agenda, Speaker.
Councillor, we haven't got to the agenda yet, so I don't understand the point of clarity. But
yeah, I want to bring under your attention something, Speaker.
Please do.
Yeah, Speaker, we received at 10 to 8 this morning, I received an SMS stating that a notice is given that a complete agenda is only being distributed at midnight last night. I wanted to know if you were aware of this and if you were aware of the fact that the link that we received was not workable. We couldn't open it. A link was received on Saturday with the AFS and all the other stuff, which we also couldn't open. And at midnight last night, we received an SMS saying only now the complete agenda has been distributed. Let me first check if you are aware of all these difficulties that we are facing, Speaker, because the initial agenda that was distributed was 878 pages. This one that's being distributed now is over 1,300 pages, Speaker. In reality, it means that we have only been able to go through or to read the agenda and those points that you are mentioning from this morning, actually. So we really didn't have a chance to peruse the items within the agenda. Are you aware of these things? Firstly, let me check that, Speaker.
Councillor, I am aware of it, and I am going to be making an announcement regarding that a bit later in this agenda under the items at the discretion of the Speaker. We are aware of it, and I will address that during that period. Thank you.
But certainly, you cannot expect a Speaker to give a meaningful.
Things will become clearer when I speak about it during the later part of this meeting. Thank you. Councillor Viljoen.
Chairperson, can I just bring it to your attention that two colleagues are battling with their mute buttons or unmute buttons rather. They've both indicated their presence in the chat box. It's Councillors Adams and Councillor Lose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Alderman Gericke, your hand is still up. I presume that that's an old hand because it's still in the first position here.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You can move on, please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lowe. Is it a point of clarity?
Speaker, nee, ek gebruik Councillor Lowe se laptop omdat ons is uit die meeting, 3 van ons councillors is uit die meeting uit. Maar ek wil net onder die aandag bring Councillor Types, laat sy net bevestig sy is in die meeting. En dan die volgende dan wil ons nog gesê dat ons is op van ons laptops af as ons uit die meeting uit. So kan daarna gekyk word asseblief. Ek nou 3 keer probeer om te rejoin, maar elke keer gaan ons uit. Dankie.
IT, please could you address this and contact the councillor directly? Thank you. Moving on.
Ek maar net jou input verloor gehad want ek het my man
Sorry,
staan by af.
microphone unmuted. Would you like me to mute all of them? Your microphone, please.
Maar as niemand kom terug na my toe nie en foto's en ek kan nie die hele tyd daar by afop staan nie. So ek het en Shane is responsible genoeg en hy het ook nie geld vir Sally nie en ek weet nie of ek die moet dat gaan haal nie, so ek weet nie.
Councillor Nkamile, can we please move on?
Yes, Speaker. I've asked in the beginning of the meeting the translator because I want to hear everything that is said by my colleague. And then you said you noted, but still the meeting is carrying on without any translator. So please, Speaker.
All right. Could the translator please translate all the Afrikaans to English or to Xhosa, please?
Councillor Jelly ebechaza ukubana i-IT ijonge indaba yabo ye-laptop ngoba kaloku ikhona ingxaki ekhoyo imane kucima uthi uyasokola funeka kuphinde kurejoyinwe. Speaker wamxelela ukhansila bana uzawuxela i-IT ukuba i-IT mayijonge kakuhle indaba yoba akwazi ukuphinda amane erejoyina. Yiyo ke into ebithethiwe ke ye-Afrikaans ibingukhansila J.
Thank you very much. Are you happy, Councillor?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the translator.
My pleasure. Moving on, official notices. There are none. Disclosure of interest by councillors. According to item 5 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, and the disclosure of benefits by municipal staff members, item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. Do we have any disclosures? I presume that is none. We'll move on. Item 6. Sorry, I can hear an echo. I can hear myself. Item 6, minutes of the previous meetings, an ordinary e-council meeting held on the 26th of November, 2021. Do we have a proposer?
Barnard will propose, Speaker.
Do we have a seconder?
America second.
Thank you very much. Item 6.2, minutes of the special e-council meeting held on the 9th of December, pages 59 to 102. Do we have a proposer?
Barnard will propose, Speaker.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Hector, could you please ensure that your microphone stays muted? Thank you.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Ek sien geen hand nie, Councillor.
Can I speak, Speaker?
If you just push your hand up so I can see that it's up, because I don't see any hand, Councillor, honestly.
Speaker, can I proceed?
In connection with what is this, Councillor? If I may ask, is it a point of clarity or a point of, is there something about the minutes that you found incorrect?
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor, I'm listening.
Speaker, on that item, on the confidential items of 9 December, I just want to bring in the following rectification that was omitted in the minutes, please.
What is your rectification, Councillor?
Yes, Speaker. I raised the issue in the meeting. It was about I think the item was about the councillors that was in the arrears of municipal accounts. So I raised in the meeting that on the 8th of December 2021, a day before the item on arrear municipal account served in council meeting, I made a payment in full settlement of my account. On the morning of the council meeting, I emailed the proof of payment to the CFO, to which he responded 8 minutes later.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Of receipt of payment, Speaker. When the item served, there were vigorous debates on this matter, whereby myself as well as other opposition councillors indicated our objection to add to the fact that
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Councillor, if I may ask, you going through the minutes, and I am aware of all the stuff. If I could just correct you there, Councillor, if I may.
Yes, it's not reflecting in the minutes.
Okay.
So it's
Can
not
we just have that reflected in the minutes? I will make sure that they're reflected in the minutes. Councillor Adams, your hand is up. Is there a point of clarity, please? We're talking about the minutes.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Hello, Speaker. I just want to say that I'm present, Speaker. I couldn't earlier because I was struggling to
Point of order, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Hector, your hand is not up, Councillor Sabtu, and I'm not going to allow people to shout.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillor, you can put your hand up to raise a point of order. You can put your hand up so we don't interfere with people, please.
Okay, I'm raising my hand. Speaker, point of order.
I've seen your hand, Councillor. Please don't tell me when to recognize you.
Yes,
I have a number of hands.
to my point of order, Speaker.
Councillor, I'm asking you twice. This is a first warning. I will listen to you. There are more hands ahead of yours. This is your first warning. Please do not interrupt me. I will listen to your hands and they are ordered to be done. Thank you. Alderman van Wyk, your hand is up. Is it a point of order or a point of clarity, Alderman?
Speaker, it's a point of order. The confidential minutes only get dealt with under 15.2, not now, so there shouldn't be anybody speaking on 15.2 at this stage of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Noted. Councillor
Speaker, I
Sutton.
raised a point of order.
What is your point of order? The name and number, and please read it to me.
Yeah, no, Speaker, I just want to raise in terms of what you said earlier, that you will control the meeting, you'll allow that somebody's on the floor not to be interrupted. Yet, Speaker, I want you to note your biasness in allowing the Chief Whip of the DA to interrupt. Thank you.
Councillor, I'm not even going to answer that question. Thank you very much. We'll move on. The minutes of this of the special council meeting has been done. 6.2. Moving on to item 7, minutes of the executive mayor in committee meetings, pages 104 to 176. Do we have a proposer?
Councillor Mbete proposed.
Councillor von Branders and Councillor von Mbete seconds. 7.1.1 minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee meetings, July 21. Proposer?
Councillor Goltig.
Okay, Councillor Goltig.
Councillor van Niekerk, second.
Okay, Councillor van Niekerk seconds. Minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee on the August 2021. Proposer?
I'll propose, Speaker.
Alderman
Leon
van
Wyk.
thank you.
I second, Speaker.
1 second, please. I have a hand up. Alderman Gericke, is it a point of order, a point of clarity on the meetings?
No, it's a point of clarity, Speaker. But you've moved on from the item, so I will stand over to the matters discussion of the Speaker, because I wanted to raise something on the minutes of the mayoral committee. If you allow me to do it now, I can do it, but I will then be able to stand over.
Thank you. I'll stand over then. Councillor Smart, is it a point of order, a point of clarity?
Point of clarity, Speaker. I saw the minutes was in August 2021. Isn't it just there for noting purposes, Speaker?
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Yes. Items for 2021 are just for noting, obviously, but there are councillors that were present at that stage, so they could second and note that as well. The minutes of the Credit Control Steering Alderman Gericke, your hand is up again.
No, sorry, it's an old hand, sorry.
Thank you. And Councillor Smart, can you put your hand down as well, please?
Speaker, we've lost sound. Are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry, my fault. Everybody's mics are on except mine. Councillors, could you please control your microphones? Thank you. Moving on to item 7.1.3, sorry. The minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee meeting September to November. Are we going to take note of that then, please?
We're proposing, thank you.
Speaker, sorry, I'm on the speaker's list for this item. I think council has the prerogative to write off debt, bad debt, and it's not for noting, it's for adoption. So
apologies. I'm sorry.
I would like us to adopt the recommendations as it is on page, what page is it? 119, I think, if I don't have it wrong. So please, can we adopt the recommendations? It's for council to resolve. Thank you. The other two items was also for council to resolve. Thank you.
Speaker, we've lost you again.
Just a second, please. Councillors, if it serves me correctly, the minutes of the executive mayoral in committee, the minutes need to be brought to council as an item, and then it can be discussed. on these matters. So what the result is, it's and I'm going to ask Advocate van Schalkwyk to just give me some guidance here. As far as I know, the minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee needs to be brought as all these items need to be brought to council as items. We're basically approving the minutes of the credit control meeting of council. Is that right, Mr. Advocate van Schalkwyk?
That's correct, Speaker. It's only for noting now. The item should come to council on that.
Thank you very much. Alderman, Councillor Subtu, your hand is up. Is it a point of clarity?
2 points, Speaker. The first one, Speaker, anything that comes to council can be up for discussion when we need to raise it. The second one, Speaker, I'm noting that you are allowing Councillor Kritzinger just to continue speaking without you even acknowledging a speaker. Whilst when the opposition is speaking or wants to speak, you first have to acknowledge them. And I want you to just note your biasness there, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Subtu. So noted. I will take note of that. Councillors, I need to bring your attention to item 17.3. No proposal or discussion shall be allowed on the minutes except as to their accuracy. Now, I'm going to move on from this now. Councillor J.E., I see your hand is up. Is that a point of order or a point of clarity?
Point of clarity, Speaker. Thank you. Ek wou net clarity gehad het oor die minutes. Sien dat daar spasie gemaak was vir spreekbeurde gegee vir wese vir mense om te praat. Gaan ons stil op hierdie items kan praat of gaan dit net vir kennisname wees? Dankie.
Councillor Jolike uthi ufuna uqonda into yobana malunga nezithethe ezikhoyo apha ingaba nabanye abantu bazawunikwa ithuba kaze bathethe kwezi items zithile.
Councillor, my knowledge is, and the rulings are basically that it is incorrectly put like that. The minutes to all meetings are not for debate. They are purely for noting, and the item must come to council for a resolution to take place. As there are no resolutions regarding minutes as per se. It's only for the accuracy of those minutes.
Yeah, Speaker.
Alderman Kierika, I don't see your hand up. I see Councillor J.E. and I see Councillor Alderman Kritzinger. Councillor J.E.
Sorry, dit was 'n ou hand. Dis 'n ou hand, sorry.
Lady Kritzinger, Alderman Kritzinger, I see your hand is up. Is it a point of clarity or a point of order?
Yes, Chair. Sorry about that. It is a point of clarity. First of all, I would just like to say my name is on the speakers list. Firstly, I did not speak out of turn. Then secondly, I would like to just get clarity on this because I'm totally confused now. These are the minutes of the mayoral in committee that was held in January. I know that, I realize that and everything, but those items need to be adopted by council. And council basically adopts all decisions that were taken or items that were before that committee. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm confused because that is what we've done in the past, that we have to adopt because it is resolved to recommend to council. So I cannot think and I cannot recall that we've had items of this kind that came apart from the minutes that we've adopted. We've got to adopt the minutes of the mayoral committee. So I don't think we're going to get an extra item. I'm not sure. I'm asking because now I'm totally confused and I'm not 100% sure. So can we please just get the right advice or the right information? Thank you, so that we can work accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate van Schalkwyk.
If there's no debate, then you can adopt. The moment that you start debating, it's contrary to the rules of order. So you can't do that, then an item must come to council on this.
Thank you. Alderman Kierika.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think my mind was read somehow or the other, because this is a gross point of concern. The minutes coming to this council, and then we must just approve the minutes and move on without debating the minutes. This was exactly the point that I said I will stand over to the speaker's point on the agenda. The fact of the matter is here that you are dealing with massive reports and decisions that have been taken on a micro level, and then suddenly these items are sneaked into a council and we cannot talk on the items. This is what we've been told at the WIPS meeting. And in many instances, these items contain critical information that we let go by, and we don't have a say in this. The correct procedure should be that we're taking the points out of the previous minutes and put points on the agenda for discussion for that matter. Because if we don't do it, we approve, I mean, we are drawn into micro decisions without being in that meeting. And by the way, the mayor has got wat hulle noem afhandelingsbevoegdheid in the MICO. So they must conclude their business there and come to this council and report on what they are doing. They mustn't come with reports and allow us to compromise council on their decisions. It's not legal. It's illegitimate to do this.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand, Councillor, and thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. And that's exactly why I'm saying, and having discussed it with the advocate, the minutes of the council can be brought to council and adopted, because and then an item should come to council to discuss the minutes of that for debate. At no place can we discuss minutes to that, for the simple reason that they are there to prove the clarity and the correctness of the minutes. I'm therefore going to
Speaker, no, it's not as easy as that. The fact of the matter is council, this platform, cannot be drawn into the business of the MICO unless this council has insight in that business. And for us to have insight in this business is to bring an item to this council of what has been discussed in that MICO, and not reports for approval or condonation.
All right. Therefore, okay, I'm going to move back to item 7.1. 1.1, I apologize. I may have made a mistake there.
It's not locked. Could you
sorry,
please
somebody is talking.
Please, because there's people standing there to be registered.
Hello? Sorry, can somebody...
All, parked in all.
Councillor...
Okay.
Councillor... Neethling, your microphone is on, please.
Sorry.
All right, Councillor Alderman Gericke, I take note of what you said. I'm going to be moving back to 7.1. I apologize for the oversight from my side. And I'm going to move back to 7.1, and the person to bring this in is Councillor Wessels.
Hi, thank you, Speaker. This item is for Council to approve the write-off of certain debts that's irrecoverable. The total of this amounts to 2.145 million, and the recommendation is on page 110 and 111. So I propose as such. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor J.E., your microphone is unmuted. I'm going to ask you again to please ensure that your mic is off while the other people are talking. Thank you. Councillor Lowe, I'm going to warn you for the first time that your microphone is not muted. That is an official warning. I'm naming you once to control your microphone. Councillor Lowe, your second warning. Please, your microphone is on and we cannot continue with the meeting. Thank you.
Speaker.
Your mic is not on, Councillor J.E. I can see your hand, but I'm waiting for Councillor Lowe to switch your microphone off, please.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Councillor Subtu, please, I'm asking you for the second time. Do not put your mic on and ask for a point of clarity. We're doing this in an orderly fashion. and you seem to think that by calling it out the whole time, you're making it better. I can see your hands. I have the ability to see all the hands, Councillor. Councillor Nkamile, your hand is up. Is it a point of clarity on what Councillor Wessels has said, or a point of order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Point of clarity, Speaker. First of all, I think we must be treated the same, all of us. I've been raising my hand for a while, and then some councillors just barge in and then talk, and then you don't call them into order. When it is done by us.
Please get to your point of order. Can you please get to your point of order?
I need a clarity, Speaker, man, regarding this form of communication. You can see this thing, even you yourself, you have done some error, of which we are dealing with sensitive issues that concerns our communities. And then I would like to plead with you, at least we must find another alternative to deal with such ordinary council meeting. We have a hall there, we have a community hall.
Councillor,
Councillor,
nothing to do with the item, please. I'm asking you, this has nothing to do with the item.
It's a point of clarity. If you can do such mistakes and then such errors, what do you expect from us, Speaker? We can't carry on like this. At least we must find another alternative now.
Councillor, please. We are talking to the item. Nothing else at this stage of the game. If you have a point of clarity on what Councillor Wessels said, we can continue. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I'm going to mute you. Thank you. Councillor Alderman Gericke.
Yeah, Speaker, on this item. Yes.
Do you have a point of clarity from what the Wessels?
I want to ask you clarity on this item. Now that you said there was an oversight and you reverted back to Councillor Dirk Wessels, we haven't put our names on the speakers list for this item. Would we be able to speak on this item now, please?
Councillor, unfortunately, the speakers' items had everything in. The other councillors and everybody had their time. You've already allocated your time to other items.
But I mean, you are right. But I mean, this item has not been on our speakers list for discussion. That is the problem.
Councillor, I tend to disagree with you. The speakers list that I have here, and as I said, I made an oversight to that. There is a speakers list that has already been made out. The ANC and the Good have already put their names to it.
Okay, Speaker,
so
then can I raise a...
Incomplete.
I understand. I understand. Can I raise a point of clarity, please?
You may raise a point of clarity on what Councillor Wessels said, yes.
Okay, resolve to point on this recommendation that the special indigent applications, new applications, tenants on owner's account, valued at 1.1 million rand for July 2021 be approved for write-offs. I just want to ask from Councillor Wessels through the chair. The council's policy does not make provision for tenants to qualify for indigent on owner's land. How are we dealing with this? In terms of which policy are we dealing with this? Because if a tenant rents from an owner, the owner is primarily responsible for his account and not the tenant. How do we understand this item then, sir?
Councillor Wessels, if you may answer.
Speaker, sorry, I broke up there for some other reason. Can the question be repeated, please?
May I, Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker?
Just your question, Alderman.
Councillor Wessels, the resolve to recommend to Council, point A, that 4.1 special council meeting, special applications, new applications, tenants and owners of count, valued at 1.1 million rand for July 2020 approved for write-offs. Now, the question is that at the present moment, Council's policy does not make provision to write anything if a tenant, there is an owner other than a tenant. So how is it that we are writing off tenants' debts here now on property of a legit? In other words, the owner
Okay.
doesn't qualify for indigence, but now the tenant qualifies. But the policy doesn't make provision for it, sir.
Okay. Speaker, can I answer that?
You may, Councillor. Keep it short, please.
Thank you. Speaker, it can just be confirmed by administration, but I do believe that the policy does make provision for discretion. So that is how it's treated. So that, yeah, I don't know if that makes if that makes any if that answers the question, but as I say, the policy does not necessarily stipulate tenants, but it does leave discretion for tenants in these properties to qualify as indigents, and then we can write those off.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we? That question is answered. Thank you, Alderman Gericke. Can we move on, please, Councillor?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Gericke, I'll give you in a minute. Answers are done.
Speaker, there's a lot of disruption here. I mean, can you handle this, please?
I've just muted them. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say in conclusion, the policy distinctly states that the owner is responsible primarily for his account. There's no room for discretion. It is a policy of council, and we need more clarity on this because it has got dire implications for many owners that cannot afford their accounts, and their accounts are given over for a legal process. But now we see here that some people may qualify as tenants for indigent. It needs proper investigation, please.
I will take note of that and then ask the council. I'm not going to take any more questions on this. We still have two people to speak on this item. The ANC, Councillor Gorm, you have 1 minute, and Good has 1 minute to talk on their item. Councillor Gorm, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. But Speaker, before I go into this item, I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Virgil asked. This thing on
the question has already been asked and answered.
No, Speaker, can you let me finish first? I would like for this item just to be taken back so that we can get the clarity from Derek Vessels, as he was saying he's going to ask the administration about this thing because he cannot answer the question.
Councillor, these are minutes to a meeting. They should just be noted and an item be brought back. I'm basically going according to the speakers list at this stage of the game, because the speakers list did give 1 minute. So you have 1 minute to discuss this item, please, and then we'll move on.
But Speaker, how can we approve something that we are not clear of?
Well, that is the point that I said just now, Councillor. We cannot approve the minutes as the resolutions as such because they are minutes, and you weren't privy to those minutes. So therefore, the minutes cannot be approved by council as such. An item needs to be brought to council. And that's exactly what I said. So we cannot approve. We are wasting council's time by discussing this now when it's minutes, when an item should be brought to council regarding those the decisions that need to be resolved by council. We can't have minutes approved by council because they're not supposed to be debated in the minutes.
Okay, no, we noted this item as the ANC. Thank you. Speaker, can you hear me? I'm having problems here.
Speaker, you muted currently.
Sorry, whoever that was, I heard you, yes. Thank you. I've taken note of your notification. Alderman van Wyk.
Speaker, I think we've got to get clarity on what is taking place here now. Because MACO deals with items, and certain of those items MACO will dispose of and approve. That is the minutes that have been approved on MACO. However, there are certain items that come to MACO that are authority council. So in other words, council ultimately has to authorize the writing off of these credit control items that we are dealing with in 7.1, 7.12 and 7.13, as well as 7.14 and 7.15. Now, so what we have here is the opportunity for parties to speak as they've indicated beforehand, those who wish to speak on these items at this stage. Where we have debt that is in the name of an account holder who may well be a tenant in a property where they have possibly inherited a property from parents who are no longer alive. And it is those accounts that are in arrears that then come to the Credit Control Steering Committee, and that committee then makes a decision to recommend the writing off of that outstanding debt. And that is the process that is before us now. I'd hope that the administration could have explained this so that we don't need to go through this whole protracted exercise. Because all that is taking place now is council is now ultimately giving the authority to write off these items that had come through MACO. I hope that helps the matter. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Councillor Subtu, your hand is up, and I see good as an opportunity to speak for a minute. So I'm not quite sure why your hand is up.
Yeah, Speaker, my hand is up because I've asked for a point of clarity and you said I must wait until you acknowledge me. I'm still waiting up until now. Can I continue with my point of clarity, Speaker?
Continue with your point of,
Speaker,
your point of clarity, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. My point of clarity with regard to the muting and unmuting, Speaker, where people are just being unmuted and we hear a lot of noises and so on. Speaker, I want by your own admission to put to the House and for the record that you are the sole person that have the means to mute or unmute people where we don't know, Speaker. So we don't know if that people is unmuting themselves, are we unmuting ourselves, or if you possibly can unmute us as well, and that may as well jeopardize us because you have sole control over that. Speaker, I'm just putting it on record. Thank you for clarity.
You may do, and I will answer. I am not unmuting anybody. I have no reason to unmute people to make a disarray of this meeting. Thank you very much.
But we don't know that, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, just for the record.
Thank you very much. Noted. Councillor J.E., could your speaker for the item please have their 1 minute?
Ek weet nie of jy my hand kan sien die hele tyd nie. Hy is nou al seker vir 5 minute op. Maar anyway, kan ek praat, Speaker?
Is it a point of clarity or a point of order, Councillor?
No. Speaker?
Is it a point of clarity or a point of order, Councillor?
Speaker?
I'm here. I'm listening to you, Councillor, and I'm talking to you. Is it a point of order or a point of clarity?
Yes, there are no solutions.
Richard Hector se laptop gebruik want ons is alweer ek is weer uit. Ons wil net clarity hê, Speaker. U het vroeër 2 keer vir Councillor Lou waarskuwings gegee. Ons weet nie watter Lou waarna u verwys het nie. En die rede oor ook iets gespreek van sy mikrofoon, wat is sy mikrofoon is aan of haar mikrofoon is aan. Ek wil net onder die aandag bring. Wanneer ons wat noem mense ding se word uit en in gaan in hierdie vergaderings. Sodra iemand weer aanskakel, dan gaan die ding outomaties weer aan. Dis nie dat ons opsetlik dit doen nie. Dis nie dat ons weet hierdie vergadering is baie belangrik. Baie dankie.
Noted, Councillor. Alderman
Councillor G. befuna nje ucacisa ke into yobana into eyenzekileyo malunga nemayiki kakhansela lo uthi kaloku njengoba simane siphuma singayazi into yobana sikhutshwa yintoni okanye simane singena, so xa siphinde sarayithi izenzekele ubana ivakale imayiki yethu. Funa nje ucacisa uba ibalulekile intlanganiso futhi ke asenzi ngabomi ukuba iimayiki zethu mazihlale zi-on.
Okay, Speaker, can I say something?
You may, Councillor, and then keep it
Thanks.
short.
I'm so sorry about it. I just want to allude to what the mayor has just said regarding the MACO. In the MACO agenda, if you go back to the original MACO minutes, though these 3 items or these 7.1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 items were numbered 5.11.1 or 5.11. It was a completely different number in the MACO agenda. And then when it became the authority of council, it gets renumbered and it gets highlighted and it comes back as part of our agenda for council, because MACO did not have the authority to basically conclude with these items. So that's why it's renumbered and it gets a 7 point and it goes to, but it is part of the mayoral minutes, but it gets a new number because it's for bevoegdheid van die raad. Council has to basically conclude with these items and we have to adopt it and approve these items. I just want to bring that to your attention because I think Rosemary and administration will conclude on that, and that is why it's done in this way. Thank you, Speaker, for bearing with me.
Councillor, I've listened to everybody's input on this matter, and if you go to item 17.3, and I think the problem here lies with administration. The item should have been written completely differently. The rule says no proposal or discussion shall be allowed on the minutes except as their accuracy. And I think that the issue has come about for the simple fact that this item has been brought to council incorrectly. They should have been brought as minutes and an item brought in a later section for the debate thereof. And I'm
you are wrong. This is about delegations. It goes about the delegations and the authority that the committee.
On the minutes. It's under minutes, and therefore the minutes cannot be debated. That is part of our rules. And I've had legal advice on this. It should have been brought as the minutes to be adopted as being accurate, and an item then being brought to council for debate. And that is going to be the ruling that I've got to make, unfortunately, with this. It has been done incorrectly, and I'm going to therefore ask that these items, as they are only minutes, then be brought back to council at a later stage for as the minutes, and with a separate item for the adoption of the of resolutions to be adopted by council. That's my ruling. Chief Whip, I have your hand up.
Speaker, you've made a ruling. Although I was going to agree with Councillor Elder Lady Iona, and I was just going to ask whether our legal from admin could advise us here, because I was completely under the impression that we have got to deal with these items because it is delegation council and there are recommendations made. So thank you very much. I hear what your ruling was. Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillors, I'm going to say this one last time. There are hands that go up. Councillor Hector or Councillor Sabtu, I presume it's you. You continuously say point of order while your hand is up. I've said it in the past and I'm going to say it now for the last time. I will get to the hands individually. I will not accept any further microphones. Point of order, please. Thank you.
In clarity, Speaker, now I'm totally confused now, Speaker.
Well, Councillor, please, I'm asking you for the last time. When I speak, please be quiet. I'm trying to get this thing sorted out, and you continue to make these remarks on the microphone. I'm trying to get it done orderly. Councillor Jay, is that an old hand or a new hand?
It's a new hand, thank you.
Councillor Jay, what is your point of order or point?
It's a new hand, thank you, Speaker.
Sorry?
It's a new hand. Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear you clearly. I've made a ruling regarding these items.
Okay, Speaker. In die geval wil ek dan nou net vra. Ek wil gou clarity hê, Speaker 1. Kan jy my hoor, Speaker? Die ding is af, jong.
Ek hoor jou.
Okay, dankie. 1. Wat sê die orde reëls as iemand 'n punt van orde vra waar iemand besig is op die vloer? Iemand het daai gedeelte vir my duidelik. Wat sê die orde reëls oor dit? 2. Aangesien u nou 'n ruling gemaak het oor hierdie items, gaan ons se tyd dan nou op die ander items dan meerder word aangesien daar mos nou nie tyd ons hierdie tyd verloor wat op hierdie items waarvan u nou 'n ruling gemaak het, ons dit nog gaan verloor. Dis die ander 2, dis die tweede gedeelte. Gaan ons se tye nou meerder word op die ander items. Ons moet daarna toe kyk. En 3, ek wil graag vra vir 'n caucus van 5 minute. Baie dankie, Speaker.
Councillor, uthi ufuna nje uqonde bazithini na i-rules of order when it comes to umntu xa esenza i-point of order ethetha, ingaba zithini na i-rules of order? Ndicela usicacisele uba umntu vele athuliswe na esathetha okanye kuhamba njani na i-rules of order. Okwesibini, funa uqonda malunga nexesha kuba wenze i-ruling yakho echazayo into yobana awuzuphinde kuqhutyekekwe nale item. Funa uqonda ngexesha lethu ke ngoku beallocated apha, ingaba lizawuthwani ke ngoku eli xesha? Ingaba lizawuthatha lisiwe kwezinye ii-item lidityaniswe khona okanye kuza kwenzeka ntoni na ngexesha? Okwesithathu ke wathi ucela nje i-caucus yemizuzu embalwa.
Thank you very much. Councillors, I've made a ruling with regards to these items. They will be sent back and brought back to council under separate items, one for the minutes and the one for the resolutions to be adopted by council. Councillors, Good has asked for a caucus. Can you just confirm you're looking for how many minutes, Councillor Jay?
5 minute, dankie Speaker. En dan het u nog nie geantwoord op die tyd geallokeer nie, gaan u vir ons dit later.
Councillor. Okay, Councillor, the time will not be adjusted. All the parties that have indicated speaking times have lost that time. So therefore, the times will be reduced for all parties for those items, and therefore the rest of the meeting will continue as normal with the normal times. Thank you. You have your 5 minutes caucus. We will resume at, Councillor Alderman Gericke. Is it a point of order or a point of clarity?
We have the caucus. Can the IT just work on the connection, please? There's a lot of distortion.
I will ask to do that during the 5 minutes caucus. Thank you very much. Noted. We re-adjourn at 5 to 11. Council, it's now 10:58. I'm going to resume. Councillor Jay, can we resume the council meeting? Have you had your caucus?
Dankie speaker, dankie collega's vir die tyd vir die caucus. Een speaker, ek wil net sê ek is hier wat bekommerd speaker oor die manier hoe is selectief behandel die hantering van die ordereëls speaker. Ek sien u maak 'n verskriklike move op die good councillors. U gee net warnings left, right en center uit aan gesiende dat u hoor hoeveel probleme ons het met hierdie laptops en goeder. Daar is soveel probleme. En regtig waar speaker, dit is weer my pleidooi. Ons sal moet teruggaan. Ons sal moet teruggaan na die council meetings, laat ons in die chambers kan wees. Hierdie is onaanvaarbaar en dit lyk asof ons nie oorkry op dit nie. En dan speaker, voor ons op die caucus gegaan het ek u gevra oor hoe word die ordereëls gehanteer. En u het my nog nie geantwoord rondom dit nie. Ek het gesê wanneer 'n persoon vra vir 'n punt of order, hoe werk dit? En u het my daarop geantwoord, nie speaker. 'n punt of order, speaker.
It's quite clear. The point of order, you put your hand up and I will recognize you when your hand is up. I am not going to interrupt people in the middle of their discussions, and that is how it's going to be dealt with. I tried to explain that to you at the meeting yesterday. I'm trying to get a clear flow. The only person that may interrupt is myself, based on the fact that I need to take control of the meeting. If the person is making incorrect rulings or discussions and stuff, I may as the speaker, but nobody else may interrupt anybody else. So I will deal with those rules of order and the point of clarity at the end of the discussion. I am therefore now see Councillor.
Speaker, dan wil ek nog vra, is daai ruling van u in orde met die ordereëls? En dan is dit in lyn met dit. En dan wil ek ook vra, siende dat Councillor Christine net ingechip het, is dit dan reg? So, dit beteken u kan sekere councillors kan net maak wat hulle wil, ander dan nie. As dit die geval is, speaker, dan gaan u council meetings nie vlot verloop nie. Ek wil hê dat as u 'n ruling maak, so.
Ek het dit al reeds opgeneem. Daar gaan geen verdere inbreek van gesprekke wees tensy die hand op is en die wat nou inbreek sal dan die nodige vat. Dankie, raadslid. Councillor Nkamile. Sorry, can I have an interpreter first, please?
Yeah, uKhouncillor Jake uthi uyabulela ke ngexesha nikwe lona le caucus. Kodwa ke uthi mxhalabile kakhulu speaker malunga nendlela owenza ngayo xa kufikelela kwindaba ye-rules of order, ngoba kaloku ikhangeleke ingathi wena wenza ngolwakho uhlobo, futhi ke iyasixhalabisa thina loo nto leyo. Uthi ukhuthele okanye ugude kakhulu ukunikezela ngee-warnings especially kwii-councillors zethu siyigude, sibe singenzi ngabomi ngoba sinengxaki nee-laptops zethu. Futhi ke iyawuthetha ukuthi loo nto leyo siyacela ukuba makukhe kubuyelwe kwii-council chambers ngoku, ngoba asisakwazi ukuqhubekeka ngale ndlela kwenziwa ngayo izinto ngoku. Futhi ke bendibuzile umbuzo malunga nee-rules of order ukuba umntu xa eseqongeni efuna ukuqonda malunga nento ethile, wena wenza njani na, ngoba kaloku ikhangeleke ingathi kunabantu abathile obavulelayo iqonga lokuba bona bangathetha baveze olwabo luvo bengakhange balandela umgaqo wena lo ugxininisa kuwo kakhulu kuthi thina singaba bakweli cala. Uthi ke ndifuna ukuqonda ke futhi malunga nale ruling uyenzileyo into yobana iyahambelana na nee-rules of order. Uthi ke ezinye ii-councillors uwenza umzekelo ke ngu-Alderlady Kritzinger uvele waqhubhuleka wathetha engakhange yena aphakamise isandla. Ufuna uqonda into yokubana le ndlela kwenziwa ngayo ingaba yindlela eyiyo na.
Thank you. And to answer your question, Councillor Jai, the rules of order allow for people to put their hand up, even in real council meetings. You put your hand up and you don't shout out to the speaker. So those are totally in line with the rules of order. Thank you very much. Councillor Toto, then I'm moving on, please. Is it a point of clarity? Councillor Jay, can you put your hand down, please? And Councillor Toto, you have 1 minute. Just what is your point of clarity? Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on. Point 8, motions and proposals deferred from previous meetings. There are none.
Speaker,
Councillor, I do
there's
not see
someone
a
else
hand.
from other part.
I do not see a hand.
Don't let them speak, but and I wanted to let tone as well.
Councillor, I do
Change
not
his
see a
language.
hand. Councillor Ndaka, I do not see a hand. I've not
Yes.
recognized you. Thank you.
Wrong.
Item 9.
Fairly with. Speaker, have I said?
Councillor Jay, you've already spoken and acknowledged the fact that we've done everything for your caucus. I've answered your question. Thank you. Moving on to 9, motions. We have none. Motions of exurgency. Councillor Subtu, your hand is up. Can I ask you, is it a point of clarity that we have received no motions?
Ja, Speaker, is 'n point of clarity and 'n point of correction, Speaker, in terme van wat u nou gesê het oor die punt van orde. Dis baie duidelik in punt 30.3 sê die orde lid wat bedoel in artikel 30.2 dat daarop geregtig is om onmiddellik gehoor te word indien hy 'n punt van orde sou lig, Speaker, en nie aan die einde van die debat soos wat u nou gesê het, asseblief, Speaker. Ons wil net die reëls aan almal mooi verduidelik. Dit is hoekom ons aanhoudend vra, wanneer gaan hierdie reëls hersien word soos u beloof het op die 26 November, Speaker. U moet net daai korreksie vir ons deurgee asseblief, dankie.
Noted, Councillor.
Councillor, yena lesithi ufuna ukuqonda ke malunga ne-rules of order ka-30.3 uthi ke zikhona izinto ezingadibaniyo kakuhle when it comes to rules of order. Njengoba bekutshiwo ke nge-20 kaNovemba ukuba izawusiwa kucweyo okanye izawusiwa kwi-workshop kucaciswe kakuhle i-rules of order. Sisalindile ke naleyo into.
Thank you very much for the translation. I've moved on to item point 9, motions. I've received no motions. Item 10, motions of exurgency. There was a mention of a motion of exurgency. Councillor Subtu, could you please put your hand down? Thank you.
Now, Speaker, you haven't clarified and you haven't rectified your point that you made that points of orders will only be heard after the debate, while the order rules is stating differently. Thank you, Speaker. You need to rectify that.
Councillor, I'm more than willing to rectify that as long as we all agree that you will not interject. And if you do bring about a point of order that it is a point of order which is against the rules or against the law. But I'm not going to allow interjection continuously. Your party is the one that continuously says that people are interjecting and breaking up the discussion. And I'm trying to get this meeting to flow correctly. I'm now moving on to motions of exurgency. Thank you very much.
Speaker, am I allowed to reply?
Councillor Subtu, I've answered your question and I've made a ruling. Thank you. I'm not entertaining it any further. I'm moving on. Councillor Hector, your hand is up.
Ja, Speaker, ek het 'n motion daar by item number 10, Speaker. I have a motion.
A motion of exurgency, I just want to bring to your attention, a motion of exurgency is a matter of dire straits which needs immediate attention of the administration. In the case of a disaster or such like.
Yeah.
Speaker, I want to table a motion of exurgency. Am I entitled to do it or not?
What is your motion of exurgency?
Speaker, I want to table a motion by laying a formal complaint against an unlawful contract given in the credit control section 5.
Councillor, that is not a motion of exurgency. That needs to be taken up on a different matter. You cannot bring an item like to council for that matter, it needs to take the necessary course, unfortunately. I'm moving on. Toto. Councillor Toto.
Speaker, can you hear me? Speaker, can you hear me?
Councillor Ndaka, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I've said I've got two motions of exigence.
Ek het ook gesê.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Councillor Ndaka, I've said I can hear you, but there is somebody else that has their microphone on, which I'm trying to find out who it is.
Okay, so can I table my motion?
You can mention what your motion is, and we will then decide whether we can hear them or not.
Thank you, Speaker. In Tembalethu, we've got dams. We don't know who's using the dams because municipality is not using the dams. And there are incidents. 2 kids died in Ward 15 the past term, which is 2016 to 2021. And now in Asazani Ward 21, one of what is municipality going to do with the dams? What we as the ANC want with the dams? Can you please fence those dams or close the dams? Please.
Councillor.
When are you moving to let the people that are staying in the new area, new valley, or all this?
Councillor, asking you. Councillor.
Got a kid died 2 weeks ago or a week ago because of the illegal electricity. What is your
Councillor, I've tried 3 times to get your attention. You are not listening to me. I've now muted you. The idea of putting your motion is not to discuss the entire motion. It is to put the presentation to the council. The council then decides whether we are going to allow your motion of urgency or not. I'm therefore asking, is this motion going to be allowed? First of all, I need to know, do you have a seconder, councillor?
Yes, I second, Speaker.
Thank you. Council, are we going to allow this or not?
No, we're not going to be allowing it, Speaker. This is a matter that should already have been reported to the administration long ago. So there's no motion of exigency here.
Okay, thank you very much.
There's no need for urgency because it was the councillor's responsibility to have brought this to the attention of the municipal manager the moment this incident arose. Thank you.
Order.
Councillors.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Kirika, we've had a seconder for this. We are now going to ask, that has been opposed.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
All I'm asking you is to stick to the rules of order.
Yes.
You have fought for an opposition to the motion. There is an opposition. It was not the prerogative of the mayor to deliberate on the motion. He's totally out of order.
Point taken.
So, Mr. Speaker, are you there?
Sorry, I'm also trying to do 6 things at the same time. Yes, thank you.
Yes, your mayor has jeopardized this motion.
I have taken note of that.
Stepping in. No, hold on. He's jeopardized this motion. He's messed it up. You must allow this motion to serve because he shows prejudice and bias towards this motion by coming to present his feelings and not in line with the accordance with the rules of order and with current legislation.
Councillor, I draw your attention to 32.3. In such a motion is seconded and carried by a majority of the voters. the mover shall be permitted without notice to bring the matter under consideration by way of motion or questions. We've had an objection and we've had your seconder. So we're going to go over to the vote. I'm going to call out names. You can please put your hands down. We are in the voting process.
Mr. Speaker,
Councillor,
point of information.
I take note of your what you've said.
No, this is not the only point. The problem that you're sitting with here, this is not a normal motion, and it cannot go the normal motion procedure. This is a motion of exigency. In other words, if this motion is opposed, then the councillor that's stating the motion, that councillor must be afforded an opportunity to elaborate on the motion.
Alderman, just 1 second, please. I'm going to ask Advocate van Schalkwyk to come in because that is not how it is meant to happen. Thank you.
Speaker, so how a motion of exigency works is that firstly, the person who puts the motion must have a seconder. Then council must decide whether they're going to allow the motion or not. Now, the mayor's already indicated that they're not allowing the motion. So now a voting must take place to decide on whether you're going to allow it or not. So voting must now take place. There's no other way to deal with this.
Thank you. That's my ruling. We're going to go over to voting. If I call out your name, you please answer with a for the motion or against the motion. Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor America.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Barnard.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Brown.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Buys. Councillor Buys.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Clark.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Cronje.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor De Tooy.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fichland, ED.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fichland, RG.
Speaker. Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fry.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Gericke.
Ja, wat? Ons is vir die mosie. Ons is vir ons mense.
Dankie.
Vir die omstandighede van ons mense.
Alderman. Councillor Gom.
Gaza, Speaker.
Councillor Greef.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Gultig.
Against.
Councillor Honey. Councillor Honey. Councillor Hector.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Heiser.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Hill.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies.
Against, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor J.E.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Johnson.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Kleinhans.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Kritzinger.
Alderman Kritzinger
Alderman
against.
Kritzinger, sorry. Councillor Kruger.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Lento.
In favour.
Councillor Lawson.
Favour, Speaker. Against, Speaker.
Councillor Lowe. NM.
In favour, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor RM.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Mantlele.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Mbete.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Mdaka.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor F. Mdaka.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Mrugule.
In favour, Speaker.
Councillor Camille.
We are not for the suppressed. In favor,
Thank
Speaker.
you. Councillor Neethling.
Against, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Niehaus.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Tondini.
In favor, Speaker.
Alderman Petrus.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Tantana.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Tampi.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Rulofson.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Suffers.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Subter.
You don't recognize hand, Speaker. 4.
Councillor Simmers.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Smart.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Titus.
Ek weet nou nog nie hoe skryf van mense hier nie.
Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Toto.
Speaker, in favor. Toto is saying in favor. Yes.
I need to hear it from Councillor Toto, please.
Speaker, it's not in Toto, it's Toto.
Councillor Toto, can I ask you what is your answer, please? For or against? What is your answer, please? For or against?
I am for, I'll never be against.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fanikat.
Thank you.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Alderman van Beek.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor van Branders.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Against, Speaker.
And Councillor Windwy.
Against, Speaker.
Rosemary, could you tally up, please?
Are we muted, Speaker? Because we can't hear anything.
We're waiting for the vote tally to be done, please. If you could just ask for a bit of patience. Rosemary, are you busy tallying up?
That's right, Mr. Speaker.
Hallo Jackie. Jackie, ek wil net 'n klag aanmeld man. Het lyk na 'n groot lek hoor, waterlek.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
You may.
Speaker, those in favor, I've counted 22. Those not in favor, I've counted 30. And I've counted 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, the motion does not carry. Thank you very much. Councillors, I'm going to ask that we move the...
Speaker, speaker. My hand is baie lank al op. En ek wil
Sorry.
sê,
Excuse me.
my hand speaker is lank al op.
I
Kyk,
see your
hoe lank hy
hand.
al op
I'm
is.
actually talking, please.
Speaker.
Councillors, I see your hand. Councillor, I am definitely not putting your microphone on continuously. So please, can you control your microphone? I'm going to make a ruling at this stage of the game that we take the rest of any motions of exurgency to the end of the meeting so that we can deal with the matters of the day.
Ek wil net vra speaker, ek wil net vra laat u regverdig wees. Ek was die eerste persoon wat gevra het om 'n dringende meeting ter tafel te lê en u dit genoem. En nou het u nie eers vir my een keer die geleentheid gebied nie. Ek was die heel eerste persoon wat gevra het om 'n dringende mosie ter tafel te lê. Is dit regverdig wat u doen?
Councillor, please. I understand what you're saying. When I came to this point, I asked for motions of exurgency. The hand was up. There are a number of hands up. I'm therefore asking that we move the motions of exurgency to the end of the meeting so that we can get through the matters of the day that are on the agenda first. That is my discretion.
Speaker, ek wil vra hoeveel mosies is daar nog? Want ek weet nog, dit was ek en daarna was dit Councillor Feit wat die dringende mosies en Councillor Hector. En dis al mense waarvan ek bewus is. So ek weet nie hoekom jy my mosie nou agtertoe besluit sien dat ek die eerste persoon was wat gevra het om 'n dringende mosie te lê. Die eerste persoon.
Okay. You continuously interject when I'm talking, and I'm not going to permit it anymore. I have made a ruling. You will get your chance. Everyone will have a chance to do their motion at the end of the meeting. Thank you. We're moving on to item 11.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Speaker, op 'n van persoonlike inligting.
Matters of discretion of the speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few matters that I'd like to bring to your attention. First of all, I will be moving items 13.3 and 13.4 to the end of the open meeting, taking into consideration that we've had the items distributed to us very late. I will therefore give at the later stage or before those items, I will give an opportunity for the council to caucus on those matters. I also have been asked by the mayor to be given an opportunity to talk at this stage. So before I continue with the rest of the matters at the discretion of the speaker, I'd like the mayor to go ahead, please.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. On the 5th of January 2022, I received notification from Alderman Gericke that he had resigned from 3 Section 80 committees of council that he had been appointed to. The composition of the committees is a relatively complex exercise which is undertaken by the Chief Whip and myself so that all councillors can serve the communities of George and provide effective feedback and accountability to George communities. While I respect the wishes of Alderman Gericke, I will also be writing to the chairperson of council to request him to examine this matter. Alderman Gericke, as I understand it, has absented himself from the first meetings of the committee, from the committees from which he is now resigned. Each committee is required to function with a quorum. When a councillor absents himself from a committee, he is attempting to impede the workings of that committee and as a result places a burden on the other councillors. I will therefore be replacing Alderman Gericke with councillors who I hope will be honoured to have the opportunity to serve the greater community of George. I therefore propose that on the Civil and Engineering Services Operating Committee, that Councillor Donovan Gultig Gericke with immediate effect. On Protection Services Committee, that Councillor Rowan Johnson replaces Alderman Gericke with immediate effect. And on the Finance Committee, that Councillor Jean Cyphers replaces Alderman Gericke with immediate effect. And I so propose, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Maya. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'm not going to allow any hands on this matter. It's for record.
Speaker.
Councillor Jay, my ruling is that I'm not taking hands on this matter.
Op 'n point, Speaker, ek wil net 'n punt van clarity hê.
Councillor, I've made a ruling that we are not going to discuss the matter from the mayor. That is my ruling.
Speaker, die meyer kan dalk antwoord want ek het vir die meyer 'n e-mail geskryf gaande hierdie aangeleentheid.
My Councillor, you can take that up with the mayor after the meeting. I am not allowing any debate on this matter, and that is my final ruling. We are moving on. Councillor Jay, if you make a remark like that again, I'm going to charge you. It is my ruling, and I'm sticking with my ruling. Thank you very much. I am moving on. Other matters, as I've said.
Mr. Speaker.
Alderman Gericke, I have made a ruling regarding the mayor's.
No, but you mean you discuss me without me giving an input, and you're not bringing a proper item to council to discuss this because there are reasons why we resign. We're not just resigning.
Councillor, you sent your email, and the mayor had to bring this item so that it could be adopted by
bring
council.
an item. He must bring an item. He mustn't sneak it in.
We need to have these committees, and it's the mayor's
Okay,
discretion.
Mr. Sean Snyman, gaan aan met jou meeting asseblief. Dankie.
Councillor, Alderman, noted. Thank you. We're moving on. I would like to take this opportunity as well to send out the condolences of the municipality for the loss of life in Timberletu. It is indeed a sad day when a child loses their life. In fact, for that matter, anybody does. And I'd like it on record that we send our condolences out to the family. We also like to send our condolences out to further families who have been lost members due to the COVID virus and due to illness in the past few months. Which is this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, but isn't it being tabled by the mayor first?
Sorry, yes, okay, it doesn't say that on this. I'm just reading directly. Mayor, if you can continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, this adjustment budget that is before us and which affects our 21-22 budget relates to certain additional transfers that have been made by the Western Cape Provincial Treasury in terms of the Provincial Gazette that was published on the 15th of December. So the total amount of these transfers that affecting George Municipality amount to 94,924,000 and relate to a number of items. And in brief, we receive a further 10.411 million from the Human Settlements Development Grant for beneficiaries. That's for top structures. There is also a further 21,966,000 in terms of the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant, which is due to the informal settlements work that we are doing. There's a municipal accreditation and capacity building grant for 600,000, which will be funding for 2 temporary housing clerks. And then in Jipton, in terms of the operational side, there's a further 57 million rand that comes through. And then we've received 400,000 from the Western Cape Municipal Energy Resilience Grant. And then the Municipal Library Support grant is 2,547,000 rand. And the Local Government Public Employment Support grant is 2 million rand. So that is the total that we received there. There's also an adjustment that's been made in terms of further human settlements, and where I'm going to ask Councillor Wessels perhaps just to expand a little bit further on that, and to the extent that he possibly can then on the Jipton operational grant, if that's possible. So that is, I'm tabling that at this stage. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor, for keeping it nice and short. The first person to speak on this matter would now be Councillor Wessels. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, the item is with regards to Regulation 23.3 as defined from the Western Cape Provincial Treasury grant allocation transfers in the Provincial Gazette, published on the 15th of December. I first want to talk about the Human Settlements Development Grant, the 48.8 million. This reduction of 48 million is funding that the Department of Human Settlements have indicated that they will spend on behalf of the municipality through the use of their own contractors that they appoint, effectively reducing the grant in our books by that portion. However, the work will still be done. The remainder of the grant, the 58 million, will still be transferred and be used by us to do the remaining portion of the work on the project. The overall amount committed to the projects is therefore unchanged at the 107,523,000. That is just change in the split. Is done. However, they did allocate the additional 21 million on the UISP. Further, we also have received funding for 2 temporary housing clerks to the value of 600,000 rand. Additional funding received from Provincial Treasury from the Jipton operation expenditure amounts to 57 million. We've also received funding for updating the Energy Master Plan to support the implementation of renewable energy and energy resilience initiative to the value of 400,000 rand. 2.547 million was received for George Municipal Libraries, with another 2 million rand that we received for local government in public employment projects. So the original budget was 97,112,000 rand, with the additional 10.411 million, and that brings the total to 58.72 million. If we then take off the 48.8 million rand, that province will handle the human settlements on our behalf. The recommendation can be found on page 196. That is A, B, C, and D. A, B, and C. So I thus propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have 4 hands up. I'd just like to find out whether they're old hands. All these hands have got opportunities to speak on this item. So I'm going to ask them to please bring in their. The next to speak on this item is Councillor A.F. Mdaka. Councillor Mdaka, can you hear me? Councillor Mdaka.
Speaker,
Thank you, Councillor Mdaka. Your 2 minutes starts now.
can you hear me now? I'm not sure what is wrong with my
I can hear you,
Councillor
Councillor. Your Councillor, I can hear you.
Joven, sorry. Can I speak?
For the third time, Councillor, your time is started. You have 2 minutes.
I played the longer meeting.
What is going on here?
Okay, let me speak. Hayi ndiyaniva wena Vessel nomeya niyazikhupha ezi million zonke niyazikhupha but hayi shem le adjustment budget yenu yenzelwe nina kuyo yonke le nto niyithethayo ayikhona nje into endingayiqondiyo apha kuyo because kaloku nina niya-adjasta zonke ezi adjustment akho nto izayo elokishini nisinika itshintshi thina apha kwiilokishi zethu zonke. Enkosi.
Thank you. Can we have a
Yes,
translation?
I tell you, Councillor Vessels and the mayor, you are busy taking out millions, and I hear you talking about the adjustment budget. You are busy adjusting here and there. I clearly believe that this budget is made for you because nothing comes to us in our locations. Nothing's been allocated to us. So this budget was clearly made for you. It's adjusted for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Sabtu. You have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. We need clarity on a few things. Maybe we can get clarity on what is the total upward or downwards adjustment, how is it funded, and what is compromised. And we want to say that we note that additional projects as listed in item 13.5 is not part of the adjustment budget. So it must have been projects identified in the original budget. And we are concerned as well at the same time, Speaker, this budget is not talking to the needs of the communities.
Thank you. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'll await the answers now, Speaker.
MM, could you answer, please?
Speaker, these are the adjustments in terms of grants. So the councillor's question on how is this going to be funded, these are only adjustments in terms of grants which have changed.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
What is the total, Speaker? The MM didn't say what is the total, the upwards and the downwards adjustment as I requested. She must give us details, Speaker, please. Answer us truthfully.
MM, do you have those figures now?
Speaker, they are outlined. I'll have to have a look at the page number, but perhaps the CFO has that total. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Through CFO, do you have an answer?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Councillors. Yes, we have the total. The original budget for these particular grants and the changes there too. The changes that that the mayor has gone through adds 46.1 million in total. That was not there previously. I just need to get a total on the closing balance, but in essence, all these up and down movements add 46.1 million. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. The time is up now.
Do I get they didn't give me the answer, Speaker, but okay.
They did, but you're welcome
still
to
don't know
take
if it's
it
upwards
after.
or downwards and where they get the money. We can't do this afterwards.
They've
Council
answered.
must know, Speaker. That's why we are here.
The figures are in the item, Councillor. Thank you. They did say the
It's
figures.
not in the item, Speaker. It's not in the item. I mean, this is not
Councillor-
how council is supposed to work.
Councillor MM, could you just confirm for me, please, that the items, the figures and everything are in the item, please? As that's what you said?
Speaker, yes, I can confirm that the detail is in the item. Councillor Saptu is asking where we're going to get the money from, but these are grants. So this is not municipal funding, these are grants, but the detail is in the item, yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. The next person to speak is Alderman Kirica.
How many minutes do we have, Speaker?
I apologize. You've asked for 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. First and foremost, when we give explanations in council with regard to such critical items, we must include this in writing in the item so that it serves as record for future engagements. And this I refer to the submission made by Councillor Dirk Wessels, the Finance MMC, with regard to the housing, the Human Settlement Development Grant. I still don't understand what he tried to say there. All I know is that he said that the money has been taken back, revoked, reversed by province. Now he must tell us whether province has taken this money back to do the project themselves, and why is it? Is it because of non-performance of the local municipality or the local department, or what is because they will not just give money to a budget and then take the budget back. Is it because projects have not been completed? Is the real essence of that. Then, Mr. Speaker, in terms of Section 28, the Municipal Finance Management Act, council is entitled to adjust their budget, to review their budget. But when you review your budget, you must take a lot of matters into account, and these matters must pertain to service delivery issues. Now, one of the critical issues at the moment is the fact that the resolution by this council to appoint a person to draw up plans for the indigent people. There's a resolution of this council, and the person has been appointed in terms of that resolution, and the services of that person has been terminated. Now, the indigent does not have money to go and draw up plans to rectify their buildings or to approve their buildings and so on. This council must take us into their confidence and tell us what do they want to do. Do you want these indigent poor people to go to registered architects so that they must pay those people huge bills, or are we going to assist them through that resolution because the resolution is still standing? I want an answer on that one, what we're going to do. And then the top structures. There's a huge backlog of people that are in need of housing, of shelter. And as we know that Section 26 of the Constitution entitles every individual to have access to decent housing, we want to understand there's a huge backlog, and the housing department must explain to us here, how are they going to handle this? Because people have submitted applications as far as last year, just before, months before the election. And the other thing, together with that, Ma'am, you must take seriously note of that. There is not a clear set of criteria in terms of which people qualify for those top structures. If anybody is just deciding in the municipality, you qualify and you don't qualify, you qualify and you don't qualify. I'm asking you as the municipal manager to take the lead there, to bring a set of criteria in terms of a policy, bound in a policy, so that we can decide on municipal council level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would you like me to ask Councillor Wessels to answer you on regarding where the documentation says, if I can understand you correctly?
Yes, Speaker, I've raised a couple of issues, and I would like if you, Councillor Wessels, the Director, Human Settlement, and the Municipal Manager, please. Thank you.
As the MMC for the department, Councillor Wessels, could you reply to Alderman Gericke, please?
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that this is grant funding. So the Department of Human Settlements then undertook that they will have their own contractors appointed, effectively only reducing the grant on our books. This is not due to non-performance or any any of that. This is them wanting to do the project themselves. I have noted they've done this at other municipalities as well. But like I said, this is grant funding, so we don't have a they just sort of let us know. But I'm again going to just make note that the overall amount committed to the project is therefore unchanged on the 107 million. So it is just a split in the portion of what is done by whom, what is being undertaken by the department and what is being taken by George Municipality. But I thank Alderman Gericke to ask me questions, and I encourage him to do so more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. MM, do you have anything further to add?
Yes, I just want to point out that this is the adjustment budget only for grants. Next month in February, there's going to be an adjustment budget where there's going to be amendments to CRR funding and movements in the operational budget and so forth. So many of Councillor Gericke, Alderman Gericke's questions pertaining to indigents and so forth will be dealt with at next month's adjustment budget. This is purely the grant adjustment budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderman Gericke, are you happy with that?
Yeah, Speaker, I'm satisfied over and above the fact of the human settlement, but it's fine if you don't want that director to answer. But I have preempted because one should think that the drawing of plans for the indigent should also fall under grants. This is my taking. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Can we move on? The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Camille. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, I'm not really clear with the columns of the adjustment budget where you find your GIPTN, because somehow it confuses. You will find there is a column that is missing, which is the original budget, as much as is a grant adjustment budget. There is no original budget column there. It's only the amendment budget and the adjustment adjustment budget, which we don't know where is the column of the original budget, whereby we will know this is what this is the money that is allocated in the GIPTN. And the other thing is that I need clarity on the figures that are there on the GIPTN budget of 2019 July. It starts with the minuses, meaning that I'm not sure. I just need the clarity. What is the meaning of that? Is it the actual budget or the original budget that starts with the, because it raises concern when it starts with the minus on the figures. So I just need a clarity on that one. And as I said, we don't see on your columns the original budget column. It's only the amendment budget, of which we see clarity on that one. Speak to the MM. Same as applies to the housing. The human settlement, it also starts with the minuses. So I just need clarity on those signs. What is the cause of the budget to start with the minus, and the reason why there is no original column on the grant adjustment budget?
Time.
Yeah.
Time.
And the other thing is the the housing, Thembalethu extension 48 and 58. We are not sure how many houses that were meant to be built and how much each house cost. So we need clarity on also on that one. And same as applies at the housing in Bangalo houses that were left not finished. So on that adjustment budget, we need clarity.
Councillor, your time is, you've gone almost a minute over your time. Thank you. Would you like to take a shot at answering that?
Speaker, I'm going to ask the CFO to please go through this table. Thank you.
Speaker, can I go?
Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Problem connection.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Yes,
Breaking
the table that is reflected from page 183.
Sorry.
Something gets done, please, because we didn't even get what Councillor Namele is saying. Apparently, even the people who spoke before was the
Councillor, I've not recognized your hand. You have not put your hand up at all, and you've started speaking. That was uncalled for, and I can't get the name of the person speaking at this stage. Councillor Eric, I'm going to ask you to be silent, please, and let the CFO continue with what he was saying. Thank you. Carry on, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 183 of the agenda, the detail of the items in that table, the minus indicates a debit or a credit accounting entry. So I think in future we will take note of the preference as noted by the councillors, that we might just make it a bit easier and a bit more user friendly. I think from the accountant's point of view, it makes sense to us, but not necessarily to somebody from the outside. We specifically show it like this because we need this level of detail when we update the accounting detail that gets uploaded to National Treasury. But that's basically the essence of what is reflected in those detail pages. So I won't go through them line by line. But yeah, I'll make a note in future to make it more user friendly and understandable. The original budget is reflected in the budget books that we hand out after the budget gets approved, and then as was pointing out, these changes that are being reflected now is just because of the Gazette and the changes that was announced to the various different grants. But, thank you, Speaker. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your questions, Councillor? I'm sure if you have any further questions, you're welcome to go straight to the CFO. And he'll be more than willing to explain it all to you. Councillor Ndaka, I see your hand is up. Is it a point of urgency or a point of clarity or point of order?
It's a point of information, Speaker. Apparently, I was raising on a point that there's always a breakdown when councillors are speaking. Even when Councillor was speaking, there's always a breakdown in the connection. So that was the thing that I was raising on. I was just putting it to you.
Councillor, thank you for bringing it to my attention, but unfortunately we haven't had the same breakdown here. I would check your connection to make sure that you have a stable connection. Thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. Councillor Camille, does that answer your questions? Can we move on, please?
No, Speaker, we're going to raise the same sentiments as Councillor Mdaka said. There is some breakdown. Hence, I've mentioned that at least we must go back to the council.
We've mentioned this time and time again. Please, can we stick to the item? You have mentioned it in the past. We've had the answers from administration, and you're welcome to approach them directly. Please, we're not going to discuss the items the council going back to live until such time as the government changes the current ruling. So Can I ask all the councillors to please put your hands down? Some of these are old hands. In fact, they're all old hands at this stage. Moving on, the last person to speak on this is Councillor Fichland. R.
Speaker, thank you. I second the proposal made by Councillor Wessels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item for discussion is the tabling of the Section 72 mid-year budget performance assessment and Section 52 quarterly report by the Mayor. Mayor, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this is the time at the end of January where Council needs to receive the mid-year budget performance assessment, and in terms of Section 72, which also doubles as the Section 52 quarterly report. And so that then enables Council to commence the process to see whether any recommendations need to be made as to whether an adjustment to budget is necessary, and also then to recommend any revised projections for revenue and expenditure. The MM did mention a little bit earlier that we are now into that adjustments budget process, which needs to be tabled by the end of February. So if we examine then what has taken place in the past 6 months on the operating income side, we are about 21 million ahead in terms of operating budget from what we expected to be for this 6-month period at 1.162 billion, and our operating expenditure is about 62 million behind our projections and our budgets. So we are sitting there at just over 1044 billion. On our capital expenditure, we would have expected to, or planned to have spent 162 million by the end of December. We spent 147 million there. And so therefore we are just about 15 million short on what our expenditure was meant to be. And I think just to relay some of those differences on capital expenditure that we are obviously trying very hard to achieve. There are a number of invoices for work that was done in November and December on the wastewater treatment works at Outeniqua that are still being awaited, so they would need to be brought to account. And the floods then also caused some delay in construction work in Thembalethu, where we were working on stormwater upgrades, and that has also impacted on a number of other areas. Then too on the electrotech side, there has been the project is a bit behind schedule there because the contractor was removed from site by the community, and the community liaison officer has now been appointed to address these community issues. And it's obviously of concern where we have, as municipality, we have committed ourselves to a 10 MVA transform. No, sorry, that's another transformer I'm talking about, but the substation at Ballots Bay, Thembalethu that is being erected, that we started to break ground over there, and now the community is delaying that process to provide additional electricity into that area. So that is one of the aspects there. If I just turn back to the operating side, it is quite significant to see that our service charges, our electricity service charges, in terms of the revenue there is very much on budget, which is, as we all know, electricity is our biggest revenue item. So that is at least looking fairly good. But there are numerous adjustments that need to be made there, as also on the expenditure budget, because what we've noted that as a result of the floods and the rains, the storms, and also the work that we did over the season, that there is a fair amount of additional expenditure budget needed in numerous places, which will all need to be taken to the adjustments budget to try and see how we can alleviate that type of pressure that has taken place. I think if I also just turn to some of the other aspects that that I will just bring attention to before my colleagues speak further on the matter. It also relates to the Rosemore Tartan track that we've been trying to get completed. And here there's an adjacent school, the Hibernia Primary School, where an additional 5-meter strip of land has been requested from Department of Public Works so that that can complete that tartan track. And unfortunately, the school governing body has been particularly obstructive in not wishing, it would appear, this project to be completed, and that is going to be to the detriment of the entire community of George, even though the Department of Education have all supported what the efforts that have been made to try and get this tartan track completed. So I think at this stage, this is a matter of bringing to Council's attention then the 6 monthly results, where we are financially stable, and that we then also the proposal will be, the recommendation will be that we move into an adjustment budget process that will be tabled next month. So thanks for that, and my colleagues will continue with this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First of all, can I just ask Councillor Eric Ndaka to put his hand down, please? Thank you. We continue. The first to speak on this item, and you have 3 minutes, is Councillor Wessels.
Hi, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Mayor. Yes, Speaker, there seems to be a 9% deficit on the capital expenditure according to the SDBIP. Operating income is sitting at 2% over year-to-date budgeting projections, which is due to the amazing work, and one would have to applaud the administration for their collections during a very difficult COVID time. Page 435 show 3 items where the equitable share was incorrectly allocated. So I would just like to for Council to take notice of that. The 35% deficit on the renting of facilities is mainly due to the COVID regulations. We must just remember that the time period that we're talking about currently is the 1st of July to the 31st of December, which was very much still within certain COVID regulations. There are a couple of MIG projects behind schedule, leading to the 18% variance, but I'm aware that admin is making a concerted effort, and very good headway is being made over there. So Dr. Gratz, there, I would also like to applaud you and the administration. The interest projections is influenced by the repo rate, and the decrease during the COVID leads to the variance in the interest that we receive on our investments. On the operating side, the 10% employment relating cost was due to budgeted vacant posts not being filled. But over the last couple of months, numerous posts has also been filled. 18% variance on the contracted services, mainly due to the reduction of the grant that was spoken about in the earlier adjustment budget. Additional funding is also required for the flood damage that the Mayor also spoke about earlier. On the capital side, the main variance is sitting at civil. Construction has commenced on 3 of the big MIG projects. At Electrotech, orders was placed, which will then cancel out the variance on Electrotech. I would like to congratulate Human Settlements in they're running ahead of schedule in the access to basic services. So to Ms. Waring and her department, very, very well done. Page 445 shows a reassurance that the CRR funds will be sufficient for the planned projections for the year, and that we are stable financially. The cash and investment is sitting at 740 million, but council should take note that only 160 million is currently working capital. The rest is already linked to certain projects. The total loans is currently standing at 262 million. And then again to Dr. Gratz and the administration, I want to applaud you with a cost containment of 25 mil to date. It's really an amazing effort by you, so I would like to recommend the proposals on, I propose the recommendation on page 454 and 455. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor F. Mdaka. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Ndaka, your time started. You have 2 minutes.
Doctor's laptop is not working. You cannot hear us when we speak. When I speak there,
I can hear you.
Using ndiyayiva le nto nithethayo meya noveseli. Ndiyayibona ne-recommendation. Inye mna i-recommendation endiza phaa kwii-recommendations azixhasela uphi mayide ize le-adjustment budget man nge-end kaFebruwari siyilindele. Sifuna futhi nanenze izinto sanuyilibala into yokubana kukho iilokishi ezingqonge idolophu yaseJoji. Sanuhleli yonke ibhajethi efikayo, kwanto efikayo enemali niyiphelelisa etawuni, nibuye nina nisinike intsalela. Sonele zintsalela. Sifuna kule mali, imali izele for i-service delivery. So makwenzeke ke i-service delivery bayibona abantu ekuhlaleni ukuba iyenzeka. Noko kwanele bekufanele uba nineentloni. NgesiXhosa esiphuhlileyo ndithi xubani neentloni. Masipala waseJoji ongabahoyiyo abantu abangathathi intweni abamnyama. Ndiyabulela Speaker, ndehlile.
Thank you very much. Could we have a translation, please?
I hear you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Vessels, and I see a recommendation. But from your recommendation, I will support B, because I cannot wait for the adjustment budget, which will be towards the end of February. That I will support. And please don't forget, when you do your allocations, do not forget the locations that are surrounding George. Do not take and use up all the money to the George CBD and forget about our areas that also needs these this money or this budget that also needs to be allocated in our areas. Actually, you should be ashamed by simply or clearly saying that you should be ashamed, George Municipality, for the services that you are not delivering to our people, because our people are expecting you to deliver equal services to all communities. But it seems like everything you take it to town or to the CBD, but you forget about our locations and us.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Sabtu. You have 1 minute, please.
Dankie, Speaker. Ons het gehoor wat die meier gesê het. My kop het ongelukkig vasgesteek by waar die meier noem dat die budget en die collections on track is met die budgetary projections in term en dat die grootste revenue op die stadium elektrisiteit is. Ek het nie gehoor, however, wat is die markup wat die municipaliteit gebruik en wat is die income expected to be generated out of the collections, specifically out of electricity at this specific point in time, Speaker. And I want to know from the Finance Councillor, that loan of 262, how is that going to be reduced over the next phases going forward? That's basically my input for now.
Thank you, Councillor. You've asked 2 questions. Could I ask the MM if you have any input there to answer those questions?
Speaker, I understood Councillor Subtu had directed his questions to the portfolio councillor.
Okay, could the portfolio councillor then please answer Councillor Subtu?
Hi, yes, thanks, Speaker. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so the 262 that is loans that is currently on the books. So that comes from previous years. So we have budgeted, we have budgeted the repayment or the biannual repayments of that we have done. So we do have the funds to do that. Obviously, these loans gets taken up every year when we draft the budget for the following year, and the deficit in the projects that we undertake, we need to go and then source external funding for that. So you would also remember that for the current we went out for 195. We probably won't take up all of that, but we do budget for the duration of the term of such loan. With regards to the other question, I don't know if that was also directed to me, but I can say that obviously the municipality do receive one of our bigger income sources is electricity. In terms of the sale thereof, we must remember that we purchase the units and we then sell those units off at a certain price. However, we need to maintain the grid and pay for the distribution of the electricity. So this is not a basic sum that needs to be made. And these funding also needs to the money we make there also needs to supplement your directorates that does not receive an income. So with regards to that, we can possibly ask the CFO if he wants to go in further into that. But I want council to take note that we need to pay for the distribution of the electricity to all the households. So the funding, the municipality is not making a profit per se. So everything that we bill, we implement into projects for the greater community of George.
Thank you. That was quite a
Speaker, can we have the figure? Can we have the figure? How much is council making on the electricity, please? Don't beat around the bush, councillor. Give us the figure.
Councillor, can we please keep it cordial? Thank you.
Speaker, I'm unsure of.
If not, can I ask you to get back to the council as soon as possible? I don't know whether you have that figure available right now. If you don't, could you please revert back to the councillor in due course?
I'm more than happy to get back to the councillor. I just want to say, because I mean, this item deals with 1st of July to 1st of December. So I don't know if he's only talking about that. So this is not about beating around the bush. This is just about answering a question that's not relevant to the item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kleinans, your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you. A point of personal explanation, Speaker. I have it on good record that we make about 400 million profit on electricity. Can the portfolio chair or the CFO just answer this one? What is the markup on our electricity?
Councillor, that we've just said that has nothing to the bearing of this report. And the recommendations are that the report be basically be noted. I don't think we are going to this item, and it has been stated that it's not as a part of the item. So I understand what you're saying, and that can be answered afterwards, Councillor, please. Let's stick to the item at hand, and I'm therefore going to ask that the next person to speak is Councillor Nkampi.
Hulle het so gesê.
Thank you, Speaker. Ndiyakuva Speaker ume ethetha but ke ngoku enani imbhidayo umoya wethu uthethe ngento yoba whenever refresher to ithemba lethu soleke negative forgetting ukuthi ithemba lethu imasipala beGeorge uyayineglecta. That is why ingxaki ezininzi zisuka ethemba lethu because ngoku sixela nge-floods ezikhoza i-delayed construction sinendlela ethemba lethu okubisenziwa ayikagqitywa nangoku and ke ngoku kodwa libisetawuni indlela ibisenziwa kudala igqityiwe which means ithemba lethu ibudget ayisoloko incinci yona every time kukhutshwa ibudget sinikwa itshintshi thina as ukhansila mdaka betshilo ni-unfair abeGeorge masipala lapho nisijongisa kakubi ngabantu because ekugqibeleni anisihoyi umbane khanihoye lamatshijolo banganambane asityele imibane zindlini zethu because atsale zindlini zethu sibhadala amatyala emibane esingayisebenzisiyo because awona amatshijolo batsala kuthi hoyani isho imibane kamasipala please yenzelani amatshijolo baseGeorge iibhox zemibane bakunyanzelekile. Ndiqebile Speaker.
Thank you. Could we have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. I hear you, Mr. Mayor, and I hear about what you have tabled before us today. But the problem that we have is the negative attitude that you have towards us as Thembalethu or as the Thembalethu location. It seems like that there is a problem with you when it comes to funding or giving us big allocations for Thembalethu. You are telling us now about floods and the damages that were made and caused by the floods and the infrastructure, but you are not telling us about Thembalethu. It seems like you are neglecting Thembalethu because there's always insufficient budget or there are insufficient funds or small amount of funds that are allocated in our areas. We have a problem with the electricity that needs to be handled by the municipality, but it also seems like that you do not give us much attention and people are looking at us because we are representing our people. So please see to our cry and please look at us as Thembalethu. That is all for now.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Kritzinger.
Alderman Kritzinger, at your service, Speaker. Yes, at some stage, we really need to get us a financial summary on the amounts of spent in which areas, and I think we will all be in for a very big surprise. Unfortunately, our tax base is just too small, and we will always need extra money by means of loans to balance our budget. And then sometimes it's rather foolish to withdraw from the Finance Committee. Parties get the opportunity to give constructive input in these Section 80 committees, which basically involves all the communities of George. I want to thus, with this, want to recommend or second the recommendation that was made by my colleague, Councillor Wessels. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman Kritzinger. I apologize for that. For 5 years, I was quite used to calling you councillor, and then all of a sudden it changed, and I know I will get used to it eventually, the same as my own titles. Councillors, with that, I'm going to ask, as I've spoken before.
Speaker, ik wil net weet of
Councillor Hector.
Ja, Speaker. Ja, Speaker.
Sorry, just 1 second. Councillor Ndaka Eric, your microphone continuously gets unmuted. I've now had to mute you 3 or 4 times. I'm going to ask you for the last time to please control your microphone. You are causing a disturbance in the meeting. It's the last time that I'm going to ask you. The next time I'm going to have to place you on record. Thank you. Councillor Hector, your point of clarity, please. We have closed that item.
Yes, Speaker, ek het my hand was tydens die item al opgesit, alvorens hy toegemaak het. Dieselfde tyd wat Raadslid Klein aan sy hand opgelig het. Jy het my maar net nie toegelaat of iets wat miskien nie gesien my hand is op nie, maar dit is al geruime tyd op. En ons kom agter dat Goed se hande, hy hanteer nie Goed se hand opsteek nie.
Councillor, I'm really taking objection to your continuous remarks regarding my negligence to your hands. I think in these meetings, I take note of everybody's hand collectively. If you have a point of clarity, your party has already spoken on this matter already. Are you speaking now to Councillor Nkamili's discussion, or are you speaking to Councillor Gericke as part of the discussion?
Speaker,
the person that is speaking.
Die gedeelte wat Raadslid Kleinhans en Raadslid Sapto gereis het, is baie belangrik vir die publiek daar buite. U weet die publiek luister huidiglik in na
answer the questions the best of our ability, Councillor.
Na hierdie vergadering, Speaker. Die publiek doen navraag by Raadslid Speaker rondom 'n petisie wat huidiglik in die
Councillor, I'm going to mute you. Unfortunately, I don't want to know anything about petitions. If there's other stuff like that, I'm going to mute you. It's got nothing to do with this item, and I cannot allow you to bring in other stuff. A point of clarity is brought about exactly what that person is talking about at this stage or the mayor's discussion. I cannot allow you to bring another point of debate in. Thank you. I don't have any point of... I'm going to mute you now. I've asked, this point has been closed, and I'm not going to allow an opening of a different debate. The item was discussed by your party, and I'm now moving on. Councillor Gericke, Alderman Gericke, do you have a point of clarity or point of order?
Yes, clarity, Speaker.
On what point do you have a point of clarity, Alderman?
Clarity is on recommendation C of the very same item.
Councillor Alderman, we've discussed this.
Hold. You cannot just shut us down all the time and exclude us and mute us. You got to listen to us.
Alderman.
No. What is the problem with you?
I'm going to. And I'll tell you why. You've had time to talk, Alderman. You have not raised
any.
I
have the right to raise on a point of. I have the right to raise on a point of clarity.
You've already spoken on this matter. Now you're talking about.
No, I have not spoken on the matter. I have not spoken on the matter. Here in point C, you're talking about revenue. So let us discuss the revenue. Why don't you want to discuss the revenue?
Councillor, your name was not on the speakers list. You are not on the speakers list.
It does not matter in terms of the rules of order I may speak. It does not matter. You are applying the rules of order selectively. And you think we are your children. You cannot treat us like children all the time in these meetings. You must stop this. I'm telling you, I'm warning you, you must stop this.
Alderman, I'm going to make the ruling. You had an opportunity. You are not on the speakers list.
It does not matter if I am not on the speakers list. I may raise a point of order. I may raise a point of clarity. I'm in this municipality.
You're not raising a point of clarity. You're opening a debate.
You cannot belittle us. You belittling us. You dehumanizing us. I'm muting us all the time.
Councillor, I'm not muting you all the time. I'm muting you when you deserve to be muted.
You don't take the purpose of the council.
Thank you. That's your first warning,
Councillor. You can do whatever you like to.
I will, thank you, Councillor. Take a note. The point has been closed. We have it seconded, and we're moving on. Thank you.
Speaker, contain the situation. Oh, Ibo.
I'm moving on. The item is closed.
Sir?
I'm not allowing any further debate. The item is being closed. Thank you. I'm moving on. 13.3 and 13.4 has been deferred to the end of
my hand is off.
The point
van order.
That item has been closed.
Ek wil op die item praat, Speaker.
What is your point of
Ek wil iets on order, Speaker. The order you can read.
Thank you very much. I've made my ruling. You're welcome to take it up afterwards. Thank you. I'm moving on to 13.6, Councillor. 13.6, designation of relevant authority in terms of the Promotion of Access to Information Act, point 2 of 2000. The first person to speak on this is, just as I mentioned, 13.5 was withdrawn. It is on the speakers list as being withdrawn, so I'm moving on. Councillor Mbete, you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item is straightforward. The recommendation is on page 606. Therefore, propose the recommendation as it is, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this is Councillor Eric Mdaka. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, we are raising our hands. You don't recognize us.
Councillor, the previous item was closed. There is no further debate on it, and I have moved on. Councillor E. Mdaka, you are on the floor. You have 1 minute.
Speaker,
I am therefore, Councillor.
as I've said, I've put it in record that we've got a problem with the connection and communication.
Well, Councillor, I can hear you perfectly
Where
now.
are we now?
We are on item 13.6.
I can't hear. I'm said it before, Speaker, that there's a problem with connection. I can't hear. Even now when you said my thing was unmute, I was just taken off the meeting and I had to rejoin. Asked the laptop asked me to rejoin again. There's a problem here.
Councillor, nobody's taking you off. If your signal is bad where you are, that is a problem. Nobody's taking you off the meeting, Councillor. You have 1 minute. Please proceed, or we're going to move on. You have 1 minute.
Okay, we then see. We say you must carry on with this. It is as it is not going even to help us in any way. Even if we can say we don't support it, because you are the one in power, but we are watching you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor J.E.
Sorry, Speaker, you don't recognize us. You don't know what we are going to do because it's with regard the communication system. Some of the councillors, we can't hear them clearly here, and then that's a problem. We are in a meeting here. You have to recognize us. You can't predict what are we going to say or what are we not going to say.
Speaker. Waar is die speaker nou?
Ek is hier so raadslid. I'm here. I'm busy talking to another councillor.
Sorry.
Councillors, I'm going to ask this very nicely for the last time, and I'm speaking to everybody. I will not deal with anybody that is interrupting while I'm talking. If the people put their hands down, we have continued. A point of clarity is purely for point of clarity on what the person that is currently speaking is for. The fact that you have poor signal, unfortunately, we can do nothing about. We have pointed out that nobody is taking anybody off this meeting. The suggestion is that we find better places to hold your meetings so that the signal is correct. So I'm asking everybody, this point is 13.6. If you have anything to say regarding this, keep your hand up. Otherwise, may I ask you to put your hand down? As a point of clarity, I'll take it, Alderman Gericke. Do you have a point of clarity regarding 13.6? Your hand is first up, Alderman Gericke.
Speaker, point of order.
Hold on a second, Councillor Vuyo. I've spoken to Councillor Gericke, or Alderman Gericke. I will get to you. Your hand is fourth on the list. I'm not going to take it. That's a warning I'm going to give you now. that if you interject while I'm talking again, you are fourth on the list. I acknowledge Councillor Jay, I acknowledge Councillor Ntondini, and I acknowledge Tamire, fourth on the list. Thank you. Alderman Gericke, do you have a point of clarity or a point of order?
No, what was it? Is my hand up? No, my hand is, no. I will lower my hand. That's fine.
Thank you, Alderman. That is exactly why the confusion, because people are not putting their hands down. I appreciate your help in it. Councillor J.E.
Sean, Speaker, maar jy nie 'n bietjie rassie asseblief, Mr. Speaker? Maar jy nie 'n bietjie rassie, as jy nie 'n bietjie hype nie.
Nee, ek glad nie. En ek waardeer dit glad nie, hoor.
Ja, maar relax 'n bietjie, want jy staan op het, man. Jy staan op het, jy maak dit mekaar. Dankie.
Alderman Gericke, I don't appreciate your comments. Councillor J, you are next to speak on this item. Please lower your hand. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, baie dankie vir die geleentheid wat jy my gee. Sien dat jy nie altyd ons hande raak sien wanneer jy dit moet raak sien nie, maar wanneer jy dit nie moet raak sien nie, dan sien jy ons hande. En ek moet vandag vir u sê dat ek moet my misnoë uitspreek dat vandag het u hierdie meeting baie swak hanteer. En jy het hom baie swak gechair. En is nie regverdig en neutraal teenoor die councillors nie. Ek wil saamstem met councillor Luvuyo dat jy treat nie ons almal fair en regverdig nie en dit is nie onnie en ons gaan nie dit daar laat ons sal dit daar stop nie. Jy het gevra in die hoops meeting dat ons
Councillor, I've asked you to speak on the item and I have muted you. Yes, I am not going to allow you to fire off the item. You can put your complaints in writing. You're welcome to do that. My ruling is that we are continuing with this item. You have 1 minute. If you do not want to
ja, maar Speaker, jy het in die hoops meeting gevra vir 'n goeie meeting. Ons probeer jou help.
Alderman Gericke, you're helping me. You are not helping me.
We're trying to assist you, but you're not listening to us.
Alderman, I'm naming you once. Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker. I can't hear you. Say again, Speaker.
I said I'm naming you once. Warning. I'm warning.
No, you don't need to warn me. You don't need to do that. Just go the adult way and handle this meeting in an adult way, Mr. Speaker. Then you will have the results.
That's not a problem. Thank you.
Sean, rus 'n bietjie asseblief. Jy moet 'n bietjie rus, Sean.
Councillor J, do you want to speak on this item or not? I'm moving on.
Dringende mosie van wantroue teen jou inbring dat jy uit die raad uit die stoel uitkom. Dis wat ek nou wil inbring.
Speaker, point of order. I want to rise on Rule 3, conducted meetings. Councillor Toto.
Councillor Toto, you're off. Your hand isn't even up.
It was up, Speaker. Why is it lowered? But it's up. Remember, we got a connection problem.
You are not recognized. Councillor,
please recognize me.
I'm not going to recognize you, Councillor.
Not if I may ask, because my hand has been up long.
I'm giving you a first warning now as well.
Stop with the threats. Please recognize me.
This is why we're taking our politics to the street, because you don't allow us in council. We'll do it another time on the streets again.
I've now muted everybody. I've asked Councillor J.E. to please go ahead. If you don't, I'm handing over to Councillor Base. Thank you.
Speaker.
Kan u my hoor?
En
I'm not recognizing anybody.
Nee.
Ek sê Toto.
Speaker.
Councillor Toto.
Yes, Speaker.
I'm going to have you removed from this meeting if you don't stop. Mic on.
Why, Speaker?
Because I've asked everyone to put their mics off. This
We
is your
can-
final warning. I will have you removed.
No, when I speak,
I've given everybody a second warning.
you've said you are muting us. Now we are going to remove him
I'm
because his
speaking
mic is on.
directly to Councillor Faith.
Muted.
Your third
No,
warning.
no,
Councillor
no,
Faith,
speak,
your
no.
third warning.
Speaker, you are wrong. You've said you are muting. You are the chairman of this meeting. You are doing as you. And now you are saying to Councillor Toto, you are going to remove him. That will not happen because you can mute him most.
Councillor Faith, I'm going to ask you to be removed.
Why is it not my right to be in this meeting?
It is your right, but you have the right to also remain cordial. And I've asked you 3 times already to control yourself. You continuously interrupt the meeting.
CPM and ANC chief of today. I have to speak when I want to speak, Speaker.
No, you do not have to speak when you want to speak. Thank you.
And
I'm having you
saying that for
removed.
my councillors. You cannot do this. It's
I'm
wrong.
Councillor Kleinhans, can you continue, please?
Speaker.
Councillor Bate, sorry. Councillor
Speakers,
Bate,
Councillor Buys.
sorry.
Speaker,
Yes,
ons het nog baie werk aan buite ook wat ons wil gaan doen. So laat ons klaarmaak met die business van die dag, Speaker. Speaker, ons as die PBI vra dat die meer transparansie moet wees en dat hy ten alle tye die belange van die gemeenskap van die gemeenskap sal optree. Baie dankie, Speaker.
So ke uKhansela Base ukubana
Thank you
bona
very much.
acela ba umeya abe transparent ngalo lonke ixesha futhi ke ne-interest okanye izimvo zabantu phandle azihoye futhi azijonge.
Thank you for the translation. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Windvaart, please.
I second the proposal of my dear colleague councillor, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 13.7.
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Alderman Gericke.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to say on a lighter note, Speaker. Comrade President Zuma had gesê, you ask me meandos, I'll give you meandos.
Thank you very much for your humor. I really appreciate it.
I give you meandos.
Speaker, you have recognized me long time ago, but you're not giving me time to speak. Can I speak?
Councillor, I did recognize you and you continued to speak and I've muted you and I've asked you to stop interjecting. Do you have a point of clarity or what? The item has already been closed.
Don't shout at me. You are not shouting at Kripping. You are not shouting at Marlene. Don't shout at me.
I am not shouting at you, Councillor. Believe me,
So
I'm
you
not.
are only for women from the DA. You are not scared of me.
I'm asking you for the last.
Can I speak now?
Councillor, no. I've disabled the microphone and I'm going to explain that to you why. I've asked you 3 times to please not interject and you refuse to listen to me. You're welcome to send me a private message if you don't agree with that. I'm not going to be interrupted while I'm talking. This item is concluded and we're moving on to item 13.8.
Sorry, Speaker, can you recognize me, please?
Councillor Ntondini, I presume. Councillor Ntondini, is it a point of clarity or a point of order? Councillor Ntondini, your hand is up. If you're not going to answer me, I'm going to mute you and I'm going to continue.
Sorry, Speaker, it's Councillor Tempingo Selento, not Tondini.
Okay, I see the hand of Sifiso Ntondini is up, so excuse me.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Speaker, I just want to remind you.
No, Speaker.
Councillor Lento, you're not
Councillor
recognized.
Lento.
I have not recognized you. I'm going through the list. Thank you. Councillor Camille.
Thank you, Speaker. I've been waiting patiently because I don't want to act out of the rules of order.
What is your point of order, please?
Yes. Speaker, you have asked the register the presence of the council before the meeting. I just want to bring you into your attention that you have asked our presence in the meeting, and then we said we are present. Now, when we raise hands and then ask for your help,
please,
because we are struggling with the signal. Now you don't want to take a note onto that.
Councillor, I have noted it. So
And then
please, I have noted it, Councillor.
Yes, please.
On a number of occasions, and I can do no further about it. I've noted it, and it is taken up with the administration. Thank you very much. It has nothing to do with the point that we're discussing at the moment. I take it.
But the Speaker, you are interrupting me. The number of the councillors that are outside the meeting now are too much, and then we are proceeding.
Yourself.
It's more than
you repeat yourself. And it's not permitted. I'm moving on. We understand your problems and we are working on it. Councillor Toto.
Speaker is Councillor Lento. I did raise my hand, but you didn't want me to talk.
Councillor Lento, you are not the next in line.
But Speaker, you have muted Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto cannot use his laptop to speak. Councillor Tondi's laptop is off. That's why we cannot speak. How can you say, Councillor, you are recognizing Councillor Toto?
You continue to use his microphone. That's why. Thank you.
Then, but now his hand is up, but we are saying, Councillor Toto, how is he going to speak without a mic on? How is he going to speak?
Councillor Faith, I'm asking you again. I am going to take disciplinary action against you, and I will mute that, and then you will not be allowed back in this meeting. Exactly one of the reasons. Thank you.
I'm a chief whip. I'm an ANC chief whip. I'm
But then you should
correcting
be
you
happy
as you
stuff
are
like
correcting
that.
me. I'm
Thank you.
saying, Speaker, please listen to me. Before you are saying.
I'm moving on. I'm going to adjourn this meeting to lunch. It's now 10 to 1. We're going to come back at Thank you. I'm adjourning this meeting now until after
Councillor Lento, can I say something?
Councillor, no, I've adjourned this meeting. Thank you.
Until what time do you adjourn, Mr. Speaker?
I said we are adjourned until 1:30.
Thank you.
Ja, maar waar maak hulle kos?
Laatste keer wat ons Zoom meetings gaan hê.
Thank you.
Die volgende meeting is in die council chambers.
Yes, yes.
Definitely.
Ja, regtig hoor.
Dis die laaste keer.
Hy het ons gaan met julle ons kan nie praat nie.
Luister hulle gaan hom mute. Ek gaan hulle mute. Ek mute hulle almal.
Ag, jy mute die sy daar praat. Ek is as mute.
Mute ja.
Boek van julle. Ons mense toe ons mense buite luister na. En nou gaan die nou.
Ja, dis besig om te mors. Heeltemal besig om te mors. Want jy weet daar nog iets op by agenda. Jy is besig om te mors, want as hy raad nou begin en nou sê nie, dan is dit probleme. Hoor wat ek vir jou sê. Ja, hy weet sy moet mos 'n sê. Hy sê die kompressie pas en die kompressie op en af op. Nou, hy het ook al
Ek wil nog aanskuwing sê nee. Maar gaan julle mute. Ja, gaan julle verder onderdruk. Julle gaan net sien.
Kom maar net in die meeting sê geloof ek.
Ja, ik is nou moe van jullie allemaal, dan gaan jullie mute.
Gaan straten toe, straten toe.
Wat is die dan voor wat? Kom maar met een kookje alsjeblieft. Kookje. Wat ga je afkomen drinken?
Councillors, just for everyone's notification, this meeting will start in 1 minute. It is now 13:29 and we will be resuming with a roll call at past. Thank you.
Your speech. Laila Grant, also Laila Grant, aku tadi pagi meeting sama aku baik.
Thank you, councillors. We're back in session. The time on my watch is now 13:30 and 25, so I'm a few seconds late. I'm going to continue with the roll call. If I call out your name, please answer. First is Councillor Adams.
I am here.
Councillor America.
Speaker.
Councillor Barnard.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown. Councillor Buys.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Clark.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Cronje. Councillor Cronje. Councillor Du Toit. Councillor Du Toit. Councillor Fichland ED.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Fichland RG.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Fry.
Present, Speaker. Speaker, just like to bring out your attention. We are currently having thunderstorms in Minnie. I might lose connection, Chairperson. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Alderman Gericke.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Gom.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Greef.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Gultig.
Councillor Gultig. Present, thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Honey. Councillor Honey.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Hector. Councillor Hazer.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Hill.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies.
Present, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor J.E.
Teenwoordig, Speaker, ek wil net as Councillor Hani, familie van Chris Hani.
Councillor Johnson.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Kleinhans.
Present, Speaker.
Alderman Kritzinger. Alderman Kritzinger.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Kruger.
Present Speaker.
Just 1 second. Councillors, at the end of the roll call, I will be muting all the microphones. Councillor Eric, your microphone is on once again. I'm going to continue. Councillor Kruger.
Kruger present. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Lento.
Lendo present, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Lose.
Councillor Lose present, Speaker. Nkosi.
Councillor NM Low.
Ten woorde, Speaker.
Councillor RME Low. Councillor RME Low.
Is dat sy wil die orde te bly. Toe sê ek nee, los maar. Nee, maar dit was goed wat dit vandag eers moet doen dan. Toe bel sy my nou die dag weer, toe sê ek nee, so
I apologize for that. Councillor Mankele.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Mbete.
Present, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor E.T. Mdaka. Councillor E.T. Mdaka.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Mdaka F.
Khona Jimlo, Faith Mtaka.
Councillor Mrunkule.
Rekam Mtaka is present, Speaker.
Councillor Kamile.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Neetling. Councillor Nias. Councillor Nias.
Speaker teenwoordig, dankie.
Councillor Ntondini. Councillor Ntondini. Councillor Petrus, Alderman Petrus.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Quintana.
Councillor Katana present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Tampi. Councillor Tampi.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Rulofse.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Suffers. Councillor Suffers.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Sabtu.
Present.
Councillor Simmers.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Smart.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Titus.
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto. Councillor van Niekerk.
Present, Speaker.
Present, Speaker. Present, Toto.
Thank you. Thank you. Alderman van Wyk.
Present, Speaker.
Speaker, present.
Councillor van Brandes.
Present, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Good afternoon, Present Speaker.
Councillor Windwy.
Present, Speaker.
That concludes all the attendance register. Obviously, could I ask that?
Speaker, sorry for interrupting. It's Councillor Brown.
Councillor Brown, noted your hand was up. I take it you being present. Accepted. You can put your hand down. Thank you. Councillors, we are going to continue with the meeting. I am going to make it known for the record that I have muted everybody because there are still microphones going on in the middle of discussions where people are not on the floor and they are interrupting the conversation. I will therefore use the hand system, and I will acknowledge Councillor Subtu. There is no reason for a point of, at this stage of the game, we are not discussing an item. And if you look at item or rule number 30.4, I don't have to accept it. At this stage of the game, we are not in a debate. And for matters of expediency, I'm going to allow the people to speak. I will recognize the hands on items and on the necessary points of discussion only, so that we can have some order in this meeting. Councillor Subtu, what is your point of order? Because there cannot be a point of clarity.
Now, Speaker, when you address the meeting and I don't agree with what you are saying, I can either ask for clarity or I can raise a point of order, Speaker. In this instance, I must state for the record that you are taking sole control of muting and unmuting councillors. Whether you like what they say or not, you are the only sole person that are interfering when people are on the floor at this particular point. For the record, Speaker, thank you.
I'll accept that, and yes, we'll continue with that. You can put your hand down, Councillor. Councillor Nkamile, do you have a point of order, a point of clarity? I presume not. Councillor Hector.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, don't regard council meetings as games, please, Speaker. We're not busy with games here.
Councillor Hector, thank you very much. I have made a ruling and I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to move on to the next item. And the item that I have in front of me now is, for clarity purposes, I just want to confirm we are on item 13.8. Am I correct? No, 13.7. Sorry. George, filming policy 20.21. And the first person to speak on that item is Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, are you there?
Yes, Speaker.
You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity, Speaker. Yes, the item 13.7 is nothing but for notification. Chairperson, I propose that Council take note of the film policy and that Council take note of the service level agreement with the Garden Route Film Commission. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Jay. I see your hand is up. May I ask, is it a point of clarity or a point of information? Thank you very much. Chief Whip, I see your hand is up. Chief Whip, Councillor Barnett.
Thank you, Speaker. You needed to unmute me first. Point of clarity to the previous speaker, Councillor Fry. He said that the policy be noted. Is the amended recommendation not that the policy be approved by Council and that the service level agreement be noted? We cannot note a policy. We need to approve a policy. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fry.
Speaker, are you there? It's very quiet.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to hear Councillor Fry. Are you available? Councillor Fry?
Chairperson, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
I'm trying to unmute myself. Yes, Chairperson. Council Soop approved the film policy, and
are you therefore proposing the policy?
yes, Chairperson, I propose that the policy would be approved and adopted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kom. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we are suggesting that this filming policy must go to a workshop for all councillors. As we all know that some of us are new on this councilling thing, so we are not familiar with this filming, what we call a policy. So I would suggest as the ANC, just for us, just to know what is happening within the policy before we propose or approve. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Alderman Gericke, do you have a point of order or a point of clarity?
No, Speaker, I just wanted to say that I was muted. Thank you. I don't have a point.
I then asked, okay, your hand is down, thank you. Can we move on to the next speaker on this item is Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus, you have 1 minute.
Ek as nuwe raadslid wil sekondeer met die ANC dat hierdie policy behoorlik gewerkswinkel word. Dat kan nie aanvaar word soos dit is nie. Dankie.
Thank you very much.
Uthi ke thina singoceba abasha siyixhasa umbono we-ANC ngoba asikwazi ukuvele sixhase ipolisi singakhange saya kucweyo okanye saya kwi-workshop, ngoko kufuneka iqale siye kwi-workshop.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the adoption of the policy and noting of the service level agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we all in favour? Can we move on? No objections. We're going to move on to 13.8. 13.8.
Daar's 'n hand, Speaker, voor u aangaan.
Councillor Smart, you have, is it, the item has already been finished. You did not indicate a speaking time on the item. I therefore, sorry, a point of order.
Yes.
What is your point of order, please? And please state the number and the item, the order number and the item, please.
There is a counter proposal. You can just ask legal if it's not been a item that should be it should be voted on.
Councillor, to my knowledge, there was no counter proposal. Basically, there was a mention that the item should be workshopped, but there was no counter proposal and no seconder. I therefore move on. Councillor Hector, do you have a point of order?
Speaker, die ANC het die voorstel gemaak dat hy
Councillor,
werkwinkel raak.
They made a suggestion.
Speaker.
They made a suggestion, Councillor. I've made an order. I've made a ruling. I'm going to continue with this item. It has been finished. There was no counter proposal and there was no seconder to the counter proposal. There was no counter proposal put on the table. Thank you. Item 13.9 has been withdrawn. No, sorry, 13.8, appeal in terms of section 62.1 of the Local Government Systems Act 2000, Act 32 of 2000, allocations
Mr.
of...
Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Alderman Gericke, I've moved on to the next item.
No, but my hand was up in the previous item and you did not acknowledge my hand.
Alderman, do you have a point of order or a point of clarity?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm going to request you again, and this is for the last time. No, as you said to me the last time, this is the last time, that whenever we want to raise a point, you become intolerant, you blow your breath, and you go on as if we are a nuisance. In the previous item, there was a council proposal by the ANC, and it has been seconded by good Councillor Titus. She distinctly said that she's supporting the ANC. That is a counter proposal. So why don't you deal with the counter proposal? We cannot allow you to steamroll the processes and shut us up because you're going to charge us if we interfere. This is just simply nonsense. We're not going to stand for that. We will fight it in the highest court. But there is a counter proposal.
Alderman, there was, again, we've had this argument in the past. There was no counter proposal.
Councillor of the ANC submitted a counter proposal. They don't, it's your work to say there's a counter proposal.
Yes.
I continue to
and the councillor of good Councillor Titus distinctly said she's going to support the ANC.
Alderman, I have now muted everybody once again. I'm going to reiterate what I've said. At the end of the previous item, I specifically asked, are we all in agreement? And I had nobody object. I therefore am going to move on, as the ruling says. There was not an official written or suggestion made in the proposals of a counter proposal. There was a suggestion made. There is a big difference between suggesting something and actually making a counter proposal. I'm therefore moving on with this next item, and the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Patana. You have 2 minutes.
Please acknowledge me, Speaker. My hand has been up.
Councillor Sabtu, do you have a point of order or a point of clarity, please?
Yes, Speaker, I have a point of order in terms of the rules of order that guarantees us free speech and free expression of ourselves, and in terms of our constitution, Speaker. We are here as representatives of our community, Speaker. The fact that you are controlling when we can speak and when we cannot speak, how we can raise points of order or any points of clarity for that matter, and how you use and abuse your mics to switch us on or off is taking this meeting out of our control. It's unconstitutional, it's illegal, and I move right now, Speaker, that this House call you to order for you to unmute us and immediately seize control of our mics so that when we want to speak, we can mute and unmute ourselves.
Councillor,
there's a proposal that I'm now putting to
Councillor,
table. You are out of order now.
I'm not out of order, Councillor, and I'm taking my position as the Speaker and making a ruling that I'm not allowing your proposal. It is my right to do so, and I'm moving on. 13.8.9.
Sean, jy's besig om dit te verloor, né?
Nee, ek
Jy's besig om kennis te raak. Jy's besig om kennis te raak.
Heeltemal besig om dit te verloor.
Councillors, exactly why I have muted everybody. I will allow the person to speak that's on the speakers list from here on in. I am not going to allow debate any further. I therefore ask Councillor Katana, if you give me a few seconds, Councillor, you're welcome to go ahead.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. 13.8, the MACO took a decision regarding the sales of F2162 Sifanele Street in Thembalethu on the 27th of July, 2021. One of the parties involved, Victor Dingi, did not agree with this resolution. In terms of Section 62 of the System Act, he has the right to appeal. This item is to appoint the 3 members of the appeal committee who will deal with this appeal. I would therefore like to recommend that myself, Councillor Thandiswa Qatana, and Councillor Lose to form part of in this committee. The 3rd member should therefore be a member of opposition. This 3rd name can be given to our committees or given, the name can be given right now. I therefore so propose, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak is Councillor Mankele. But before he does, I have hands up. And I'm going to ask the first hand. Order. Alderman Gericke, your hand is up. Do you have a point of order, a point of clarity, please? Your hand is down. Thank you very much. So noted. Councillor J.E., do you have a point of order or point of clarity regarding what the speaker has just said? No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Okay, Councillor Nkamile, your hand is up. Do you have a point of order or a point of clarity to what the previous speaker has just said?
No, Speaker, is with regard to unmuting. We can behave. We are leaders of the community. Can you please leave us our mics? We can control ourselves, Speaker, please.
Councillor, I've made that ruling and I'm continuing with it until such time as I deem it necessary to change that. It's my ruling, so thank you very much. I continue. The next speaker to speak on this item is Councillor Mankele. You have 1 minute. Councillor Mankele, you have 1 minute. Your mic is unmuted or unblocked.
Okay, Speaker. Okay, Speaker.
Yes, you have 1 minute.
Yes, my name is Pero Manele, Councillor Pero Manele. As the ANC, as we support the appeal because if I go after 21 days, so ANC thina siyixhasi because kufuneka silandele kaloku procedure ingafakwa seyiphelelwe i-appeal asinangxaki nayo but ifakwe after seyiphelelwe.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Lose.
Translation, Speaker.
Sorry, my apologies. Translation, please.
We as the ANC, we do not support this recommendation because it seems like the appeal has been lodged 21 days after the period has passed. So we don't support because it has to be followed legally and accordingly. So we don't support because the appeal was lodged 21 days after.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Lawson.
Good afternoon, Speaker, all colleagues. Thank you, Speaker. I would like to second the proposal made by Councillor Thandi Qatana. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are we all in agreement then? We move on. The next item, 13.9, has been withdrawn. We therefore move to item 13.10, the evaluation criteria of places of worship. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Hill. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The item deals with religious institutions, and there are mainly two parts to this item. The first is religious institutions that have already occupied an earth zoned for religious purposes. In other words, there's already something happening on the earth. And the second is for the sale of vacant urban for religious purposes. If you look on page 641, the background of the item, it's already been extensively workshopped on 3 occasions: September 2018, the second workshop in October 2020, and the third workshop in August 2021. Amongst the 3 workshops, there were other engagements with the public by means of the website and also in the George Herald. Councillors will note that the background of this is on 645 and further on the Annexure A, and therefore we recommend that the recommendation as on page 642 that deals with the allocation of urban and the criteria to be used in a stage 1 and a stage 2 format on 642 and 643 so be accepted. So, Speaker, I therefore propose that the recommendation as on 642, 643 be approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. The next to speak on this item is Councillor F. Mdaka. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker.
Before
the approval of this item.
Councillor, sorry, there was a hand up just before you started speaking.
Speaker, you are interrupting me.
I did apologize, Councillor.
What time?
As you started, your time is not going to be taken, I promise you. Just before you started speaking, there was a hand that went up. Councillor, is there a point of order, a point of clarity? Did I do something wrong?
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Speaker, can I just direct my point of clarity to the previous speaker? He gave us page numbers with a recommendation, but I believe that those may be the old page numbers. So I think we may just have to fix the page numbers that he proposed to us before we continue and accept the recommendation or continue with the item, because the page numbers changed with the new link that was sent out. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Hill, can you change those page numbers, please, and make your recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I take note of what the Chief Whip said. In fact, what I've got in front of me is still the old agenda. So therefore, I propose that the page numbers not be 642 and 643, but instead 1123 and 1124. Thank you so much.
Thank you for clearing that up for us. Councillor Subtu, your hand is up. Is it a point of clarity or a point of order?
Point of clarity, Speaker. This is exactly what I mentioned this morning about the link that we received at midnight on Sunday. What is happening today with us moving to wrong pages and adopting wrong pages and resolutions in the end is a result of your meeting, so to speak, with all due respect, your meeting not being
Thank you, Councillor.
at this particular point, but yet you prefer to continue in this fashion. Speaker, I put it on record.
Thank you. Noted, thank you. The next person to speak on this item, sorry, Councillor Mdaka, could you please go ahead? You have 2 minutes starting now.
Speaker and Chief Whip of Council, both of you don't know the Women's League. You are only scared of the dawn. Don't be like that. We will come there as a women's league, but stop. The item to regarding the churches and the religious places, before the approval of the recommendation, can the councillors or the council have access to the application of all churches that has applied? And all the ward councillors, can they please have their list as well, so that we know the criteria that has been used must be available to all of us. We can see that here in the item there is, but if these councillors are new, all the ward councillor of Thembalethu are new, they don't even know how many churches have applied, how many land is, what land is available in their respective wards. Can that be done before the approval? We don't have a problem with it, but please do that for us as the ANC. Do a workshop sort of thing, of call all the councillors so that they know that in church number this and this is applying for the land in the RF number this and this. Thank you. And another thing, the last one, the invitation, please, to register. It has to be in our local shops, in our local taxis, in everywhere, in the locations, because not all of the people have the media platforms. And
Thank you, Councillor. You made it a suggestion. Are you making it a proposal or are you making a suggestion? Because I just want to be clear before we continue. Time is up. Okay, Councillor Lowe, you have 1 minute. You're the next to speak for good. Councillor N. Lowe, you have 1 minute. Your minute starts now.
Speaker, Councillor Lowe gaan nou in my probeer om hy sukkel om in te skakel.
We can't hear anything. We can't hear anything.
Councillor, please be patient. Councillor. Councillor Lowe, can someone else do this, please? Councillor Jay, can somebody else do the 1 minute, please?
Speaker, jammer, ek het probleme met die internet. Speaker, ons neem kennis dat die beleid net voorsiening maak in betrekking net tot plekke van aanbidding vir mense wat al reeds grond besit. En dis 'n concern vir ons. Ons wil graag aanbeveel dat meer grond beskikbaar gestel word vir plekke van aanbidding. Ja. En dis 'n proposal dat meer grond beskikbaar gestel word vir plekke van aanbidding.
Councillor, can you first I'll have it translated, and then can I ask you to please put that proposal in the chat box and with a seconder's name, so for record purposes, please.
Uthi ke uKhanyisela lo into bana siyaqonda into bana ipolicy ijonge kakhulu abantu abasele benemihlaba bandiselwe imihlaba yabo. Kodwa ke thina sizawukwenza isicelo kanye senza iproposal into bana makwenziwe umhlaba ufumaneke nakwaba bantu bangekabi nazo izakhiwo.
Thank you for that. Just to confirm, I have asked Councillor Lowe to put the counter proposal in the chat box and to have a seconder, and who seconds that proposal. In the meantime, we're going to continue. The next speaker on this item.
Chairperson, Speaker, sorry.
Speaker.
Councillor J.E., I've asked that the proposal gets put in the box. I didn't see a hand. I'm therefore not going to recognize anybody. Can we please continue with Alderman Gericke?
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
I can, Alderman. I see Councillor Jay has just put her hand up for some reason. If I may just ask if your indulgence, with all due respect. Councillor J.E., your hand is up for what purpose, ma'am?
Ek kan nie hoor wat ek u gesê nie. Ekskuus, kan u herhaal wat jy nou gesê het?
Councillor J.E., I asked Councillor Lowe to place his counter proposal into the chat box. There's some echoing on, so I can understand if you didn't hear it properly. I've asked him to put his proposal in the chat box with the name of the seconder, the person who seconds it, to put the fact that he's seconding it in the chat. Did you hear that, Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Sabtu, your party has just spoken. Do you have a point of clarity on what your own party has just said, or do you have a point of order?
Apologies, Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you. Councillor Toto, what is your point of clarity or point of order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, earlier on in the beginning of this meeting, my chief whip, Councillor Faith Mtaka, she raised a concern around the issue of the network and the fact that a lot of councillors from our party don't have access to the network now. It's in the form of data, and that has happened until this very moment. Is there perhaps any clarity that you can share around that? Because I'm speaking because
Councillor, I have explained
on my
already, Councillor.
Now,
we have a problem in the sense of it is not a network problem from our side, Councillor.
And some of the things I'm left behind in some of the things because of that reason. So is there perhaps clarity on that? How far is administration?
Councillor, I'm going to answer the same as what I've answered to everybody else. The municipality cannot be held responsible for the network coverage in the various areas. We have addressed this, and it has been brought to our attention. The problems that we're experiencing are network problems, and basically it has been discussed already. I'd like to ask, therefore, that we do not raise this point again. We cannot do anything about it from an IT point of view. It is dependent on the Vodacom coverage in your area. I therefore ask, finally, can you please put your hand down, Councillor Toto? Deputy Mayor Fichland, you had something to, a point of order or point of clarity, please.
Speaker,
I just wanna come into this item before we go over to a voting, which I don't see it's necessary here. First of all, the requests that were made by the Chief Whip of the ANC to avail information to the new councillors is a valid request, and I believe we should concede to that. Secondly, this item that we're dealing with today, Speaker, has got to do with the criteria for the allocation of land for places of worship. It's got nothing to do with the land issue. I however, support the request made by Councillor Lowe that a list should be made available to all councillors so that they know where in the respective areas are land that has been earmarked for places of worship. So I don't believe it is necessary for us to have a counter proposal, because the counter proposal deals with the availability of land, and the item at hand deals with the criteria that must be used to allocate land. And the request from Councillor Ndaka is a valid one. So respectfully, Councillor Lowe, I'm not in a position to ask you to withdraw your proposal that we made, but that's just my bit before I speak on my part. And I'm sure Councillor Alderman Girika will support this. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Deputy. Before I go back to Councillor Hill to ask him if he is prepared to change the recommendation, I have two more hands. Councillor Eric Ndaka, your hand is up. Is it a point of order, a point of clarity?
Speaker, it's point of clarity. Speaker, the way you spoke, you reply on Councillor Toto while he was making that. My problem is with you, Speaker. Why the network is net in Thembalethu? Because the councillors of the EFF are complaining as well. Is it not the time that we must come together or avail the hall for us whenever there's a meeting? It's wrong, Speaker. We cannot be like this. It's not nice here. It looks like we are not in the meeting. We want to be part of this meeting. It's bad, Speaker.
Councillor.
All Thembalethu councillors are struggling.
Councillor, I've dealt with this issue on a number of occasions, and I'm not going to take it further today. Please, I'm asking you, we are aware of your problem. Unfortunately, I cannot entertain this question.
Speaker, you are being arrogant.
Speaker.
Again. You are being arrogant again. I'm asking you so nicely. You are being arrogant again.
Speaker.
You are just saying that because you are not feeling what we feel. It's wrong, Speaker. Serious, it's very.
Councillor, I've warned you twice today that you continue talking when I'm talking. I'm now going to officially ask you to be removed by the council because you obviously do not have the discipline to understand that I've asked you, please. If I've given a ruling, I've made a ruling. And yet you still insist on arguing with me. I'm asking council, administration to please remove this person or this from this meeting. And I'm now going to continue with the meeting with the other councillors. Councillor J.E., your hand is up. Is it a point of order or a point of clarity, please? Councillor J.E., your hand is up. Is it a point of order? Okay, I'm having no answer there. Can I please ask Councillor Barnard, your hand is up for something. Did you want to say something before I go back to Councillor Hill? Councillor Hill, I'm asking you, are you prepared to change your recommendation as per what the Deputy Mayor said? Or Councillor Barnard, your hand is back up again. Sorry.
Speaker.
Councillor Viljoen.
Speaker.
Thank you,
Yes,
Speaker.
okay.
You had been
Sorry.
muted, so I couldn't.
Councillor Barnard,
speak.
sorry. Councillor J is, was first on the hands up. Sorry.
Ek was heeltyd gemute. Ek kan u hoor, maar ek kan nie ek kan nie terug kommunikeer met u nie want ek is gemute die hele tyd. Daar's dit nou oop. Ek hoop u kan my hoor.
Can you duidelik hoor, Rasit? Is it a point of order? Is it a point of order or a point of clarity, please?
Speaker.
I'm listening.
Die meetings gaan nie help nie.
Councillor, I can hear exactly what you're saying. So this meeting is working. All you need to do is place your point of order, point of clarity.
Okay. Ek wil terugkom, ek wil saamstem wat die ANC gesê het, Speaker. Dit is onaanvaarbaar dat jy sê daar's niks wat julle kan doen omtrent die situasie dat ons so sukkel in hierdie meetings nie. Daar is iets wat julle kan doen. Laat ons teruggaan na die council chambers toe, laat die meetings daar plaasvind. Ons kan nie so sukkel en julle kan nie.
Jay, I've made a ruling on this, and I'm going to say this now for the last time. Please, we are not going to repeat this continuously.
Ons kan nie maak Thembalethu se councillors beteken niks of hulle moet minder ons gaan council chambers toe in klaar.
Councillor Jay, I've given you 2 warnings already today. I'm now going to give you the 3rd warning. If you continue to talk without being addressed, I'm going to remove you from the council meeting as well. Thank you, Councillor Barnard. I will unmute you. Councillor Barnard, you can speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. My point of clarity was just to you as well as to the deputy. you spoke about amendments, but I'm not too sure what the amendments should be, because we spoke about land, etc., but this is a policy. So could I just have clarity on that, because everything is in the policy, so I'm not sure what you're referring to when you said changing, any of the recommendations. And then I just need to tell you there are still some hands up. After me, Councillor Alderman Gericke and Alderman van Wyk. Thank you. If I could just have clarity on that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, the Deputy Mayor made a suggestion that we stick with the item and that the recommendations made by the previous speakers, instead of a counter proposal, we can go either route. We can either do the counter proposal. I have not seen anything as yet in this. The counter proposal reads that land be made available for all places of worship, seconded by Councillor Teresa. And I think what the Deputy Mayor, if I just ask you to reiterate what you said, please.
Speaker, what I'm saying is, I've had a look at the policy now. There is land available for places of worship. For the sake of transparency and the mere fact that we've got new councillors in council, that we avail a list of current properties to these councillors only for them to know where the land are in their respective wards. Because, Speaker, your ward councillors is your first point of entry when the public seeks to get some of these properties of the churches. So that's the only reason. So that's my proposal. But we've workshopped this thing thoroughly, and I think we should move that we accept it, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gericke.
Speaker, let me just, it's not my turn to speak yet, but on a point of clarity. This item in front of us, and I also declare my interest as a church minister, and I have spoken before this about it. So the item here is, as per the Chief Whip of Policy, and we can do any amendments in council. Council is the highest authority. We can effect amendments. This policy is in the interest of particularly the colored and the black communities that do not have access to land. Does not mean to say that the white community is excluded. There's also a need for land, but we need to balance this policy so that we give fair representation and access of people to that. So I just wanted to clarify this point that we may make amendments here, but I will bring amendments in my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The last to speak now before we continue with the item is Alderman van Wyk. Alderman van Wyk.
Thanks, Speaker. I think what we've got to be very careful of is now interfering in a policy process by talking about certain pieces of land. So I would very strongly advise against adding anything about land. We know that there's land available right across George that have been earmarked as church urban. So I would argue very strongly that we don't amend this particular item. But within the IDP process, which is now underway, that information will be available on which are the pieces of land within each ward that are available, for argument's sake, for business purposes, for church purposes, or any other means at all. So that type of information is freely available to any of the ward councillors if they would wish to get it. And the second point that I just want to make to you, Speaker, is under 27 of Rules of Order, where councillors are repeatedly bringing other matters under an item that's already been discussed. that is totally irrelevant with that item. And I'm making a very urgent call on you on the speaker and on the as speaker and on the councillors not to bring other issues into an item that we are discussing right now, because it's certainly out of place, and you know, it does not look like a professional organization that is focused on an item that, and a council that needs to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Noted. And with that, we'll continue with our item. The next to speak on this item is Alderman Gericke. Alderman Gericke, you have 3 minutes.
Let me make it clear from the onset of this item. This item is about the religious fraternal wanting to have access to land, those that do not have church buildings as yet. Let me also make it clear that council cannot interfere in inverted commas. It is the work of council to propose policies. If we propose amendments, we do not interfere. That is totally wrong and false and devoid of all truth. Council is the highest authority, and when this council speaks, it becomes policy for this municipality. The fact that this item is in front of us does not mean to say that this item has been cast in iron, or it's the alpha and the omega. And I'm going to ask your indulgence in this regard. Let us go through the recommendations. I have spoken to the relevant officials this week, and there was an exchange of mail. We will agree. This policy, it's also not true that it has been workshopped extensively. It hasn't been. We've referred it back all the time because of the fact that there was no clarity on this. And Councillor Rabin and all other councillors know about this of the previous term. On recommendation A, we will agree that the religious institutions we have occupied for more than 10 years, that's fine, although it is not totally right. But for the sake of this argument, we will agree that people that occupy land for more than 10 years, let them have the first option. That is the thing. So then Roman 1, that a permanent building be erected in 2 years' time, we simply feel that that is not fair, because you will have up-and-coming congregations that do not have the financial means. And in other instances, you allow people, the planning department allow other businesses 5 years or even more to start getting off the ground. So I feel this is a counter proposal that we will make, that this be changed, Roman 1 to be changed to 5 years, to give them 5 years. That will be fair to settle and to start building. And that the earth allocated to a registered church, we agree with that. Registered church, yes, because in the past they've been given church land to people that have not been registered. Roman 3, that the religious institution facilitate welfare type facilities, activities, we agree. And Roman 4, that a revisionary clause be registered against the title deed for the property for improvements that will revert back to the municipality should it be utilized for any other purpose. We may pick up some problems there, but that's open for discussion. Now, let us go to B, and then I go straight away to the points allocation. Size of the congregation. You will see that the people more than 200 members receive more points, more than 20 points. But let me first go back to Roman 4, and then Roman 5 should be, because all the established churches in George for now, your congregational church, your NG Kerk, your IFM church, and all those established churches do have land at the moment. So we must add a Roman 5 to say that established churches, it must be in the recommendation, Speaker, that established churches will not come into, will not be considered for this purpose of this policy, but there will be a separate process for them for land allocation. This is only for first timers and those that do not have land to their availability. Speaker, I have asked your indulgence. Can you afford me another minute, please?
Alderman, I'll give you 30 seconds. That's it. The bell is run.
Okay, so can we add a Roman 5 to say that the established churches will be excluded for the purposes of this, because it's pointless to give them all massive pieces of land and other people don't have land. And then on the points allocation, people of 100 and 200 more will earn 20 points, and then you come down and people with 50. I mean, Speaker, that is also not fair. We must open up for everybody to tender and to qualify.
Enough at the moment. Could I ask you to put your counter proposal in the chat box with your seconder, please? And then I want to confirm, do we now have 3 counter proposals, if I understand correctly?
I ask you, I will submit it in the chat box. The mover of the motion and the deputy mayor has also said, and I agree with him wholeheartedly, there is no need to go back and forth on this. Can we not for once as a council agree? Because the points that we all submit make sense. Can we just not work it in somehow or the other? Can we just not understand one another on these points? This is not about a winner or loser. This is about service to the community, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to ask the indulgence even of the planning department, if they can assist us here in terms of what everybody has submitted, if we can work it in and agree on this and then just move forward, Mr. Speaker. Please.
Alderman, I am only the convener of the, I cannot make these decisions. I'm basically here to confirm what the procedures are correct. The deputy mayor has got his hand up. Deputy mayor, I need to take guidance from somebody from the
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, can you grant the Democratic Alliance and its coalition partners a caucus of 10 minutes, please? Thank you.
Okay, the time on my watch is 14:30. We will reconvene at 14:40. We're going to caucus for 10 minutes and we'll reconvene at 14:40.
Hello, Raven. Hello,
Mute
hello.
yourself, Mayor. We're hearing you in the meeting.
Hello.
Mayor, we're
Right.
hearing you in the meeting. Please go out of the council meeting. Mute yourself.
Right, good afternoon, councillors. Sorry, I had a bit of a problem myself at the stage. I had to run to the bathroom. But yes, I'm back. We're going to continue this meeting. And I'm going to ask that we put in the chat box the amended proposals, and then I just want to find out if the DA is back. I will unmute everybody in a second. Just give me a chance. I have muted everybody. I take cognizance of that. It's just that I can make sure that everybody is. There was all sorts of chat during the break. Councillor Fichland, are you back in the meeting?
Speaker, I'm back. Thank you for the opportunity that you gave us.
Okay. Councillor Jay, your hand is up immediately in connection with what is it? Is it a point of order, a point of clarity?
Nee, Speaker, wanneer jy moet onder IT se aandag bring, ek kry nie die opsie vir die chatbox hier nie. So ek weet nie waar om te chat in die chatbox nie, want daar is nie 'n opsie vir dit.
Councillor, if I may ask, are you on your phone?
Nee, ek is op my phone, ek is op die laptop.
Okay, noted then. Are all the counter proposals now in the chat box, please?
Mr. Speaker?
Sorry, I can do one thing at a time here. Who am I, Councillor? Who's talking?
Virgil.
Alderman Gericke, sorry, I didn't see your hand up. It's not up. I'm going to ask you, please, as I've said to the other people, please put your hand up so that I can recognize you. Councillor Barnard, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to bring it to the meeting's attention that there's one counter proposal in the chat box that Councillor Neville Lowe typed there. That's all I can see at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, I was busy trying to check that. Councillor Alderman Gericke.
Mr. Speaker, the meeting has asked for the DA has asked for a caucus on a point just after I have spoken. Now suddenly you come back. I've asked that we don't put in counter proposals, but that we rather agree on issues. So you're coming back, and the DA then can the DA that who called the caucus make their position clear, whether they're going to go against what we have said and shall we submit them? It's not your work to do this. They must state their caucus position so that we understand and that we can do what we must do. So what is the DA's position on this?
I was about to get to that. I wanted to find out if there were counter proposals to the original one. The DA, Councillor Fichland, could you were the last to speak and to ask for the caucus. Can you please clarify, and then we can decide as to whether we're going to vote or whether we're going to continue, because there is a counter proposal in the.
Thank you. Speaker, thank you. Now there's no counter proposal from outside. The meeting may continue. Thank you.
Okay, so for clarity purposes, the DA is going with the original proposal that is on the table. We then have a counter proposal from the Good Party that's in the chat box. And that is the only one currently. Alderman Gericke, you did mention that you wanted to put in something of your own with a 0.4 or 0.5, a Roman 5.
I'm busy writing the proposal now, Speaker, since we hear the position of the DA now. I was with that mere genuine and honest business, and
please can you refrain from discussing, talking directly?
No, I say that councillors and the parties must be more honest and genuine when they stick to their proposals. They must say this, so that we don't hang in the air.
I don't think we need to go into debate about that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm waiting for you.
I am typing my counter proposal.
I'm waiting for your counter proposal so that we can, and also your seconder, please.
Niet in julle caucusposisie praat en dan word julle gebel. Dit is wat hier gebeur.
Councillor Hector, do you have further counter proposal, or do you have a point of order?
Point of clarity, Speaker, of information net vir Raadslid Gierke sê, ons moet leer om nie die DA te vertrou nie.
Raadslid, asseblief, dit is nie 'n point of clarity daai nie, dit is regtig ontoepaslik. Ons praat hier oor 'n item wat dit glad nie, it's definitely not the item that is at hand here. I'm not going to allow people to start making comments like that, thank you. I'm waiting for and can you please put your hand down, Councillor Hector and Alderman Gierke, thank you. I'm waiting for the counter proposals.
I'm almost done. I will give it to you now, sir. That's the one. And then 2.
Thank you, Councillor Alderman. I'm just waiting for it in the chat box. I'm sure we can.
Yes, it is in the checkbox.
Okay. I'm waiting for the full counter proposal so that I can have it all at the same time, please. Councillor Lowe, I've found your counter proposal. I must, however, say that I do not see a seconder. Who seconded by Councillor Teresa? Could I ask Councillor just write that she seconds your proposal in a separate message, please, so that it's not from the same.
Dis hoekom ek sê dit. Ek het gesê dat ek het nie die opsie in die chatbox op die oomblik nie. IT moet maar daarna kyk.
I'm therefore asking that corporate takes into consideration that it has been verbally accepted and on record that Councillor Fortuin then seconds the motion by the good. Okay.
I'm done, Speaker. I am done, and my proposals are being seconded by Councillor Kleinhans.
Thank you very much. So therefore, the counter proposals are as follows. From the Good Party, Councillor Lowe proposes that the land be made available to for all places of worship, and seconded by Councillor Teresa Jayi. That is one proposal. Another counter proposal from Councillor Gierke is item 3.10, that a permanent building be erected within 5 years after the property has been registered in the name of the church. And his second proposal, that the Roman 5 be added to the recommendation stating that the churches that own property in George not be included in the item. And these are seconded by Councillor Kleinhans. I'm therefore going to ask for a vote. First item is recommendation 1 by sorry, there's a hand, there's somebody that's
It's Councillor Barnard's hand.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Councillor Barnard, I have muted whoever was talking. We are back in line. We are about to go into vote. Councillor Tampe, if it is not to do with the vote, I'm going to ask that you stand down. Councillor, do you have a counter proposal, another counter proposal, Councillor?
Sorry, Speaker, the problem is which chat box yam angikwazi ubhala. Angikwazi ubhala ku chat box. Please cela ungijonge ntoni ingxaki angikwazi ubhala ku chat box.
Somebody translate that for us, please.
The problem, Speaker, is I cannot write on the chat box. Please, I don't know what is going on, but I cannot write on the chat box.
Okay. Does the councillor have a counter proposal? But the EFF does not have a speaking term on this item, so therefore there should be no reason for her to. She cannot counter proposal at this stage. The counter proposals that we've had and have been made by the two parties. And we're going to start with the last proposals first. In other words, the counter proposals from Councillor Gericke first. I'm going to ask and go through the list in alphabetical order. Those in favor of his proposal and those against the proposals, both proposals by Councillor Gericke. Councillor Adams.
Against, Chair. Speaker.
Councillor America.
Against, Chair.
Councillor Barnard.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown. I see she's battling to get it. Councillor Brown. Against or for? Councillor Bass.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Clark. Councillor against. Councillor Cronje. Councillor Cronje. Councillor Du Toit.
Against.
Councillor Fichland, ED.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fichland, RG.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fry, J.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Gericke.
In favor.
Councillor Gom.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Greef, M.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Gultig.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Hani.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector.
Favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Hazer.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Hill.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies.
Against, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Jay.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Johnson.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Kleinhans.
In favor, Speaker.
Ritzinger.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Kruger.
Against, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Lenter. Councillor Lenter.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Lorse. Councillor Lorse. Councillor NM Low. Councillor N.M. Low.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor R.M. I. Low.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Mantele.
Sipelo Manele, in favor, Speaker.
Councillor Mbete.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor E.T. Mdaka.
Speaker, in favor.
Councillor F. Mdaka.
Ngokunjalo nakum in favor.
Councillor Murumkule.
Mrukule, Mrukule. Siyamxhasa uVete, sihamba naye.
I'm not sure what that means, but we'll carry on. I'm sure somebody knows. Councillor
In favor,
Nkamile.
Your Worship.
Councillor Nkamile. Councillor Nkamile. Councillor Neetling. Councillor Neetling. Councillor Niehaus.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Ntondini.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Alderman Petrus.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Katana.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Tampe. Councillor Tampe. Councillor Rulofse.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Suffers.
Present, Speaker.
Are you for or against, Councillor?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Sabtu.
In favor.
Councillor Simmers.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Smart.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillors, can I ask you to please mute your microphones? Councillor Snyman, against. Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus. Councillor Toto. I assume that was Councillor Titus. Mr. Titus, you're echoing. Are you for or against?
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto. Councillor van Niekerk.
Against, Speaker, and Councillor Neetling has just had problems. He has raised his hand. He's online now.
Thank you. Councillor Alderman van Wyk.
Against, Speaker. I think there are quite a few councillors struggling. Brown, Cronje, Neetling, Losse.
Noted. Councillor van Brandes.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Windwy.
Against, Speaker.
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker.
Who may I ask
The
this, sorry?
councillor, the councillors of ANC are struggling to log in the network because of the network.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Neetling? I see your hand is up. Councillor Hector, your hand is up. I recognize.
I agree. I just
Councillor
not
Neetling,
everything,
just a
but I
second.
agree.
Against. Sorry.
Councillor Hector, your hand is up. Is it?
Dankie, Speaker. Ek wil net hoor die publiek wil hoor of die konfidensiële item is, want hulle kan niks hoor nie op die item nie. Ek kry boodskappe dat hulle sê hulle hoor niks nie, so hulle wil weet of dit 'n konfidensiële item is.
We are not in the confidential items at the moment, and as far as I know, the YouTube link is working.
Nee, maar hulle kan nie hoor, Speaker, jy hoor wat ek sê, hulle hoor niks nie. Hulle neem aan as 'n konfidensiële item.
Councillor Hector, find out. Thank you. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Ek vra nou vir u, Speaker, kan jy seker maak die publiek is baie geïnteresseerd in hierdie item.
Hector, ek het sopas gesê ek gaan uitvind daaroor. Dankie. Ek het genotuleer en ek sal daarvan werk maak. Councillor Ntomile. Councillor
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yes, the network problem, it's breaking. I can't hear what was proposed, and then it's a problem. And then I don't have an option even to write in the chat box.
Councillor, unfortunately, we've gone over to the voting stage at this stage, and we are voting for or against the Councillor Virgil Chirica's motion. Unfortunately, I didn't notice that you were out. I'm therefore going to have to ask if you were out at that stage. I can't do anything about it now. I know that some people were cut off in the middle of everything, which is unfortunate. Councillor Crinier, your hand is up. Councillor Crinier, your hand is up. Councillor Crinier, we can hear nothing. I see your mic is unmuted, but there's nothing coming out of it. Councillor Crinier, I can hear nothing. Sorry. I'm going to have to move on. Alderman Chirica, you did vote, am I correct?
Speaker, we've lost you.
I'm still talking. It seems like nobody's got microphones at the moment. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you clearly. Thank you.
My hand is up, Speaker. I'm just waiting for you to acknowledge me.
Councillor Sabto, I notice your hand is up. I was speaking to Alderman Chirica first. He is above you. Alderman Chirica, do you want to say something? Sorry.
No, sir, I'm struggling to get in here. I'm muted, then I'm unmuted, then I'm muted, then I'm unmuted. Okay, you just carry on. We will know what to do. It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, I have unmuted everybody at this stage of the game, so everyone has a fair opportunity. There seems to be a problem with the signal in George at the moment, so I take note of that. Thank you, Alderman. Rosemary, are you tallying up the votes at this stage, Councillor Sabtu?
Speaker,
yes,
I
Speaker.
see Councillor Losse has recorded his
Speaker,
vote in the
point of
chat
order.
box.
You called my name and then the mayor started talking over me, man. Can we get some order, Speaker?
Councillor Sabtu, can you go ahead, please?
Yeah, Speaker, I want you to acknowledge, please, Speaker, the councillor from the ANC was saying he's having problems with the network, Speaker. You responded by saying we're in a voting process. There's nothing we can do about it. Same issue was raised with by Councillor Chief Whip Marlene and with the mayor, Speaker, and you didn't say the same thing to them. I'm just putting these things on record, Speaker, so that we will have a clear understanding of how different sections of this meeting is being treated. Thank you, Speaker.
I take note of your concerns, Councillor Sabtu. Councillor Nkamile, your hand is up again.
Yes, Speaker, we are struggling with the network, and then it seems as if you want to ignore that one, that part of a network, as much as you say you recognize
Councillor,
that
I'm not
there is
ignoring
no
it.
good signal here in George. So, what is the use of us being in a meeting but we can't communicate?
Councillor Barnard. I have noticed that there are some of the people that have put their votes in the chat room. Rosemary, have you got a tally, please?
Mr. Speaker, just give me another chance, please, because those
Okay,
in
thank
the
you.
chat room,
I'll
we
give you
just
another
need to
chance.
add them. Thanks.
Councillor Barnard, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that there were hands up, but they're down again. It was Councillor Cronje, Councillor Brown, and Councillor Lawsey, and Councillor, at that stage, Councillor Supton, Councillor Gericke. But I think you've dealt with them.
I have, thank you, Councillor. All the hands that I've got up here, I have dealt with already. Councillor Kampi, may I ask, while we're waiting for the tally, do you have a point of order, a point of clarity?
Clarity, Speaker. Cause into eyenzekayo Speaker, okokuqala inetwork yasibetha asikwazanga uvota. Nale you noted down. So which means ivote zethu azibalekanga kule agenda sibhizi ngayo kule item. Okwesibini bendithina kwi-chat box angikwazi ubhala kuba ngento ivote nakwi-chat box bengikwazi ubhala kwi-chat box. Naleyo ubuyithe unoted down but awukayilungisi. So which means thina sikhona nje as the-observers qha and listeners kule meeting. We have nothing to input. Asikwazi ubeka input yethu. So what's the use of us being here in this meeting if we have no input? We are just listeners. Guys, please speak, man.
Councillor, I am going to ask for a translation.
Speaker, as I've said in the beginning that we have a problem with them.
Oh, Makambe, Roman, Makamkam.
We have a problem with network here, Speaker, as somebody already said that in Thembalethu there's a problem general with network. So we're unable to register our votes. So it means that our votes were not counted, not that we did not want to vote, but because that we're having connection problems and we had told you that we're having connection problems. And the second thing, and you said that you have noted that. And the second thing I told you that you cannot even register our votes on the chat box because we are unable to write on the chat box. You said that you also have noted that. So I just want to put that under your attention. Thank you.
Rosemary, if I may ask, just for clarity point of view, I called Councillor Kampi's name out and she answered, if I'm not mistaken, as against. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Mr. Speaker, no, she did not vote.
Okay. She has an opportunity now that she's back in. It basically said that from the beginning we would have taken her vote. I was going to go back and ask for those people that have not voted to have an opportunity. I'm trying to be fair. I know that there's a lot of people that have been in and out of the meeting because of signal, and I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I cannot hold the whole meeting because of the signal. So therefore, Councillor Kampi, can you register your vote, please, verbally?
Speaker.
Sorry, Speaker.
Seriously. I see your hands and I'm busy talking, Councillor Lento.
Okay.
I'm going to give a warning to the next person that interjects while I'm talking. Seriously. I've asked nicely and obviously it's falling on deaf ears. I'm going to, Councillor Lento, I'm busy talking.
Okay, I'll listen for you.
Thank you. I've asked Councillor Kampi to register her vote. If you could please unmute yourself and register whether you are for or against.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Cronje, your hand was up. I asked you whether you have you noted it on the chat box.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Yes, my vote was against, and I tried twice to record it. But thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? And if I can please ask, with all due respect, that all the hands go down. I'm asking for all the hands before I continue. Can I have all
No, Speaker, I want to object against this process. It has been
Councillor,
flawed now.
I've made a ruling, please. Councillor Sapti, you seem to have a problem, and I'm not, seriously, I've asked you to put your hand down. That is a ruling. I'm asking you to put your hand down, and for the last time, I've given you 2 warnings already today. This is your 3rd. Please put your hand down. Thank you. Councillor Lento, put your hand down, please. You will have an opportunity. Thank you. Those councillors that have not voted, I ask you to please put your hands up so that we can record your vote verbally online, please. I'm giving a few seconds for you to put your hand up if you have not voted so that we can register your vote, please. Councillor Camille, are you for or against?
Speaker, a point of order again. We have recorded our problem of the signal, and then you subject us to a matter that we don't know, and then we don't have a clarity on it. And then
I have discussed this 3 times.
You are enforcing us to vote for something that we didn't hear, and then we bring it in your attention that we are lacking of the signal. How fair is that?
Councillor, I've taken it upon myself to mute you. You do not listen. I have given an opportunity for everybody in a matter of fairness, and I'm now going to ask that if there's no other hands for voting purposes, that Rosemary, please read out the votes, please.
Point of personal information, please, Speaker, before Rosemary does that.
Go ahead, Councillor. Point of information, you said.
Yes, please, Speaker, and my hand is up. I just don't think you saw it.
I see it, yes, I did see it, but I wanted Rosemary to...
In fairness to all councillors present, I was just going to ask if we could maybe get administration just to run through the list so that we know who did and or who did not vote, so that those who did not vote can just be afforded the opportunity. Your ruling, Speaker, and I just think it's fair that we ask admin to say who did not vote so that they can be afforded a chance if possible.
Councillor, I am trying to be as fair as possible to everybody. I am more than willing if Rosemary can tell us how many people did not vote, firstly. How many people have not been able to vote, Rosemary?
Mr. Speaker, it's just 2 councillors. Councillor Toto and Ngamele. That's the only 2 councillors that I've counted that did not vote.
Thank you, Rosemary. So those 2 councillors. Councillor Sabtu, I see your hand up for another turn. Is it a point of order or a point of clarity, please?
Yes, definitely a point of order, Speaker, in terms of 1.3 at the rules of order, please. Can I proceed?
What is your point of order then, please?
Firstly, Speaker, the point of order is that you are stifling a fair speech, fairness within the council meeting. You're in your own words, you said the next person that put up their hand, you're going to charge that person. Then your chief will make a suggestion where basically means to interfere within the voting process, which has now happened, and you agreed to that, Speaker. I'm saying again, this process is now flawed. In terms of Rule 1.3, Speaker, you are bullying us in terms of whether we can put a vote of order or not put a vote of order, put our hands up. You actually instructed us to put our hands down. So I'm putting this on record, Speaker. In terms of Rule 1.3, this is unconstitutional, it's illegal, and it's against the rules of order. Thank you.
Councillor, noted. Thank you very much. Alderman Gericke.
Okay, here's my thing again. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you, Alderman.
Okay. Let me just, you were talking, I'm rising on a point of clarity. You were talking about fairness.
Correct.
So let us be fair in line with what Councillor Sapto is saying. You have closed the voting process. You, as the Speaker, you've declared it closed. You've called for a tally of the vote.
Correct you, please, Councillor.
Hold
Alderman,
on, you've called for a tally on the vote. You've called for a tally. When you called for the tally on the vote, you've closed the vote. You cannot now go back and ask and open up the process again. It's unlawful to do that. Even if whoever comes to ask you to open the process, you cannot do it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Alderman. That was a suggestion by the Chief Whip, and as I said, I was trying to be fair, but no problem. There were only 2 councillors that did not vote. Those 2 votes will therefore not count. Yeah. And if I can ask...
Speaker, my hand is up. Speaker, please, please, I want to speak on that one.
It is in any way not going to have a material impact on the voting. It is, you're going to floor the process. This is the thing that we're pointing out. We're pointing out your double standards, how you floor the process. Now you're running to the fact that it was a suggestion by the Chief Whip, but you reverted back to her. You wanted to open it up. It's clear that you wanted to open it up.
To be fair, Councillor, it was not a ruling. I was trying to, in fairness, because of the complaints raised by the other councillors, which I took under consideration, and therefore I asked about it. But taken,
you must say,
I'm not
speak. You must know. You cannot just run to, I'm not going to entertain. Let your advisor next to you tell you that you must declare on this. You must say, Chief Whip, I'm not going to allow you.
To my advisor, thank you. And we have.
I must tell you that you cannot do this. You must say, Chief Whip, I'm not going to allow this. You cannot just move on.
Councillor, she asked how many people did not vote. I asked how many people did not vote. Those people have now
Okay,
not...
so, gaan op jou manier so uit. Jy gaan hierdie dag berou, ek sê dit vir jou.
Okay. Point taken. Rosemary, can I have the results?
Those in favor, I've counted 21. And those against, I've counted 31, and the 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With 2 abstentions. Yes, sir.
Councillor, your language on air, I take objection to it. I really don't think it is, dit is nie van toepassing om sulke taal op die lig te sit nie, asseblief.
But Speaker,
I withdraw this mic is unmuting itself. I'm withdrawing that, Speaker. If it came from my mic, this thing is just unmuting itself.
Doesn't unmute itself, unfortunately, Councillor. It never has and it can't. It's not.
Well,
but
I
anyway.
don't know, Speaker. You are the only one that has sole control over the muting stuff.
Yes, thank you. Carrying on, therefore, we have to go to the second proposal by Good. As there were 3 proposals, I'm going to ask once again, for matter of expediency, I'm going to call out the names and then ask you to please indicate whether you are for the second proposal, for or against. And this is the proposal from Good Party. And I'm going to read it just so that there is clarity. The Good Party's recommendation was, if I can just find it here again quickly, sorry, there's been a lot of discussion. Proposal reads, the land made be available for all places of worship, seconded by Councillor Teresa. If you are for it or against it. Councillor Adams.
Speaker, I'm against Good.
Councillor America.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Barnard.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Brown.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Buys. Councillor Buys. Councillor
Support,
Clark.
Speaker.
Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cronje.
Again, Speaker.
Councillor Du Toit.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Vigland ED.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Vigland RG.
Speaker.
Sorry, I did not get that, Councillor.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Tian Good, Speaker.
Alderman Gericke.
Yeah, obviously we are in favor.
Thank you.
Kan ek net
Thank
vra
you.
as die twee aan jou kerk man nie. Die twee is jy nie 'n kerk man nie. Jy spek
Gentlemen,
vet.
I ask
daar
you-
sit.
I'm going to ask jou ook asseblief. Dis die tweede keer wat u nou u stem lig daarso oor dinge wat nie van toepassing is nie. Dis jou tweede waarskuwing. Councillor Gom. Councillor Gom. Councillor Greef.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Gultig.
Against.
Councillor Honey.
In favor.
Councillor Hector.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Hazer.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Hill.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies.
Against, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Jay.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Johnson.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Kleinans.
In favor, Speaker.
Alderman Kritzinger.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Kruger.
Against, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Lento.
In favor, Speaker, but I don't know what you are talking about, but I say in favor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker.
Councillor Lose.
Against, Speaker.
Speaker, sorry.
Councillor Lowe. NM.
Favor, Speaker.
Councillor Lowe. RMI.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Mantele. Councillor Mantele.
In favor, Speaker. My computer is not.
Councillor Mdaka. Councillor Mdaka ET.
Speaker. Councillor Mbete here.
Yes, Councillor, sorry.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Mdaka ET. Councillor Mdaka ET, have you recorded your vote? Sorry.
Do you go on? Did you need in favor?
Thank you.
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you.
Eric Mdaka.
Thank you. Councillor Umkhule.
In favor, Speaker. I'm not a sellout because I know the church.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. That's enough. Councillor Nkamile.
Speaker, sorry.
Councillor Nkamile.
Speaker, sorry.
Don't see a hand. I'm not recognizing anybody. We're in the voting process. Can we continue? Councillor Nkamile.
Speaker.
Are you voting? Councillor Goma, I've recognized you. Are you voting?
Yes, Speaker, because I'm having a difficulties here. I can't hear what is happening, but I hear they are voting.
Thank you.
Now.
Are you voting for or against the proposal by the Good Party?
In favor, Speaker, even though I don't know.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tomile,
Absana nayo Speaker.
Councillor Neetling,
Against, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Niehaus,
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Ntondini, Councillor Ntondini, Councillor Alderman Petrus.
Favor, Speaker. In favor, Speaker.
Okay, Alderman Petrus.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Katana,
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Tampi,
In
Councillor
favor,
Tampi.
Speaker.
Thank you,
Lana,
Councillor.
in favor. And
I've
I've
received it. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ruloff, sir.
Against, good Speaker.
Councillor Suffers. Councillor Suffers.
Against, Speaker.
Against,
Speaker.
In favor.
Councillor Simmers.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Smart.
In favor, die Here is die Here.
Thank you. Councillor.
Amen. Amen.
Councillor Titus.
In favor.
Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm voting in favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fanika.
Baptized in fresh.
Against,
Speaker, can you?
Councillor Van Wyk.
Yeah.
Against,
please mute your
Speaker.
microphone. Thank you.
Speaker.
Your microphone. Alderman Van Wyk.
Against, Speaker. This is the second time. Hopefully it's just
Sorry.
another vote you're allowing me.
Councillor Van Brander.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Windvai.
Against, Speaker.
Snyman against. Rosemary, can you tally up, please? Alderman Gericka, we are in the counting process. Everyone has been called out.
No, Speaker, I understand. I wanted to submit an unrelated request to you as the Speaker whilst the tally is on.
Alderman, if it has got to do with the meeting, you're welcome to send it to me on a WhatsApp. I'm not going to go off the meeting's proceedings at this stage of the game.
No, it's not about the meeting. It's just about.
You can send it to me personally. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Heiser and myself. If you will allow us to leave the meeting now, sir, we have an urgent appointment awaiting us. Please, we didn't foresee that the meeting will keep on so long.
Councillor, if you could just put that in the chat room, no problem. Yourself and Councillor Heiser. Am I correct?
Yes.
Granted, you're allowed to leave.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Must I still put it in the chat box?
No, it's just, Councillor, it's just for record purposes, but you don't have to if you don't want to. I just thought it for convenience sake, but thank you. You may
No,
leave.
they got it on record now. Can I but leave, please?
You can leave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sean, Comrade Speaker, you must have a beautiful meeting.
Thank you.
and you must listen to the people, eh?
Thank you, Councillor. Enjoy your meeting.
Bye.
Rosemary, can
May
you
I
go
proceed,
ahead?
Mr. Speaker?
Rosemary, can I ask you to put the other speakers off, please? I can't. You're echoing.
Those in favour, I've counted 23, and those not in favour, I've counted 31.
Thank you very much. Therefore, the counter proposal does not carry. And I just want to confirm. Okay, which now means we have to vote on the original proposal. If we can go through this quickly, if you don't mind. Councillor Gom, sorry, Councillor Gom, just I see your hand is up. Can I ask you? We've going to continue. Hello, Councillor Gom. Councillor Gom, I'm going to continue. I can't see your hand is up, but you're not answering me. Chief Whip, you have your hand up.
Can Mr. van Schalkwyk speak first?
Certainly, Mr. van Schalkwyk, could you please? I see your hand is up.
Speaker, I think you've voted 3 times now on the same matter, and all 3 times the counter proposals were rejected. So I don't think it's necessary now to vote a 4th time.
Advocate, just for clarity, we've only voted twice. The one was against Virgil, the proposal by PBI, and the other one was against the proposal by Good. We have not voted for the original proposal.
Okay.
So please clarify
with
if that's necessary.
Then you can, fine. I agree. Then you must carry on the vote for the proposal as the recommendation.
Thank you very much. So noted. Councillors, as you've heard, the advocate has advised us. I'm going to go through. This is for the original proposal as it stands. For record purposes, I'm going to go through the list again. Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Adams, do you know what you're voting for?
Sorry, my connection is bad. Oh, sorry.
You're voting for the original proposal.
Yes, always for. Always against Teresa.
Jy het klaar gevoot, meneer. Sorry.
Ja, ek wou teen jou.
Councillor America.
In favor.
Councillor Barnard.
For the recommendation, Speaker.
Councillor Brown.
In favour.
Councillor Buys.
Yeah.
Councillor Clark.
In favour.
Councillor Cronier.
In favor.
Councillor Du Toit.
In favor.
Councillor Esu. Absent, sorry, my fault. Councillor Fichland, ED. Councillor Fichland, ED. Councillor Fichland, RG. Councillor Fry.
Vir die speaker, vir kerke speaker, vir kerkleier speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Enough. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. Councillor Alderman Gericke has been excused. Councillor Gom. Councillor Gom. Councillor Greef,
Teen Brendan se DA want ek loop keer.
Councillor Goltech,
For the original proposal, thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Councillor Hani. Councillor Hani.
Speaker. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Hector.
Against the DA.
Thank you. Councillor Hazer.
Councillor Hayes has left the meeting.
Okay, yes, thank you. Just wanted to confirm. Councillor Hill.
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Jantjies.
In favor of the DA, Speaker.
Councillor J.E.
Teen die DA, Mr. Fry, dat dit so uitstel.
Councillor Johnson.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Kleinhans.
Teen Brendan Adams se DA.
Okay. Councillor Kritzinger. Alderman Kritzinger.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Kruger.
In favor of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Lentu. Councillor Lentu.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Lorse.
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Low NM. Councillor Low NM.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Low RMI.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Mankele.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mbete.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Ndaka ET.
Speaker. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ndaka.
Give him a rule, Speaker.
Wanted to answer.
Yes. Didn't you hear my answer?
No, there was an echo. That's why I'm asking you. Could you just repeat it for me, please?
AGAINST.
Thank you. Councillor Murumkule.
Mkhukuli next time, Kepa.
Murumkule. Thank you very much for the correction. Against. Thank you. Councillor Camille.
Against Somlomo.
Councillor Netlin. Councillor Netlin.
In favor.
Councillor Niehaus.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Ntondini. Councillor Ntondini.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Petrus. Alderman Petrus.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Quatana.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Tampi. Councillor Tampi.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Rulofse.
Vir die DA en vir die kerke.
Thank you. Councillor Suffers.
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sabtu.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Simmers.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Smart.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus.
Against the DA.
Thank you. Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto. Councillor van Niekerk. Yeah. Councillor Toto, yes.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor van Niekerk.
In favor, Speaker.
Alderman van Wyk.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor van Brandes.
In favor, Speaker.
Wessels.
Good afternoon. In favor, Speaker.
Thank you. And Councillor Windwy. Councillor Windwy.
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Snyman. In favor. Councillor Gom, your hand is up. Would you like to register your vote? Councillors, your microphones are on again. Councillors.
I speak, Speaker.
Councillor Gom, can I ask you to please register your vote?
I'm against the Speaker, but I don't know what's happening with my laptop. Just go on and off.
Thank you, Councillor Gom. Rosemary, that is all the votes on my list. If you could please tally up.
Doing that off click. Just button.
Councillor Gom, your microphone comes on regularly. Please switch it off and control it. Rosemary, continue. Can you give us the results, please?
Mr. Speaker, yes. Those in favor, I've counted 29. Those not in favor, it's 21. And 2 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The proposal, therefore, is that the motion as presented in the item carries. Thank you very much. Can we move on? Rosemary, can you put your hand down? We're moving on to item 13.11, which is the George Municipal Corporate Disaster Management Plan. The first to speak on this is Councillor Clark. You have 2 minutes. Councillor J.E., we have not started talking yet. We've just, may I ask, in connection with what is your hand up? A point of order or a point of clarity?
Dankie, Speaker. Ek wil net graag weet wanneer gaan ek my motie kan voorlê asseblief vir tafel lê.
Councillor, I cannot hear a word you're saying. It's echoing. Somebody else has their speaker on. Councillor J.E. Councillor J.E.
Nog steeds vir my. Dankie, Speaker, dankie. Ek wil net hoor wanneer ek my
Councillor, I can hear nothing from you and I'm not muting you. So it's not me muting you, you're muting yourself.
Speaker, kan u my hoor nou?
Where do you know? I hear you.
Ek het vra wanneer ek my motie kan lê asseblief.
Councillor, I called your name out more than twice. I gave everybody a fair opportunity. There are 2 councillors from the DA that also did not vote because I called their names out twice. You were in the meeting. So would you like me to have the item has been closed and the item has been accepted. We are therefore moving on to item 13.11. And the first person to speak on the item is Councillor Clark. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of this 2021 to 25 disaster management plan is to outline policy and procedures for both the proactive disaster prevention as well as reactive disaster response and mitigation phases of disaster management. And this plan serves to confirm the arrangements of the George Municipality disaster management approach to effectively prevent disasters from occurring and to lessen the impact of those hazards that cannot be avoided. And there are 3 objectives: integration of disaster risk management into strategic and operational planning and project implementation of all the line functions and role plays within the municipality, and then also to improve community resilience to the extent that communities are able to withstand, adapt to and recover from the effects of hazards. And this plan also seeks to ensure an integrated, fast and efficient response to emergencies and disasters by the role players. I therefore recommend that Council approve the plan for 2022 for areas within its jurisdiction. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next to speak on this item is Councillor F. Mdaka. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, in the council, I see how you have beautified your plan and you make it beautiful so that we think it's good. Kanti, this plan of yours doesn't include our informal settlement. As I have read the plan, there is something that informal settlement, but when you go through it, it doesn't say anything about informal settlement. It only talks about town, it only talks about fuel fires, it only talks about everything that has been done there. I just want to know, the informal settlement, 3 shacks Ben, is it that not a disaster? Because we are sitting with shacks that are not built, that were the fire that was caused, many shacks that burnt down. Maybe one of them is rectified, others are not rectified. And Speaker, this disaster plan of yours must look into it. It goes to our communities. We've got houses that has been swept away by the floods. In Makeleni Street, Kaiba Street, in Pelandaba, in Ward 15, we've got houses that are not being rectified. Other houses can plus on top while they were having the asbestos. It's been years, it's like that. The Makeleni Street 5221, that old woman is 70 years old. The house, no one, the people were there. Councillor Katana was there, even with the councillor of that ward. Everyone was there. Civil was there, but nothing is been done. But now you are making this like, yo, it's beautiful plan. It's going to be, if it's George disaster plan, it has to accommodate all the areas of George. It has to accommodate informal settlements. It has to accommodate our people that are living in the situation, like your what 11 people that are still and your Pochas, the Spandil Street people are still living like that. And in Conville as well. No, man, it's wrong.
Thank you, Councillor. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Simmers.
I second the proposal, Speaker.
Thank you very much. All in favour, let's move on. At this stage of the game, we are going to be moving back to the items that we said earlier are going to be shifted to the end. Item 13.3 and 13.4 will now be dealt with. If you give me 2 seconds. Okay, item 13.3 and 13.4. The first person to speak on this will be Councillor Wessels. The submission and tabling of the, sorry, it's going to be brought in by the mayor, and then from there we'll have the speakers list. Mayor, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, this is the tabling of what is in effect the draft annual report combined with the draft annual financial statements together with the Auditor General's audit report for the 2021 financial year. In terms of Section 127 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, the mayor of a municipality must, within 7 months after the end of the financial year, table the draft annual report to the municipality, to council, along, as I mentioned, with the audited financial statements and the Auditor General's audit report for this year. So we only received the sign-off on the Auditor General's report last Tuesday, and therefore this has meant fairly rushed composition of a number of these items that now need to come before council before the end of this month, which is today. And then we have a 2-month period in which an oversight report can then be prepared by the Municipal Public Accounts Committee under the chairmanship of Councillor Johan du Toit, which then needs to come back to council along with the annual report at the end of by the end of March. So what is then there are really a couple of things here that I just want to mention. First of all, it is obviously the fact that we got a clean audit, which in technical terms they then write as an unqualified audit opinion with no findings on the annual performance report and also dealing with the compliance matters. So that becomes a clean audit. So that is a wonderful achievement for us as a municipality. And earlier today in my mayoral speech, I congratulated the staff for the work that they did in that. So I think that is the one aspect of that. I also mentioned then that the draft annual report is here as well. There's still a fair bit of work to be done on that. But if for councillors' purposes, it is from pages, I think it is 268 through to about 285, I think it is. There are the Auditor General's reports, and what they now do as a matter of course, they include that in the for the previous year and for the current year. I also just want to draw attention to a number of points within the actual AFS, the annual financial statements, that might be of relevance to councillors. I think the one aspect, if you look at the statement of financial position, which is the old balance sheet, as those of us who've been in this game for a long time used to call it, we will notice that there's a very close tallies in terms of the totals between 2020 and 2021. We do, however, notice that our receivables, in other words, our debtors, in total increased by 17.3% from 162 million to 190 million, which is quite a significant increase. If we look at the statement of financial performance, which was the old income statement, and we look at the revenue that we gained from our core services, in other words, our service charges from electricity, water, sewerage, and sanitation, refuse removal, as well as the property rates, we will then notice that there was an increase from 1,318 million to 1,415 million, which is an increase of 7.4%. Electricity within that increase was 6.7%. Now, this also then indicates how difficult a financial year it was between June or July 2020 and June 2021, where the real effect of COVID is manifested for a full 12 months, which is the first time that we've really seen that effect. So we then, I believe, need to reflect quite deeply on the fact that there was a 7.4% increase and have a look at what actual increases we had budgeted for and which our tariffs increased in that year on a weighted basis. On the other side, what we do need to notice is that our employee-related costs increased by 10.5%. So in other words, our core revenue that we've earned from within the municipality has only gone up by 7.4%, but our biggest expense that we have has gone up by 10.5%, which is employee-related costs from 530 million to 585 million, which is a very significant increase. And our bulk purchases in terms of our electricity that we then bought during the year went up by 7%, whereas our electricity revenue only went up by 6.7%. So this is quite significant. There are a number of the other expenses if you categorize them into which would include contracted services, general expenses, materials, and so forth, that increase in fact worked out at 22.6%. We can perhaps just also touch for a moment on our rates increase. Now, our rates increase the rates revenue went up by 6.8%. But if we then go and have a look at what actually took place there, we'll notice that our municipal valuations on their own increased by 2.6%, which was an increase on the municipal valuations that went up from 48.1 billion to 49.4 billion. So in other words, they went up by 1.3 billion. And and our rates only went up by 6.8%. And of which the valuations are then 2.6. So that leaves really 4.2% that came from that actual revenue side in from the tariff, which is something that I believe we would need to have a pretty close look at. We will also notice that if we look at our water losses during that period of time, that our water losses were something of the order of, I think the figures around about 22%, 22.6% is what the water losses were in that period, which is very much the same as the previous year. So that is fairly significant, and there is a fair amount of work that is required there. But no doubt, I've got no doubt that the councillors will be reading this document every night, and I hope they spend a lot of time reading the accounting policies, because that will also help them if they suffer from any lack of sleep, or they need to make sure that they do fall asleep. But this document is of interesting reading, as is the annual report. So with that, I table this, Speaker, and we will then proceed through the process now to finalize these documents for return to council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. The first person to talk on this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I won't be long. Thank you to the Mayor for the thorough tabling of this. meaning that I don't have to go into a lot of detail. I think firstly, before I start, is to give a huge congratulations to the administration, Dr. Gratz, Mr. Du Plessis, Mr. Wallace, the finance team, and all the departments. This is truly a remarkable effort and an amazing result for us as a whole town. Across political parties, this is truly something that the council can be proud of. The AG submitted its report on the 25th of January. They then issued an unqualified audit opinion with no findings on the annual performance, and this is also then, as the Mayor alluded to, recognized as a clean audit report. And again, I want to just make special note of the fact that this report now goes through to MPAC, and then for the public consultation, where all the questions and inputs and all of that will be dealt with. Hence also the reason why the recommendation A is that the audited financial statements together with the Auditor General's report for the 2021 financial year be noted. So I would propose this recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Good. Councillor Subtu, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Of course, we are concerned. We really don't see what the excitement is about, Speaker. So much work has to be covered. We just really wondered what went wrong with the process in terms of getting here that are making Councillor Wessels so excited about, because we are really concerned in terms of Section 165 of the MFMA. The Audit Committee must review the annual financial statements to provide the Council of the municipality with an authoritative and credible view of the financial position of the municipality or municipal entity, its efficiency and effectiveness, and its overall level of compliance with this Act, the Annual Division of Revenue Act, and any other applicable legislation. Now, I want to know, Speaker, because let me put it, the administration is not talking about this. Was this done? When was it done? And if not, what is the reason and the legal implication of this? Speaker, that was going to be my first point of concern. Why was the audit financial statements and the audit report only received on 25 January 2022 and not on 30 November 2021?
Answer your time.
Various investigations, amongst them Section 106, are still being dealt with by the... Yes. Yes, Speaker.
Please wrap up. Your time is over.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. My last point, I think this is going to take 5 seconds due to technology. Speaker, I was going to say various 106 investigations in terms of irregular expenditure, criminal cases was open. I just clearly don't see how this was not reported by the AG.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is not genuinely over. You've had 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to ask somebody there. Is there somebody that can answer the questions, or somebody refer the questions back? Sorry, somebody's microphone is on. I'm going to ask that administration get the questions back to you. I'm not sure that they've got the answers to that at the moment. Is there somebody that can give an indication there? Councillor Wessels as the MEC or MMC?
Hi, Speaker. I see the MM's hand is up, so I don't know if you want to give to her first.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. MM, you can, acting MM, you can answer.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, the AG started the audit process quite late. I understand from the previous year, because they were severely delayed due to COVID in the previous year, they are still playing catch up. So they started quite late. and that is the primary reason why they have now finished only on the 25th of January. We can ask Cheryl Segan just to confirm that these annual financial statements and the audit report has been submitted to the audit committee. I think she has had an engagement with them. I wasn't present, so I don't want to speculate on that. But if you wish, I don't know if Cheryl is in this meeting, she could respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, MM. That answers
it's obviously Speaker, if you can hear the MM very clearly. I don't like this playing with words. We must just be honest. If the MM doesn't know that the audit committee is part of a function, sit and review the annual statements and clearly there's a concern.
I have not recognized you, Councillor. Your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I should reply.
No, your time was up. No, I'm very sorry. Your time is up. You've asked your question, and therefore the MM has answered that question to the best of her knowledge. And if Ms. Segan is here, otherwise we'll have to refer the answer back for somebody to answer you. But she has answered to the best of her ability with the information that she has. Is Ms. Segan there?
Good day, Speaker.
Could you please give us a brief answer to the questions?
The Audit Committee has received all the documentation from the Auditor General, and yes, I have received responses from the Audit Committee, which indicates that it has been reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That answers the question. Could we now please move on to
Speaker? No, sorry, Speaker. I must get a chance to give my input here because obviously
1 minute.
You know,
and they've answered your question, Councillor.
No, my question wasn't answered, Speaker. My question wasn't answered. Why are you saying my question was answered? You're supposed to ask me if my question was answered. Let's be fair here, Speaker. The audit committee obviously was supposed to submit its report in terms of its review. That report is not in the council minutes, otherwise we would have seen it.
Councillor, I've muted you. You obviously do not understand if I say
why do you mute me, Speaker, if I'm on the floor?
Because I'm busy talking, Councillor. You continuously interject, and I've made a ruling that the MM has made an answer to your question to the best of her ability. You can now revert it back to her if you are not happy with it. She's given the answer she can, and we're not going to debate it further. You've had your 1 minute, and I'm now moving on to Councillor Kleinhans. Thank you very much. Councillor Kleinhans, could you please have 3 minutes, if I just confirm quickly, 2 minutes, Councillor.
Speaker, yes. First, I want to state it categorically that a clean audit does not mean that services was delivered to our communities. Further, Speaker, I want to join into there what Councillor Saptu has just alluded to. It is crystal clear what the DA is doing in George. They would do anything to have their puppets on the internal audit committee. They have removed very competent people. They have fight off Councillor Alderman de Swart, Flippers de Swart, that was on that audit committee because he disagree with the audit, with the executive, current executive. Furthermore, Speaker, I want to put this on record that why is the Councillor Saptu was asked a valid question. Where is the reply of the audit committee? This is not by mistake that this has happened. Speaker, it is crystal clear. When you see clean audits, you go to our communities, the colored and the black areas. Clean audits does not put food on the table. Clean audits does not clean our communities. Specifically, Speaker, clean audits is just, soos in Afrikaans sal sê, boekinskrywings. Dis 'n mooi woord om mense te nooi om te kom sê, kom invest in George, want dit gaan goed in die dorp. Maar wanneer ons praat, Speaker, daar is dan nie eens geld vir ons mense om noodstrukture te koop nie. Speaker, hier kom ons nou met 'n disaster management plan. Lastly, Speaker, Councillor Saptu het ook hieroor gepraat. Hoe kan jy 'n clean audit kry en jy's section 106, die einste senior bestuur? Mr. James, nog ander manne, Mr. Mitchell, all your executives are under section 106. So they must just dance, soos die baas sê. If they write something else there, then they will compromise the clean order that the DA is bragging about. These officials are fearfully for this council because they are under section 106 and they are just doing what they want, risk of compliance, this thing. So I would really, as the PBI, we would say we reject this clean audit because it's just
for information.
The next person to talk on this item is Councillor Ntomile. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Ntomile.
Speaker, I won't talk too much as me Councillor Sabtu said there. And yes, it is a clean audit. And then we, first of all, I just want to lay a complaint about how we received the documentation. Actually, because we couldn't have enough time to go through to the document as it was sent this morning, and then we were struggling with the links to go in. And you can't expect us to know everything that is in the document there while we receive it in this morning. And then it's out of order. And the other thing is that, as my colleague said there, yes, we can talk about the clean audit, but the service delivery in our various areas is not there. Is not there because our areas are struggling, are struggling a lot. I'm even wondering how possible is that we get a clean audit, but we are struggling to get the basic needs. For instance, the sewages in our locations are overflowing, and then when you ask for a help or from the municipal officials who are responsible for such, you will wait for days. And then yet we are talking about the clean audit, but there is no proper service deliveries in our location. So it is very sad, yeah, to recommend that there is a clean audit in our municipality, but there is no proper service delivery. And the other thing, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up.
At least we should have the management report so that we can check the balance of the Auditor General's audit report, which is not in front of us. We were not even.
Time is up. Thank you. Can you summarize?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, it doesn't give me any reason to concur with the previous mayor and my previous colleague, Councillor Bessel said that I applaud the mayor and MM and the team for such great work. It shows we are moving in the right direction. We want to, as the DA, we want to make sure we make everybody in this town proud. Thank you very much, and therefore I second the proposal by my colleague Terbessel.
Thank you, Councillor Sabtu. Your hand is up. Is it a raise on a point of order, a point of clarity?
Speaker, is a point of information that there's a procedural flaw in adopting this report of the AFS in terms of MFMA section 165, and I want to just make sure I put it on record if council adopts this, that it doesn't come from good objects against this process, as 165 has not been complied with. So in other words, as far as we're concerned, we are not in compliance. This council is not in compliance in terms of 165 because the audit committee report is not.
So noted, Councillor. Thank you very much. We'll take note of it. Thank you. The item has been seconded by Councillor Suffers. We therefore move on. If we're all in favor then, we've got no counter proposals, so we're going to move on to 13.4. And the first person to speak there is Councillor von Brandes. You have 3 minutes, Councillor.
Point of clarity, Speaker.
Councillor, I've taken note of what you said. Yes, we've moved on from that point. We're now moving on to 13.4, and nobody has spoken yet.
It's what you said, Speaker, that we're all in favor, and we're not all in favor, Speaker. You need to rectify that. We're not all in favor, please.
Okay, no problem. In other words, you have an objection. So therefore, we have to go over to the vote to see whether it is complied with. We therefore vote.
No, I'm not saying.
Well, that's basically the way that things work. If you have an objection, which you're now saying, we now vote whether we have a vote to whether it goes through or not, Councillor. So if you're not in
Speaker, earlier you said we must make proposals and all that. I don't understand your procedure, speakers, because you keep on changing them.
I'm going to ask you quite nicely. I've asked if we're all in favor. You've now said we aren't in favor. Councillor MM, your hand is up.
Speaker, there's items for noting. You're not going to vote on an item for noting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MM. It has been noted and it has been proposed, and therefore, Councillor Jay, we've moved on from item 13.3. We're going on to 13.4. My ruling is that Jay van Brandes is now going to speak.
Yes, Speaker, if only the image withdraw that he said all in favor. We are not all in favor.
Councillor, that has been covered, and I've now gone on to 13.4. Thank you. Jackie, Councillor van Brandes, please continue.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this draft annual report, which includes the clean audit opinion from the Auditor General, bears testimony to what can be accomplished in local government through a service delivery focused approach. In presenting the 2020-21 draft annual report, the leadership of George Municipality affirms we have made massive strides. Speaker? Can you stop my time, Speaker?
Councillor Sappu, I've noted and I've asked if you be removed from this meeting. I've given you 3 warnings about opening your mic before you've been recognized. I am going to remove you from this meeting, Councillor. I'm asking to remove Councillor Sappu. I've now given him his final warnings and not adhere to it. So please remove him finally, please, and make sure he does not come back into the meeting. Councillor van Brandes, you
Can I continue, Speaker?
You may continue.
Thank you. There's a mic on at the background, Speaker.
Councillor Jay, your microphone is on again. I've warned you 3 times. I'm going to ask that you be removed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I continue.
Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. You're on the top of the list, Councillor Jay. Councillor Titus, I was under the impression you had the same. You were on the same computer. I'm going to ask Corporate Services to return you. And Councillor Titus, your mic continuously goes on. I'm now going to speak to you for the 2nd time to control your microphone, please. Councillor van Brandes, please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. I will try. The leadership of George Municipality affirms we have made massive strides towards its vision of a city for sustainable future in this past year. The vision is guided by our values of equal opportunity, compassion, sustainability, good governance, integrity, innovation, and entrepreneurial solutions. The municipality covers the area of a 5,238 kilometre, and in this report still consisted out of 27 diverse wards. The achievement in this annual report indicate strides undertaken to ensure that we meet the constitutional mandate of local government. The overall financial performance of the municipality in 2020-2021 confirms sound financial management and fiscal discipline. We have started to drive towards a revenue protection and enhancement, stringent expenditure management and cost containment alignment to national treasury regulations. Part of this was our focus for capital expenditure to infrastructure maintenance with no compromise on service delivery. Under the leadership of the acting municipal manager, other strides for this year under review include the drive to fill directors and management posts to ensure sound corporate management and line function excellence, the diversification of revenue sources, and renewed focus on application of grant and non-traditional funding sources, and a review of the legislative and policy framework. Overall, George Municipality remains focused on fulfilling our vision of excellence as one of the largest local municipalities in the Western Cape. Our greatest encouragement is the continued support and commitment of our residents and business community on all service delivery fronts. Lastly, I just want to thank Director Lauren Waring and her team for the excellent draft annual report. I therefore recommend the recommendation A to C on page 742 and page 743. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to set the record straight, I have asked for Council to reinstate Councillor Jay, and Councillor Titus now has a second warning. The next person to speak on this item 13.4 is Councillor Hector. Councillor Jay, your hand is up. Is it a point of order or point of clarity?
Point of
Sorry, Councillor Jay, I cannot hear you.
Ek wil kom met u nou vir my 'n second warning gegee, Speaker.
Ek het jou die second warning gegee nie. Ek het vir Councillor Jay Titus die tweede waarskuwing gegee. U het al reeds 'n tweede waarskuwing gekry vir die aanhoudende mikrofoon wat aan en af gaan.
Speaker, ek het onder die aandag gebring en vir gesê, wanneer ons kyk, ons gaan uit die meeting uit outomaties. En dan gaan ons
the debate about this, Councillor. I've allowed you back in the meeting. As I said, I encourage you to have you taken out. Councillor, now you're talking when I'm talking.
Sorry, ek hoor nie.
Saying I'm not going to get into a debate about this. We have moved on. I've allowed you back into the meeting. So can we please continue? The next person to speak is Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector. You have 1 minute, Councillor.
Ja, dankie Speaker. Ek wil net op rekord plaas hier verslag of report wat die nou vanaf verwys is vandag letterlik 12 uur toe almal slaap. Het julle dan ons gestuur, ons weet nie wat die rede daarvoor is nie. Dis 'n belangrike lywige report. So ons object teen hierdie report en die feit dat dit so laat gestuur was. Eerst wil ek sê, Speaker, the annual report is it doesn't indicate how the non-performance will be addressed, Speaker. In terms of Section 165 of the MFMA, the Audit Committee must review the annual financial statements to provide to the Council of the municipality with an authoritative and credible view of the financial position of the municipality or municipal entity, its efficiency and effectiveness, and its overall level of compliance with this Act, the Annual Division of Revenue Act, and other applicable legislation. My question is, what is done, when, and if not, what is the reason and the legal implication of it? Point 2, was the audited financial statement and audit report only received on the 20th of January 2022 and not 30 November 2021? Point 3, various investigations amongst other the Section 106 investigations are still dealt with by Council, possible unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful access in these investigations. Speaker?
Your time is up. I was giving you 10 seconds.
Okay, can the question be answered, Speaker?
Through yourself, your hand is up. Please continue.
Thank you, Speaker. The first thing I must point out is that these reports were not sent last night for the first time. They were sent on Friday. And normally the annual financial statements would have been finished by the 30th of November, giving the municipality 2 months to complete the annual report by the end of January. However, because we only received the Auditor General's report on Tuesday, the 25th of January, we literally had 3 days to finalize this draft annual report. That is why it went out on Friday. The link which went out last night was just to pull all the different links of the agenda into one. But that is not the first time that council has received this report. It must be noted that this is a draft. It is going to be open for public comment. It is also going to be going to MPAC. There's going to be an oversight report. After that, the audit committee is going to be presenting their report. That is how it has always been done in the past. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Does that answer the questions?
No, Speaker. The first question was not answered.
Please just enlighten me what the first question was.
In terms of Section 165 of the MFMA, the audit committee must review the annual financial statement to provide the council of the municipality with an authoritative and credible view of the financial position of the municipality or municipal entity, its efficiency and effectiveness, and its overall level of compliance with this Act, the Annual Division of Revenue Act, and any other applicable legislation. The question now, was this done? When? And if not, what is the reason and the legal implication of it?
Councillor, I think the has answered that question in the fact that we only received it, and I'm going from what I've heard from her, so I don't know if I'm the same. But could you just repeat that? The documents were received on Tuesday. Am I correct?
That's right. The documents were received on Tuesday, but the audit committee will review this after it has gone to MPAC and the oversight report is being tabled. The audit committee will then table their report.
Thank you. That is therefore the answer that can be given for now. Mr. Du Plessis, Rian Du Plessis, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to emphasize what the is saying. Section 165 and Section 166 in terms of the functioning of the internal audit and the audit committee. That process for them to review and provide a credible oversight happens at more than one interval during the year. They already did that work in the first instance last year, August, before the financial statements and the annual performance report was submitted to the AG for the formal audit process. And then once again, they will do the same process with their report to council during the next 2 months, which is now the time when the oversight and the public participation process happens. The annual report as we have it today is just for tabling. Once the oversight process of the next 2 months has been completed, it will come back to council for adoption. So I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Du Plessis, I take that as answered. I'm therefore going to ask Councillor Kampi, you have 2 minutes on this item. Councillor Kampi.
Thank you, Speaker. As my colleague have previously said about this audit report, I will not further input anything on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Brendan Adams. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to take up the whole 1 minute. I'll take less than that. I'll second my colleague Von Brandes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have this item then seconded. We therefore move on. If I may ask if we can have a 5-minute body break, if we can just all reconvene at, let's make it 10 minutes at 22, so that everyone can just stretch their legs, and we'll be back at 20 to 5. Thank you.